on Wednesday.
Hey everybody, we are live, and we did this actually 4 years ago, so it's fun to be back with Zennie62Media's, one of our great bloggers and shareholders. And Vinny, Vinny, I gotta give you credit where credit is due. This was your idea.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Zennie. Yes, I was the one that came to Zennie and said, hey, the midterms, very, very big event. Yeah, it may not be the presidential election, but I would argue in many ways, choosing who you would want in your House of Representatives and in the Senate, not to mention the governor's races all going across the nation right now. Everyone should have the chance, if they want to vote. Most of the governor's races are going on at this time as well. I can say this right here as someone who's from New York. You can either have Kathy Hochul, who's trying to get her first full term in the governor's mansion, but you also have Lee Zeldin, the congressman from New York's first district, who's trying to become the first ever New York Republican governor since George Pataki back in the mid-'90s. So a lot at stake here at this 2022 midterm election.
Well said. I could not have said it better, Vinny. And let's get over to CNN, and we'll see what's at stake here nationwide, as we have a rather kind of a weird, tenuous look. Here's the mayor.
So,
Mr. Mayor, how you doing? I'm outstanding. Hey, it's election night. It's like candy for me.
From the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, what is on the minds of my friends in Pennsylvania? Yes, your brethren in Pennsylvania. It's so interesting because you can really see
they're coming in now. Yeah. We got. Did you get the link to be in the live stream?
Whose views are too extreme, right?
Okay. Let me resend it because for everybody got Mayor Harris on. We wanted you on as a guest because we wanted your comments. Yeah.
Yeah, tell her that we want to have as many opinions as possible for this.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Well, or I can get your voice. How's that? Because we're already on live. Yeah. Hold on a second. All right. Hey, folks. It is. Let me turn this down for a second. Oakland Mayor Elihu Harris, a frequent guest. Elihu, what do you think about the race tonight?
Hey.
The turnout is low, and I think that's going to have a lot to do with the outcome. If people don't vote, you get the people other people voted for. And I think it's going to happen in a lot of places, not only in California, but around the country.
Hey, boss. Hey, boss. 1 second. Let me turn the sound down from CNN right behind me. Hold on a second. Got it. Okay. Hey, so I want to say, folks, Mayor Harris is a member of the advisory board, so I got two of my bosses here. I got Vinny and Elihu.
Hey, how you doing there?
Nobody ever had.
Hey, what do you think of the revelations? First of all, Shang Tao also, she's talking about coal money. She took coal money too. Do you think all this stuff makes a difference to the electorate, really?
I think all of it makes some difference. And quite frankly, when you have a lot of candidates that people aren't excited about, I think that you really have a situation where anything can make a difference. You have a low turnout. You have a lot of people that don't know much about any of the candidates. And I think in the final analysis, anything that turns a voter off, even makes them not vote, is a factor you have to take seriously.
Wow. How about the allegations against Councilmember Tao, the fact that she's under investigation by the Public Ethics Commission?
I think a lot of people don't know exactly what's involved. I think, again, some people will make a judgment. Others will say, well, there's been a charge. That's politics. Charges in politics are as old as anything else, like the original sin. Who started it? I don't know. But there's enough dirt to go around. Everybody's got something that they're having to back up about. But I think in the final analysis, the voters will have to determine whether or not any of those things is so overwhelming as to determine their vote or ultimately the outcome.
Hey, boss, the one thing that I found most interesting about this is to discover that basically everybody is in somebody's pocket. The Oakland side is in the pocket of the progressive spending money, like the worker HPR agency, and then Kat Taylor, who's the billionaire married to Tom Steyer. I got a whole list of them. I mean, it's fascinating. So why should people point out who's in somebody else's pocket but not disclose who they're getting money from? It's hilarious.
Well, the influence of money in politics, again, is long time. We try to take money out of politics. The Supreme Court has said you really can't. As a result, we always understand that somebody is sending out information. Somebody's, if not buying votes, certainly influencing votes with money. So, I mean, again, you have to hope you have an educated electorate who's really going to see beyond the flim and the flam and make their own determination by getting multiple sources of information, not from any one source, and be able to balance things out and make a determination based on facts and not fiction.
Hey, how would you assess our company's coverage of things, and how can we do better?
I think part of it is, look, giving confident information is important because it's a moving picture. It's not a snapshot.
Right. So
the fact that you've been able to give daily insight into candidates and campaigns, I think has been very helpful. And people who understand who some of the candidates that have appeared on your program is important. And now they have a name, they have a voice, and also they have a perspective that most voters may not have if they had not seen your program and understood the exposure that it gave them, gave the candidates, and it gave to the electorate.
Hey, thank you so much for that. Hey, do you think Nina Joyner's place got robbed downtown Oakland?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Elihu.
Well, again, I don't think it had anything to do with the campaign.
Okay.
Other than the fact that maybe people know where she was. But I mean, again, people got robbed on Lakeshore Avenue. I mean, robberies in Oakland are far too common. But that's why the Walgreens is closing on Telegraph. It's the theft, both when the stores are open as well as the brand when stores are closed. You got to do something to protect people and property in Oakland better than it's currently occurring.
Hey, do you think though that this could possibly have a kind of a Dan Kalb impact on Ms. Joyner?
No, most people don't even know what happened.
Wow. Something else. Folks, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, Nina Joyner is running for Oakland City Council District 4 against Johnny Rahmanandran and her
Johnny.
I'm sorry, say?
Johnny.
Thank you. I always get her name screwed up. And
it's a hard name. I kept calling her Janani.
Yeah.
And one time I called her Jumanji, like the game.
Yeah, it's like it's Jananine.
Yeah, Jananine.
Janamine Rashandran, and
right,
beautiful name, and so beautiful person too. But anyway, she was running the race. I thought would be impacted for those. They're running against each other for the District 4 seat that is currently held by Oakland Councilman Shang Tao.
Yeah. But the district has changed dramatically. It's now mostly hills, and that certainly changed the ethnic as well as the economic character of the nation to some extent. It's now almost all the Oakland Hills east of Keller. And that's really and what I did not want to see. I always liked the idea of a hills and flatlands balance, so we're all in it together. Now it's sort of us versus them, and I don't like that.
Hey, do you think it makes it's noteworthy that this is the first campaign for District 4 where the two candidates were not white or male?
Yeah, well, first of all, some of it is economics. Some of it is nobody wants to be bothered with all the madness that goes on being an elected official. And a lot of people also realize that the city is in such a terrible shape. It's going to take an incredible amount of time, energy, resources in order to correct the problems that have been proliferated and grown over the last 8 years.
Yeah, that's the best. Hey, looking nationally, what do you think the outcome is going to be? I'm looking right now. We've got the Republicans ahead in Virginia, and that's the House competitive seats, but it's close. It's a 58. I'm watching CNN right now, and right now they have two Republicans leading the vote versus one. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think that in all likelihood, the Republicans are going to do well tonight. The Democrats have done a very poor job at messaging. The Republicans don't have an answer. Right now, people don't care. They're just saying, we don't think the Democrats are the answer. And then the reapportionment, the Republicans created as many safe seats as they could. So when you look at the fact that there are fewer and fewer competitive seats, and that often the Democrats represent people who don't vote, it's not surprising.
When you said that the Democrats didn't do a good job of messaging, I've heard everybody say that from Barack Obama to, well, you.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, first of all, if you're going to talk about inflation, how do you indicate what you've done about inflation, about the high costs, about the supply chain, and the like, so the voters understand what your policies and programs have done to address those issues? The Republicans have been benefited by just being silent and saying, we're not there. No one's forced the Republicans to say, what are you going to do about inflation? If you're elected and you're in charge, what are you going to do? The Republicans have been able to be silent about any number of things, including abortion rights, inflation, crime. They haven't talked about what they're going to do about crime. Just like, hey, Democrats aren't doing anything. Well, what are you going to do differently?
Right.
You're going to arrest everybody? What are you going to do? They have not had answers, but they've been able to so far get away with not having answers because, again, people are shallow, skin deep, and often looking for easy answers and easy fixes to institutional racism and other long-term problems in our communities and our nation.
Hey, looking at the DA race, you got Pamela Price versus Terry Wiley. And I got to admit, I like Terry Wiley. I mean, I decided
Right.
I voted for him. But what do you think about the race?
I think it's going to really come down to an unknown. Pamela Price had 47% of the vote in the primary. And the question is whether or not Terry Wiley can pick up all the pieces that weren't Pamela Price. A low turnout election, I think, favors Terry Wiley, but anything could happen. 2/3 of the district is out of Oakland. I think those 2/3 of the district are more likely to be for Terry Wiley. I think you talk about Union City, Fremont, Pleasanton. I think all those cities are much more likely to be for Terry Wiley. President, is it enough? We'll find out in a few hours.
It's going to be exciting, Elihu. Hey, I'll let you go. And hey, man, Vinny, you got anything to say to Elihu before he parts?
Yeah, just continue to make sure that you vote every single year because, you know, you have the choice to make an impact on this nation. And, you know, this is one of your this is truly one of the best, you know, advantages you can have as an individual in this country.
Hey, Vinny, do you have a question for Elihu?
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen at the end of the night for politically?
Well, I think the Republicans are going to take the House. They got a better than even chance of taking the Senate. And I think more importantly, I think the country really is continuing to be divided. We haven't been able to find that silent majority on both sides of the aisle that really are interested in good government and fair voting and into anti-racism. And until we're able to find that common ground, I think this country is going to be in big trouble. We see what's going on in the battleground states, but there are similar divides in other states that aren't as politically divided, but certainly are divided on policy. We thought about 3 months ago, everybody was going to be up in arms on Roe versus Wade. That has slipped in everyone's thinking. So no longer are we focused on things like choice. We talk about inflation, not looking for answers, but more important, looking for blame. And as long as we have a let's fix it attitude and not how we fix it or how we come together to take responsibility, we're going to continue to have finger pointing and not anything that's going to really be a political consequence for the average person. They're just going to be victims of a war between two ideological forces.
Hey, who's going to be our next mayor, Elihu?
I would, if I had to bet, I'd bet that Lauren is going to win, but it could go either way. The turnout is really low, and I think the real question will be who gets the vote out.
Oh, hey, real quick, what do you think the impact is of people who've left Oakland and who's left over?
I think you're talking about, again, the turnout's probably going to be somewhere around 40%, maybe a little bit higher. I think that you're talking about homeowners probably being disproportionately represented in terms of their part of the population. And I think that people who left town basically did so for various reasons: cost of housing, issues of crime. And again, I think that it is a problem that you can't run from. Often people who left Oakland went to places like Antioch and Stockton ran into more crime. Because in some cases, it was their kids who were doing the crime. You got to begin to change the culture. You can't just change your location. You got to change the hearts, the minds, and the moral compass of the people who live in a community if you're really going to make the quality of life that everyone wants to enjoy.
You see, what I'm wondering right now is if the Oakland Zoo initiative will pass. Because I
I think when I talk to people, are basically voting no on everything. They just don't think they're getting the bang for the buck. And I think that the overall concern is they're throwing good money after bad. And I just don't think there's a real interest in anything that's not going to be clear and immediate.
That'll be in Oakland first, Delahue. That'll be Oakland first. Have the people voting no on everything.
Well, I'm not saying anything will fail. I know people's general attitude, and then they're not happy. And when you're not happy, you're not really inclined to do anything that you don't think is going to make anything better. I don't think anything on the ballot is ultimately going to change the politics or the reality of Oakland. It's going to take a strategy. It's going to take an energy. It's going to take a political will that currently doesn't exist.
Wow. Delahue, I don't want to keep you anymore. Well, I might hit you. Can I hit you back later?
Anytime you want, man. I'll be here all night.
All right, man. Enjoy. All right, we'll see you. Okay. All right, that was my former boss, a longtime friend, Oakland Mayor Elihu Harris. And right now, we've got, let's see, what races are you looking at, Benny? What's going on in New York?
Well, first off, I just saw some of the governor's races. Shock to no one, Rand Paul and Marco Rubio held on to their seats, as well as Kay Ivey and, of course, Ron DeSantis for the governor's race. As for New York, I know Chuck Schumer is going to win that Senate choice regardless. I know Joseph Pinion's against it, but I think he even knows deep down that he probably has no chance against Chuck Schumer. With me, the one that I'm focusing on, bar none, is the governor election. Now, polls don't close over here in New York until 9 p.m., so I'm going to hang tight a little bit before it finally happens. But so far, I can honestly see this going either way. In New York, Zeldin's from Sachem. That's like 40 minutes out east of here. And I have not seen anything except just Lee Zeldin signs here. So, granted, I still think Hochul will win when it's all said and done, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than people are giving it credit for.
Hey, what do you think about overall where this is headed so far?
I would say that right now the Republicans will win the House. I think they will also win the Senate. And I believe we will not get anything done for the next 2 years, in my opinion. So, yeah, I would say regardless of how you stand in the political spectrum, I still think, I want to be optimistic one way or another, but I think until we resolve our differences and just are kumbaya with it, I think we're going to continue to be very divided. Like CNN had so many polls where each side views each other as extreme examples, very extreme. So that's what I worry about personally.
So how about the governor? You think you have a new governor or the incumbent?
I think Kathy Hochul will barely win re-election against Lee Zeldin, though I will say I would not be surprised if Zeldin pulls an upset. I think it would be, though I would say that I do wish that more people focused on the New York election, because there is much more, combative than people probably realize. Zeldin, a lot of his poll numbers have increased since the debates. He's been steadily climbing for the last several months. Hochul has been rather stagnant, if not dropping a little bit. And even though I think she will still win at the end of the day, I think it's going to be very, very close for a victory.
Wow. Let's see if I can get this this thing to adjust. I'm looking at the CNN updates and see if I don't know if it auto refreshes. I haven't seen it auto refresh. So let's auto refresh it and see if it actually does that. And
I'm looking right here on the TV. Currently in the House, 19 Democrats, and it says the exact same thing as the website.
Wow. Is it a good idea to point out an opponent's ad hominem negatives if you are the party in charge and the economy is in the tank?
I would say at this point, you can do whatever. I would say do whatever you possibly can to win, as long as it's, legal. So, like, if you want to do that, be my guest. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it, but you know, if my constituents are kind of encouraging me to do that, I'd probably do it then. I think this is a situation where what your voting base wants to see, you end up just leaning into, so that way you get more of their support. So I'm not really shocked.
Let's see. Okay, so let's see. I'm actually writing a little note here. We got people sending me emails about who they're voting for, who they don't like voting for, stuff. So let's see if we can get Michael going. He's supposed to be in there. And hey, Vinny, we can't see you. Did you lose your head?
No, my head's still here. It has not been decapitated as of yet.
Maybe you can adjust it so that we can see your head when you lean back. We lose you. It's like you were eaten by a shark. Hey, everybody, welcome to our coverage.
This is better, Zennie.
Yeah, that's much better. And I got to make absolutely certain here that everybody got the link because I'm pushing that out. While I'm doing that, let me see here about what's going on. Oops, that was the wrong one. Okay. Let's see. And what's the percentage race for New York right now for governor?
The polls don't close until 9 p.m., so we do not know as of now.
Oh, okay.
It would be way too early to call. But right now, in terms of main states I'm looking at, Georgia is the one I'm paying a lot of attention to because this can flip either way with the governor's race, and it can definitely flip either way with the Senate race. I mean, we could either have Kemp and Warnock stay in, or we could have, Abrams come in or Walker coming in. Like, it's very up for grabs here.
I would be very surprised if Warnock lost to, not very surprised, just surprised if Warnock lost to Walker, even because of the barrage of commercials we've been hit with regarding his character. I feel it can go either two ways. He's ahead of the polls, Walker is, but those are polls. And in particular, conservative polls have been rigged, and there's a tradition of rigging that goes all the way back, for me, in terms of my discovery of them, to the Gallup poll in 2006. Okay. Polls are elaborate PR systems that are designed to say ultimately what the client to the pollster wants them to say. That's the idea. So I put, go ahead, Vinny.
Regardless of who you're voting for, I think it's wrong just go off of what polls are saying this, because even then they're taking from just a very small sample of people, like 1,000 or 2,000 people for who they want. But when the actual election comes, you're going to get several million people actually vote for what they want. It's not going to line up for what the average person in there is going to want in the slightest. So always be wary of polls out there. If anyone's watching this, do not put all your stocks in the polls, because it could bite you really, really badly.
Yeah. Vinny said it best. Hey, Vinny, what was your first election?
My first election was 2020 because I was 7 months shy.
You're with us.
Yes, I was 7 months shy of being able to vote for. I was 7 months shy of being able to vote for the 2016. Then I was eligible to vote. Then I didn't vote in 2017. Then I voted in 2018 for the midterms, and then I voted for 2019. My first presidential election was 2020. I voted again last year. So this is my I think this is my fifth election in a row. Both midterms, the presidential election, and the two half, I guess quarterly years. So yeah, it's my fifth election that I've been voting in.
Wow, Florida had a bunch of pickups according to CNN. Well, that was pickup. Laurel Lee defeated Alan Kahn.
45 Republicans to 19 Democrats, with 371 seats remaining and 218
pickups.
Yeah, that's big. Oh, this is the key race alert right here for Pennsylvania. With 5% of the vote in 84.7% of the votes so far, with 5% of the estimated vote, is going to John Fetterman, and Mehmet Oz is the 13.5%. So still early, only 5%. And for the governor's race, Josh Shapiro has 88.9%, and Doug Mastriano has 9.9%.
Huh. How about that?
So far looking good for the Democrats. Again, 5%. This is the early voting, so a lot could change from here until then.
I've got to check on my mom here real quick. I'm trying to send a message here. This is slow to open. Mainly, let me do this. Let me do one thing at a time. Hey, Vinny, are you capable of messaging everybody?
In the group chat?
In messages.
Everyone individually?
Well, on our standard messaging, because we have a standard messaging, not in StreamYard.
Like a text messaging?
Right. Right. Because there was this, I had a setup where you guys were admin. You don't, that's fine. The only reason I'm asking is I've got a buffer. I have a nasty buffer here. I'm trying to figure out, I know what I'll do. Never mind. I figure out an alternative.
No, I personally don't mind, though. Would I just send it to like the main group chat?
Yes, send the invite to a group chat and just let them know where we're at. I'm just going to check on my mom. That's all.
Okay. How's your mom doing, by the way?
Oh, fine. She's back here. It's just that if I'd done it back there, it would have been a lot of noise. We couldn't have a discussion because it would have been her cooking, the TV, all that. Oh, hold on a second. I butt dialed you. Sorry about that.
Oh man, my dad sometimes does that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I was calling my old boss, Elihu Harris. I'm actually live now. I was doing a live show. And so you got it, man. I'll see you. Okay. See you. Well, it is my friend and also Las Vegas stadium expert and informant. I accidentally butt dialed him. Well, that's a double statement. If you butt dial, it's accidental. So I should have said I butt dialed him. I'll be right back. Hey, Denny, talk. For those who don't know, talk about the races you know about in New York, and give people who don't know a view of what's going on. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, guys, for Attorney General is also one that we were voting for. I voted for Letitia James, of course. But there were also two main votes that we, the public, were also able to choose. One was term limits for our county judges. I chose yes for that. I believe, regardless of where you are, nationally or statewide, there should always be term limits. I feel like having these politicians in power for a very, very long time, even though I do appreciate their commitment to the public service, I do think it is good to see some fresh blood in there, because it can almost seem like these people are taking advantage regardless of political side. Another one was about clean water. Yes, say yes to that, absolutely. I'm going to say yes to having more clean water. But that's really the main terms. Over in Long Island, Lee Zeldin is from Sachem. Like I said before, he is from out east. I think he would be our first Jewish governor. Don't quote me on that. In a very long time, if not ever. He was a member of the military. I actually did vote for him this time, not because I think he's going to win, but mostly because I used my vote for one thing. I wasn't super crazy about Kathy Hochul, so I wanted to see a bit of a change up a little bit just for New York, just to see how it is, just to see how it is a little bit. And as for Senate, I mean, Chuck Schumer has been there for many, many, many years, and I know he's going to win anyway. So I just chose his opponent, Joseph Pinion, because even though he's a Republican, he's very, very moderate. He wants to reverse climate change. He is very much for gun reform. He's also very progressive in terms of social issues. So I voted for him for that. Everything else I voted mostly Democrat. But like I said, I just chose the ones Democrat for ones that I think there might be a chance. And as for the ones I didn't think they were going to have a chance, I voted Republican. I'm not one that's really in favor of doing write-in candidates, mostly because what's that going to do? I might as well just submit a blank ballot, and I'm not going to do that. And I understand that with Buffalo a couple of years ago that happened, but we don't have the situation here in New York. So guys, I want to know what your opinions are in the comments below. I want to see what states are you in? Who did you vote for? I'd like to hear anyone's opinion, whether it's black, white, up, down, red, blue. Vote for who you want, no matter who. That's how I see it. You can vote libertarian. You could vote green. If the reform parties are on anymore, I have no idea. Vote for that. I'm sure Ross Perot from the grave will be very happy for you. I don't know. Either way, vote for whoever you think would be perfect to lead your state and have your voice heard. And try not to waste your vote either. Don't waste it on a third-party choice for the most part. Vote for who you think is likely to win and who you think could represent your views.
Well said, Vinny. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well, Zennie.
My mom says hello.
Hey, how you doing?
She's fine. She's in the other room. I decided to do this in the great room, as I was mentioning to you before, rather than the kitchen, so that we wouldn't be we'd be able to hear each other think and talk and stuff. So I am back here, there, okay, and then we had our nifty. Well, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to X Vinny out like that. This is what we had here. But then we had that. And see, I get you. I can get two, but see, I want that closer. I'll figure it out. Anyway, let's see if we can get. Let's see. I've got a hold of. You got the StreamYard. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I sent it out. Send it out in the group chat.
Let me get a hold of daughter or see what's happening.
Okay, right now the House is 52 Republicans and 21 Democrats. So far, nothing has changed in the Senate. Michigan right now with 2% of the vote. Gretchen Whitmer is leading 79.3%.
Hey, Michael. Hey, everybody. Great, we're live. We're talking about you.
Yeah, ready? I'm going to get on. I'll get online. I'm going to get online right now.
Okay, cool. Michael, daughter. Okay, hey, Michael. We're gonna send you this. We're gonna send you the StreamYard link instead. Okay. Don't worry about firing up a live stream. I'm gonna send you the StreamYard link. Hold on a second. 1 second.
Oh, we're not gonna do YouTube?
We are, but in a different way. It's a little complicated, but let me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Go here. Go down here. It's really, we're talking about simple stuff, Michael. This is simple to do. All right.
Okay.
And the only thing is you got to make sure if you're on your iPad to use a Chrome browser or Firefox.
Let me see if I got Chrome browser.
Yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, for Safari it'll pitch a fit.
Let me see if I got Chrome.
You can download. Yeah, download. Yeah.
See, I've got an iPad.
Mm-hmm.
So because this is an Apple product. Let me see if I got Chrome in here.
Okay. Well, you can download it if you go to Google.
Okay, there's Chrome. I got Chrome.
Awesome.
Right, I got Chrome.
Yeah. Open up Chrome first.
Let's see here. There's a Chrome
browser.
Looks like it's a Chrome app.
It's a browser. Yeah, it's a browser. Just like it's an app. Just like
the difference between a browser and an app.
Well, the app is a browser. It's a little hard to explain, but if you download it as the app and open it up, then you use that.
I did.
Oh, cool.
I do have it. I have it open.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. I just texted you right now the StreamYard link.
Okay, so let me go to your text. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
And then I click that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to vertical. Entering studio. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna allow Microsoft access.
Yep.
Allow.
Yep.
Okay, there I am.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna put my name up. Oh, let me put my name here. I'll put Mike.
Okay. I don't see it yet here.
Yeah, it'd be, okay, there we go.
Ah, here he comes. Hey, everybody. There he is. Michael Dotterer.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey, everybody. We got a first here. We have look at this, folks. Isn't this cool? We got me in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, Vinny in suburban New York, and Mike not too far away. You guys are in the same state.
There we go. Okay, we're live.
Where are you in right now, Mike?
I'm here at GOP headquarters in Syracuse, New York.
Oh,
Upstate.
wow. That's pretty awesome.
I told you. This is
Wow.
Zennie62.
We got people coming, showing up here. I'm right here at the front door.
Wow. Really lovely
we're
architecture.
We're at the Embassy Suites, which is right across the street from the Destiny Mall. And
Michael, you put us into
I'm going to
the category. We are. This is the. Hey, Michael. This is the CNN of the 21st century.
turn off this.
That's our tagline. The CNN of the 21st century.
Okay, I'm going to turn my Bluetooth on here, guys. Hold on.
This is anybody watching who may be a future investor. This is a demo. Okay. My future, like
Turner,
tomorrow.
eat your heart out, Ted Turner.
Thank you. This is great. And just as I said that, Michael went dark.
Oh,
Michael's setting up something. It's usually a technical issue that we can do.
no worries.
While I'm at it.
Okay, there we go. All
There
right,
we go.
guys.
So
All
Michael,
right,
you got
turn on my Bluetooth.
Michael, you got two edges of the. You got two sides of the governor's race coin. You got Vinny, who's a Democrat, I think, and then you got you, who's a Republican. You're both New Yorkers. Talk to me about what's going on in the state. Michael, you're the new guy. Start.
Well, I have spent the last 5 weeks canvassing for an organization called Stampede America. We're an organization founded by veterans, and I've knocked on close to 2,000 doors here in upstate New York.
Wow.
And what we're finding out is that people, in my opinion, are going to really focus in on two major issues. One is the economy. We always say people vote with their pocketbooks. And then the second big issue is crime. Here in New York, we've had more people leave the state of New York than any other state in the United States. So I think those two issues are going to be paramount in tonight's election. Again, I don't know if we got any indication of where we are right now. I know it's early.
Yeah, Vinny.
Mm-hmm. I would say that, crime has been an issue. And I would also say that the financials have also been an issue. But around New York, I've been speaking to a lot of people from Long Island. They've been saying mostly the same thing. Crime in the cities, but in the suburban areas, it's mostly the gas prices. It's also been just the infrastructure as a whole. Like a lot of people have been complaining about how it's been costing a little bit too much. I'm very happy personally that they've added pre-K over here in the States. Like my mom's school, they've some of the one of the schools has pre-K, and they're using that as like where they have their pre-K, but the rest not as much. So I'm liking seeing that and building off for education, but I still think there needs to be more to be done. So I would like to see if Hochul does win. I hope she does further enhance that, but we'll see, because she's taking over Cuomo. I wonder what she would have with, I'd like to see if she's able to go ahead with. Right now, I'm not loving her exactly. I think compared her to Cuomo, I think I preferred Cuomo, but but I will say this as a Long Island, Zeldin part of us for a very, very long time. And hey, that gives Long Island and Suffolk County more exposure. So I'd be happy for that as well.
Hey, what's the knock on her, if anything?
It's really the main knock on her is just how a lot of the crime's been going on for the city and how she really hasn't really done enough to really to help. But that's really the main issue when it comes to Kathy Hochul with a lot of Republicans. It's mostly just the crime going on in New York City and just that's really about it. Michael, you see more of the criticisms of Kathy Hochul compared to me, but what would you say?
Well, I think Governor Hochul, one of the biggest issues is that she's not been elected. She was appointed because of Governor Cuomo resigning. So, that just by the fact that she wasn't elected. Now, this obviously is her opportunity to get confirmation that she's done a good job in the year or so that she's been in office. I think another issue, I think people across the country are waking up to the fact that being in politics your entire career can be an impediment. I mean, it's something that I think a lot of Americans are realizing that, from Mitch McConnell all the way to Nancy Pelosi, and here in New York, Senator Schumer. I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle. I think people are starting to realize that if you're in office for too long, there's a famous quotation from Lord Acton: "Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." Mm-hmm. And career politicians, I think a lot of Americans are waking up that they don't want career politicians. And that's one of the reasons why I think in 2016, Donald Trump surprised a lot of people, because he'd never been in elective office.
Yeah, I've been seeing that too for just all across the nation. Herschel Walker, legendary football player from University of Georgia, USFL, NFL. He has a chance to become the senator of Georgia. And we look at in Pennsylvania, Dr. Mehmet Oz. He would become the first ever Muslim in the U.S. Senate. That's huge, and he's never been in politics before. And frankly, he hasn't even spent most of his life in Pennsylvania. He lives in Jersey, as Fetterman has famously said. So this would be
Dr. Oz is Muslim. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize either, because I was growing up. My mom watched Oprah for most of my life growing up. She and her best friend Sharon would always watch, and I'd call them the Oprah sisters, because all they did was watch Oprah. And one of the people that would usually come on would be Dr. Oz. And so Oz has been on my TV for a very long time. And just seeing him become, senator, it almost feels surreal to me to think of it. Now, do I think he's the best man for the job? Not really too sure about that, but I would say, probably both sides. I'm kind of questioning Fetterman. I'd say is a bit better. But the stroke that he recently had does concern me a little bit. But he is healing. Slowly but surely. But objectively, I would say that Herschel Walker, on the other hand, I do think it is hypocritical to say that you're very against abortions, and yet you've been trying to get your mistress to do several abortions. Though that I think is a little hypocritical.
Yeah, that's a. By the way, on that note, Brian Kemp just took the lead over Stacey Abrams 50.1% to 48.9%. That's with 42% in right now. That's according to CNN. And then Gretchen Whitmer is flying far ahead of Tudor Dixon. Wait, I gotta say something. I mean, Tudor Dixon is a heck of a name to run for office. I just think that's a cool. I mean, I'm not wild about the candidate. I just think Tudor Dixon is cool.
Yeah, well, I think just to let Vinny, you were talking about some of the new, people in politics that are running. I made a list the other day of some. You mentioned Tudor Dixon. She's never been in politics. She's running in Michigan. You've got Carrie Lake, who I think might be the next governor of Arizona. She's never been in elective office. You've got Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas. Never been run for an election. Christine Drazen, who's up in the state of Oregon. They haven't had a Republican governor in Oregon since the early 80s. She's never been, she's running. And then, you know, there's some women, you know, some other women that you're going to see on the scene for 2024. And I'll name Fran Drescher. Fran Drescher is the president of the, Fran Drescher, she's an actress, but she's the president of the Screen Actors Guild. And you'll see her, I think she'll be getting involved in for 2024 in some capacity. A lot of people are saying, hey, Fran, why don't you run for office? Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard, who has her own talk show now, she's run for president. And then Nikki Haley from South Carolina. Nikki Haley, you'll probably see something, but she's obviously has political experience. But again, I think there's a huge trend. If you've never been in office, I think Americans really hold that, or beginning to hold that in high regard.
I have to give shout out to Tulsi because she was the only Democratic person running for president who was at the California State Convention to give me an immediate interview without truck or games or anything else. The opposite spectrum actually was Cory Booker, who on camera ignored my question as I'm asking it. I'm standing right next to an MSNBC guy, and I point that out because Booker is the first to tell you about discrimination and how we guys who look like me and gals are discriminated against. Here he's doing it to me on camera. I have a press credential, and I'm running my own media company, which you all are a part, right? Michael's on my advisory board, as is Vinny, right? So I lost all respect for Cory Booker. And you say that's self-serving, but it's more than that. To me, Cory was always jealous of Barack Obama. And he acted like it. He acted like it at the 2012 Democratic Convention in Charlotte. And he carried himself that way. It's almost as if he thought, I got to elevate myself because there's other brothers out there. And like other people are talking to him. To me, it seemed like behind the scenes, okay? And he's like, well, I have to mark myself as more conservative than Barack. But Barack really is not a classic liberal, okay? There's a lot of Barack that's very conservative. And people forget when the campaign first started, Michael, you might remember this, it was when our red state, a blue state, you know, he really did a good job of trying to hit the middle. You know what I mean? And he did. And so, hey, what's going on behind us, Mike? Tell us.
Well, we got people coming in for the election party here in Syracuse, New York. Again, we're in the upstate part of New York. But it's exciting. Do any of you, Vinny or Zennie, do you have any reports coming off the ticker tape where we are with the election?
Yes, we do. We have a few right now, actually. Right now, the Republicans just gained some ground and on some big ground in a big way. First off, you look at the Senate, they just picked up a seat over there. So now it's 36-36. And for the House, they just got several pickups. Now it's 68 Republicans to 31 Democrats. And also, although the gap between Warnock and Walker is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Right now, Warnock is 1.8%, and Walker's 46.5% with 43% of the vote in. So big news.
That is huge news. Absolutely. Hey, I got to ask you guys an NFL-related question. It's NFL politics. You know? What do people feel about the proposal for the Bills Stadium that involves $850 million of public money, which I don't object to? I just want to know what New Yorkers think preliminarily. First of all, what do you two think about it?
Well, you go first, Mike.
Well, I think it's great that the city of Buffalo is excited about getting a new stadium. I think that there may be some irregularities. I know that Congressman Zeldin has claimed that we may have overpaid or overspent for that new facility that's going to be built. I think from a business standpoint, personally, I think that Republicans generally tend to understand business better than the Democrats. And I would love to see, what we need to do in America is we need to have bipartisanship. We need to have where we're working together. We're crossing over and shaking and working with each other. So and I think that's another trend that's happening in America. I think a lot of Americans don't want to they don't want to hear politicians screaming at one another. And I will just say, I listened to the mayoral election in Los Angeles. I don't know if you two saw it. It was Caruso versus Bass. You can watch it on YouTube. And you know what? I was so proud of both of those candidates for mayor because they didn't scream at each other. They didn't interrupt one another. They actually complimented one another. And it gave me hope by just watching the mayoral debate in Los Angeles that the Democrats and the Republicans, we can have civil discourse. That's something I think that Americans want. They want civil discourse and not screaming at one another in a debate.
Oh, no. My favorite, and I'm on an email list, Abigail Spanberger is losing in Virginia.
Greg Abbott overtook Beto O'Rourke right now, too.
Whoa. What's the percentage up there?
It's around 23%. Also, the Republicans are now 71 to 32 for the U.S. House.
Okay, Walker, it's now Warnock 51.3%, Walker 47%.
Yeah.
That's what I expected.
Now, I'll comment to you. I agree with you 120%. Not 110%, 120%. Maybe even harder. I absolutely agree that, the Republicans do understand business more than the Democrats. And I also say that it is very huge news for the Buffalo Bills, the fact they're going to be getting a new stadium, because this has been a big talking point for years now. There's even some concerns and questions that they might even move to Toronto or even Austin, Texas. And just thinking about the Bills leaving Buffalo after being there for 60 years, no way. The fan base would not tolerate that in the slightest. They should be in Buffalo. And, seeing them have the new stadium proposal, I don't know when it's going to get finished, but they're laying out the groundwork before that could happen. So far, the way the Bills are playing right now, it's definitely just giving the people in Buffalo more of a reason, saying, hey, we need a new stadium. And this is a great way of having the team be top of the AFC and a Super Bowl favorite. Like, this is awesome news for that. And, it's similar also in Nashville with the Titans. Their stadium's getting built too with the same philosophy and same principle. But if I recall, I think theirs is more down the line compared to Buffalo. But I do like where it's going for the stadium, and I think there needs to be more civil discourse in New York, because right now it's been very nasty between the Democrats and the Republicans. Both sides are saying if you don't vote, your life is at risk. And I think it's way too extreme and honestly turns off way more people than it should. So that's what I want to see. More civil discourse, more respectability, and for the love of forever holy, stop saying your life is in danger if you don't vote for this person. Way too extreme.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. And, I think Zennie can talk about stadiums. I don't think there's anyone in America that knows more about how important it is to keep a professional sports franchise than Zennie Abraham. Zennie, what are your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Michael, for that. Because
I would agree with you too, Mike and Zennie. I would trust you 100 times more than anyone in the Oakland Register right now. I'm just saying. I'm not just kissing your behind. I'm serious about that.
No, don't kiss my.
No, but I am serious.
I know.
Especially no. But seeing Oakland losing all of its teams, I feel for you. I feel for everyone in Oakland right now. My friend Zevin, he's from Oakland. It crushes him. It really does crush him.
Well, I will tell you, there's the general idea right now is that Las Vegas is quiet. But to answer your question, Michael, I think it might sound like I'm changing the subject, but I'm not. From politics, Las Vegas understands the importance of sports to its economy. Hey, here's Jessica. Wait a minute. Jessica, how are you in Oregon?
Hey guys. Oh my gosh. It's 30, it's getting down to like 35 degrees at night here and raining, and we actually had snow.
Oh man.
Wait. Let's enjoy this. First, we got Jessica in Eugene, Oregon. Michael daughter is in. Where are you in New York? Where are you in New York?
I'm in Syracuse, New York, at the Republican convention party here in upstate New York, Syracuse.
Yeah, and we've got Vinny at home in
West Islip,
West Islip, New York.
Long Island.
Here in Fayette County, Long Island. I'm sorry. I'm in Fayette County, Georgia. This is the CNN of the 21st century. I love it. We got all stripes, and anyway, enough of me. Jessica, first of all, you've been dealing with bad air. You did a great vlog about what was going on with the air there.
Oh, yeah.
What's the update there? How are you doing? So, by the way, Jessica is a legendary blogger at Comic-Con, which she and I have both automatically been approved for our 2020 recovery. You get yours.
I know, yeah. I was very happy about that because it's a pain in the butt to try and get verified for that, and it just automatically did it. So yay! I'm very one thing off the list for 2023. Thank God.
She is the horror movie expert. She's an expert on the Halloween series. So I'm gonna ask you a question about that real quick, because in a way, this horror show, to some people, might compare it to that horror show. It's a horror show. But my whole point is, like, Michael's got a rosy. Michael has the rosiest attitude of anybody I know. So I always try to copy his. So I'm going to smile, and because I'm so happy with this. Jessica, though, what's going on with the races in Oregon, the air, and your health? Everything.
So, first of all, I'm over the plague. I got plague in the stupidest way possible, which was I got it at work after having gone to California and to Universal's Halloween Horror Nights and Disneyland and being around thousands of people. But where did I get plague? I got plague in an office building filled with maybe 12 people total.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that was great. But during that time, that was when we were having the fires here too, on top of that. So it just destroyed me health-wise in terms of breathing. So even after I got over the COVID, just the air smelled like you were walking into a cigar every day when you went outside. Like it just was so bad. And it was like that for a month and a half to 2 months at least. My boss, who lived right next to where all the wildfires was happening, had 6 window fans going with filters attached to them. And within 3 days, she said the filters were brown on all the fans.
Oh my
so
God.
That gives you an idea of how bad that was. So I'm over that. Thank God the rain's here, and so the air quality has gotten really 100% better. So that's over. The races here in Oregon, it's God. I'm just happy it's here, that it'll get over with, because we have had. I have lost count of how many Alex Scarlatos is a scumbag ads that I have seen of him talking about a woman choking during sex and dying from her boyfriend's penis. And he is like harassing 15-year-old girls on Facebook as soon as March of this year. So he's not great. And I hope he goes away soon.
It sounds rather. Listen, I'm going to quote a fellow Gen Z terminology. That's kind of sus, bro. That's pretty sus. That's sus. That's very suspect and very suspicious.
Yeah, there's an ad that shows him talking about that on some podcast that he was on, and it's just gross. And I've probably seen that thing in just the last week probably 150 times. I am just so sick of ads. I mean, Oregon is pretty much a Democratic state. It's not one that you're going to have like a lot of Republican winners in. And, Tina Kotek, I think, is probably going to win here. And Ron Wyden is typically just takes it every time. So Oregon, I'm pretty happy with where things are going here. I was I'm just sick of the ads. It's just constant. And I think there's been a running joke with everybody that we need to train our politicians about not killing trees because of all the frickin' mail flyers that have been just, I mean, I'm like, God, I could fill a landfill with just the ones I've gotten in like the last month, and no one looks at them. Yeah, everybody's just goes through them. It's just like, yeah, it's right there.
Well, you were talking about paper and trees. My friend Zach told me that he saw a news report of how, I think somewhere in like the middle of Pennsylvania, one of the counties, they're holding off a while to tally votes because, I'm not joking, they are short supply on paper.
Oh my God.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I probably, like that pile there, I've probably got 3 or 4 just that I put out in the trash in the recycle today. They can take that and use it.
Hey, Jessica. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are here in New York. We're giving out a lot of paper, but Jessica, can you give us an update on the gubernatorial election in Oregon? Because I've heard that you have not had a Republican governor since the early 1980s. What's going on with the gubernatorial election?
Let me take a look, because I've been keeping track of these on and off all night I'm trying not to. They don't have any vote numbers in yet. Like I know Tina Kotek. I can tell you that Kotek had more ads than anybody else. I know Christine Drazen was probably second on that, but I think Tina Kotek probably won the ad war, at least.
Even with Phil Knight, I heard Phil Knight was supporting financially Drazen. Is that true?
I saw him. It probably is. Phil Knight loves supporting the Republican candidates, but again, I saw more Tina Kotek ads than any other around. Like I can, every time I was watching YouTube, freaking Tina Kotek.
Reminds me of seeing Michael Bloomberg a few years ago. You just see no nonstop vote. Hi, I'm Mike Bloomberg. Vote for me, and he would proceed to lose everything. But at least he was able to gain American Samoa. At least he has that going for him.
American Samoa. Oh my God. That's that tide turner right there. It's gonna make the difference, but yeah, as none of the because it's still like where I live, we're West Coast. It's not even 6 o'clock yet here, and they haven't really started counting anything as far as I can see. But again, if it came down to just ads, the silver fox of Tina Kotek would be the one that had is going to win, because I mean she bought all the ad space. For
Jessica,
real.
Just out of curiosity, how many people have, if any, left Oregon because of the pandemic?
You mean in counting, or like how many people are still alive out here in the wasteland that is the Pacific Northwest? I'm queen. I'm the queen of Oregon. In terms of votes to count yet tonight, I mean, they're keeping the polls open, I think, until 6, and then they'll start counting. So it's probably within the next 8 minutes or so they'll start tallying up.
Huh. I mean, like, let me put it another way. Has population change experienced in California and the West Coast because of cost? Or has Oregon been the recipient of that?
I will tell you that what happened for a very long time and annoyed a lot of people that lived in Oregon was the fact that, and just from my personal experience, because I'm an import, I'm originally from Southern Illinois, Southeast Missouri, and Oregon, original Oregonians, or however you want to call them, they were very annoyed at the fact that a lot of Californians were selling property there for like millions of dollars and then moving up here and buying it relatively cheaply. And what has happened with that was it made the housing market here like just ridiculous. To give you an idea, we bought our home finally. This is the first house we've owned like a year ago during the pandemic. And this house, we got it for what the owners were our landlords, and no one else has ever lived here but us. So we got a good deal. We got it for what they paid for it. I can tell you that when we bought the house, it has already tripled in value when we bought it, because so it's like a $360,000 home if you look at it on Zillow or whatever, and which floored us because it was like, what? How did this happen? And it's because the properties there was sort of a bit of a housing crisis because it costs so much to live here, and our rent was your rent is like for an apartment, especially in the Portland area. If you want to live like in the Portland metro area for, whatever reason you want to live in Portland, you're looking at probably around $2,000 at least for like a low end 1-bedroom apartment. It's crazy.
Sounds like
So what ended up happening is, all the California rich people came up here, bought all the stuff, and it caused a lot of bad feelings for Oregonians because it priced them out of areas, and they felt like, okay, you've not earned the right or what have you. For a while that was kind of the case. So even when I moved here, I couldn't find a job, because a permanent job for the first year I was here, because I was an import, and they're going to give it to the U of O graduate or what have you, because they're insular in that way. I ended up getting my first permanent job in Oregon through an imported employer of Levi Strauss and Company, who came up from California and hired a bunch of people here. And I worked for them for almost 16 years. So it's an interesting, Oregon is interesting. The bad feelings have kind of gone away because it's got its own issues with homelessness. That's the big thing that Tina Kotek was running on. A bunch of people were talking about that because it's one of those places that people will travel from the East Coast all the way out here as a homeless person, or just you eventually get out here and there's nowhere else for you to go. But also the weather is rather mild, so you can live here homeless fairly without having extreme heat. You have the rain, but there's also a lot of homeless help in this area, and like warming centers for when it gets cold and things like that. So that gives you an idea of some of the stuff going on with Oregon. They've they had a really good influx of money from legalizing marijuana. That industry, it's kind of interesting because there's like a dispensary literally everywhere around here. So they kind of glutted their own market. But it added like a huge influx of money to the economy and allowed for them to use it towards schools and things like that. So
Hey, Jessica, what's the status on inflation? And let's just, one example would be gas prices. What are the gas prices and the inflation numbers that you're seeing right now in the state of Oregon?
The thing that's really expensive here, because our gas prices, it's a little under $5 a gallon right now, which if you look overseas, it's what, $10 or $15 a gallon. So we're doing pretty well in comparison to, say, the UK. The thing that I've noticed, and it's interesting to me, is food prices, and especially fast food. And I'm going to give you an example, which is insane but true, which is Taco Bell. Taco Bell is like the low-end trash food of the world, right? Like Taco Bell's where you go when you're drunk or you're like have insomnia and you're like, F it, I'm gonna go get a burrito and make myself sicker. So you so you go to Taco Bell. Their food quantity is not huge. It's not like Chipotle where you get like a 5-pound burrito for your money. But I went to, it's my husband and I are night owls. And we like, oh, you want a Taco Bell? Because it's like 2 a.m. It's the only thing open. So I'll go to Taco Bell. He was under the mindset of Taco Bell prices from the 1990s, where it was $1 for a freaking taco or less, right? Like that used to be the price. I went and got 2 gorditas, 2 tacos, 2 drinks, and a couple of those Mexican potato things that they call them, like Mexi fries. And
Nacho fries.
No, these are the little square nugget things. I call them. Yeah, they're better than the nacho fries. But I don't know. I always call them Mexi fries, and I think that's not what they call them. I don't remember. I used to go to Taco John's and get potato olays or whatever. But anyway, take a guess at that glorious feast and how much it was.
I'm guessing that it's like $3 times or 4 times as much for a taco, at least.
I just want to hear your guesses so I can laugh.
I would say in total, I'd say that's like $40.
Yep.
$40?
It was $36 for this glorious feast that I got at Taco Bell that I could fit in one lunch bag sized paper bag.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, this is your food content, like in terms of the filling and what you put in there, is less than you used to put in there, and you're charging me this much more. It's crazy. And especially considering my husband is very plain. He doesn't like getting the lettuce or any of that. All it is that cheese and whatever that kind of sort of meat is that they put in their tacos.
Meat from the hopper. The hopper.
Yeah, the hopper meat, the gruel, the gristle gruel, the pink paste, whatever it is before it gets cooked. The slur. But like $37 for that for 2 people. I could have went to Chipotle and gotten that giant trough of a burrito bowl that they make for $11 and had 2 meals of that out of that for just one person, and gotten 2 of those for the money, and it was higher quality food. So it's really bizarre to me where you're seeing the increase in pricing, where I can, like, McDonald's isn't high end by any means, but they have an app that lets you get all these points and free food. Taco Bell doesn't. They have an app. I don't think they have these perks, but McDonald's has stayed pretty consistent in their pricing. But
alert.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders just won.
That's the alert.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders won, and Dan Mackey staying as Rhode Island governor. Chuck Schumer staying as the senator of New York. Basically, all the incumbents that were there
are winning,
and
and Mackey is Rhode Island. Just FYI, incumbent. Yeah.
I'm looking at Herschel Walker has 49.1% of the vote, and Raphael Warnock 49.1%. Is that what you guys see?
Yeah, Warnock had been ahead when I last looked, but that's going to be a head-to-head fight, I think.
We might have another runoff here. Oh man, back-to-back runoffs for Georgia. Oh dear.
Yeah, my theory. Oh, I was going to say, Jessica, talking about food down here. Food is really cheap. We go to Piccadilly, and I can get a dinner for 2 for my mom. This is not fast food in the Western sense. It is, you can get really great baked chicken or fried chicken or steak or an assortment of vegetable selections from broccoli to lima beans you get the idea. And I might the mashed potatoes are killing. You can get all that one meal for about $7.
But where are you at? You're in Georgia, right?
Fayette County, Georgia, where the
Yeah.
labor costs are much lower.
Yeah. So I think it's also location possibly as well, because of us being all the way out here. Oregon doesn't really have it has, I believe, like farms, but it doesn't have, it's more meat based. There's not as many like local growers. There's small ones, but those companies don't really use those. Like,
But Walker is ahead. Wow. Go ahead, Jessica. I was like,
oh
wow.
no worries. Yeah. Man, I honestly, I would love to know if you are, and I know there's Republicans here. I want to know right there. I'm looking at you, dude. I want to know how you can validate Herschel Walker after all that's come out about him. I'm just curious about, to me, it's a hypocrisy thing. Why would you follow this guy and vote for him after he goes against every single thing that supposedly the Republican Party stands for?
Yeah, Jessica, this is Michael, and I will give you my interpretation. I was a student athlete at the same time Herschel Walker was at Georgia. He was a running back at Georgia, obviously, won the Heisman Trophy. I was a running back at Stanford University. So we played at the same time. I was drafted by the Raiders, and he went to the USFL and then eventually ended up with the Cowboys. I was fortunate to get a Super Bowl ring.
Look at you.
Yeah, the Super Bowl ring. So, but I got lucky. I mean, I have something to Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker doesn't have a Super Bowl ring, and he was, I'm not saying was a much better running back than myself, but I got a chance. I was with a Super Bowl team. In any event, the reason I believe Herschel Walker has a chance to win this race is, number one, he's got a great work ethic, and I'm saying one of the greatest work ethics as an athlete. I'm sure he's made mistakes, and they've tried to unearth all the mistakes that he's made, and who knows? All of us, he or she that cast the first stone, we all have skeletons. And that's one of the problems we have in America is there's a lot of great people out there that say, you know what, I really don't want to get involved in politics because they're going to unearth everything about me and my background. Well, I got to take my hat off to Herschel Walker because I'm sure he knew that the arrows were going to come. And I think one of the great things about America is we're a forgiving nation. And yes, that's the past, but I've been watching Herschel. I watched the debate, and I think he handled himself very well professionally. One of the things I love about Herschel Walker, I don't think he uses teleprompts to speak. He's quite a good speaker. And I just think Georgia is obviously different than Oregon, and it's different than New York. But I think if Herschel Walker gets elected, I think he's going to do a good job. Not to say that Warnock did a bad job. I think Zennie could talk more about Warnock than I can. But I think if Herschel Walker does win, I think he's going to work hard for the people of Georgia.
I think what's happening down here, first of all, the economy, let me put it this way. The economy is bad, A. B, you have people down here who, from the outside and inside, yeah, racism is definitely governing this, but in a different way. Herschel Walker, I'll put it this way. I'm just going to say something very blunt. If you're a black person here that doesn't fear having interracial relationships, and I don't mean like male, female, I just mean in terms of friendships and everything, and you get out, you talk to people, and you can make a headway, especially if you're in your business here. And that statement I just made really describes how and why Atlanta grew the way it has for the past 40 years. It goes back to Maynard Jackson and Billy Young and a lot of famous Atlantans, black and white, who brought the Olympics here, and that really put Atlanta on the economic map. And so there's been a tradition of business here, okay? And Herschel Walker went to Georgia. Now, for a person like me who went to undergraduate Texas, but I'm not from Texas, okay? So I was happy to go back to Cal, get my master's degree, and be back home. The difference, however, is in Berkeley and in California, if you're wearing a Cal shirt, it's because you graduated from Cal. All right, straight up. It is very rare that you see a person who wears a Cal shirt who has no affiliation to Cal other than living near Cal. Okay, it's unusual. But here, it's very usual, very common for someone to wear a Georgia sweatshirt or Georgia garb, and they never went to college. All right. So for them, Herschel Walker is among the giants of culture here because so much of this culture is directed, frankly speaking, by football. And this is the capital of football. This is a capital. It really is. You think about the SEC, you think about all the great contests that have been played here, and what with the new Mercedes-Benz Stadium that the Falcons own. This is the capital of football. And as ridiculous as it might sound, football drives a lot of relationships here in a lot of different ways, even to ancillary sports, which get their monies from the success of football primarily, okay? And within that, there was Herschel. Now, the mistake that was made, okay? And I think I told Michael this, we were talking on the phone earlier. I think it's a giant mistake. And I think it's the reason why this is happening, that Herschel's ahead. Right after the debate, Herschel really sucked. I'm sorry. He did better than I thought he would do, but frankly speaking, in a number of different ways, he just tanked. And what happened was right after the debate, you can take a look at the polls. They went like that. And so everybody thought, okay, that's it. He's done. Da 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 da. But then the Democratic political action committees and people out here from Warnock made a colossal mistake of assuming that they could kick Walker because he was down in a state that regards him as a cultural hero. All right. And I say cultural hero in big letters, huge letters. Okay.
And Zennie,
I'll get that second. I'll get that second. Hold that thought, Vinny. Hold that thought. In huge letters. Okay. So what happened was and my mother was even talking about it. My mother's a staunch Democrat, but they were beating the you-know-what out of Walker on television. And after you hear that again and again and again, you get tired of it, okay? And then as a black guy, I'm thinking, wait a minute. Are they piling on to him because they think, well, we have a black candidate, and therefore it's okay for us to aim crap at this other black candidate and make him look worse because he's, it's a black on black thing? I believe there are some people who actually thought that, and they activated. So as a result, I mean, look, they showed so many commercials here about Walker's wives and then his son, and literally second by second, it seemed. I mean, to a point where one day my mom and I were sitting here and we saw another commercial on. We thought it was this woman crying. And for a second, my mom thought it was another commercial about Herschel Walker, but it was actually about Warnock's wife crying. And the thing about it is that they only showed half that, because I actually have the police camera from that, the camera video. And Warnock explained his side of the story. It was a big misunderstanding. I think Raphael Warnock was married to somebody who didn't want him to be successful. And he probably acted like he was too big for his britches and she wanted to take him down a peg. Okay. And there's a lot of that, okay. And I think that's what came into the relationship, and it spilled out to the public. But fortunately, Raphael survived it. But what was left out, what is the giant void in all of this, is a lot of good that legislatively Warnock has done in the Senate in his short time, okay? During the pandemic, getting money to people who needed it and everything else. But he didn't tell his story. And his own people quite literally stabbed him in the back unknowingly and unintentionally by putting out this stuff about Walker. So it's like what we were talking about, Michael. We were talking about that there's no good news. There's just news, And I used to have this, there's a PR firm called Dewey, Cheatham and Howe.
I remember their subsidiary, Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But hey, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is raking in billions. And why? Because they get what makes people tick. And they understand that, hey, look, you're talking about my guy. keep talking about my guy. And there's a little magic mark you reach. The Warnock people didn't know when to shut it off. All right, it was out freaking outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer in letting people hang themselves on their own petard, or stab themselves on their own petard. You don't have to like bang it in, which is like the Alex Scarlato's thing, what I have to deal with out here, which is like, Jesus, we've seen it now. We've heard him talk about the death in the bedroom. Okay, we don't need it anymore. But now that I've got a trapped Republican mic, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm curious now what you think is going to happen, because we already know that Trump is jumping on DeSantis and calling him desanctimonious, and now desanctimonious Mr. DeSantis has won in Florida. What do you think is going to happen here? Because he's the golden boy to a lot of the GOP now that's going to be the one to take on Trump. But will he, or will he stay on as his role he's just won again? Because that was the whole thing Chris was asking him about, and everybody was asking him about, is, are you going to only do a 2-year term? And he wouldn't answer. So now what do you think is going to happen there? I'm curious on your thoughts.
Well, I did hear the president, former president, say that there's a big announcement. I think a week from today, he's going to make a big announcement at Mar-a-Lago, and it sounds like every indication that he's going to throw his hat in the ring. He's going to run. But here's the good news. I believe there's going to be some other Republicans out there. We've got Governor Youngkin, who's a governor from Virginia. I mentioned earlier before you got on, Jessica, some amazing women out there, and I'm going to just mention Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake, from my perspective, she's the best at handling the media since John F. Kennedy. Carrie Lake, yeah, she's amazing. I don't know if I think she'll be elected tonight in Arizona, and she's I think the best politician Arizona has had since Barry Goldwater. So you're going to see Carrie Lake. You're going to see Tiffany Smiley up in the state of Washington. Sounds like she's making a run at that position. Sarah Huckabee, we talked about Sanders. Christine Drazen from your great state of Oregon.
Yep.
Tulsi Gabbard and Nikki Haley. And the reason I mention all those women, I believe there's going to be some women that get involved in the 2024 campaign. And I think it's going to, whether Trump takes that woman as a running mate, or there's going to be a woman that opposes him. There's going to be some great debates. And I would, if I were recommending to the former president, I would try to stick to the facts and not try to, because what he's done in the past, he really can take it to you. And, he might say that might be the same formula he's going to use. But I think Americans, and we were talking about this earlier, Vinny, Americans are really getting tired of the mudslinging. Americans want to know, what are you doing for me? So, Jessica, I think 2024 is wide open. And there's a woman that I just heard talk, and she's the head of the Screen Actors Guild, Fran Drescher.
Yeah.
Fran Drescher.
Yeah,
the nanny? that Fran Drescher? The nanny Fran Drescher?
The nanny,
yeah. And I think if Fran Drescher, again, here's a woman who's never run for political office. She's now, the head of one of the largest unions, the Screen Actors Guild. I heard an interview with her. They were saying, this woman was asking her, would you run for office? And she said, I just want this country to come together. I want to unify the country. That's the theme that President Trump and President Biden, if they're going to have any chance in 2024, that's the theme that Americans want. How are you going to unite the country?
Yeah,
amen. And also, you would definitely know if it was Fran Drescher you heard talking. That is, yes, you would. There's no mistaking Fran Drescher.
Oh yeah, no, she's, as I said, I didn't watch The Nanny in the 90s, but I didn't watch The Nanny in the 90s. But you know what? She was so good. I'm going to try to watch some of those reruns.
She's amazing.
I remember watching a lot of the reruns of The Nanny on Nick at Night when I was in my late elementary school, middle school, high school. she was great in that, and she was hilarious.
Do you want to know something funny? And this is my rando factoid. The guy who played the butler in The Nanny is not British. He's from the Midwest, and he is actually Moriarty in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Whoa!
Oh wow!
And he's coming back in Picard's last season as Moriarty, and he looks amazing. So, but guys, I have to jump.
Hey, Jessica, before you jump, the point I think I'm making about women is I truly believe that women in America are going to make a difference in that election. And I have to ask you before you jump, Jessica, you sound like you have great energy. Are you going to throw your name in the hat? Are you going to get involved?
God. Oh my God. I have helped do phone calling and things like that, but for me to do the local office thing, I just don't. Honestly, I would love to, but I don't have time.
It'd be great, Jessica.
I actually do stuff for Zennie. I haven't done some in a long time, but I do stuff for Zennie. I have other things that I wish I had the time to do it. I barely have time to live.
Well, Jessica, I'm 62 years old, or I should say 62 years young, and I've been on the sidelines for 40 years. I studied public policy in college.
You're a complete liar. You are not 62 years old.
I'm 62 years young. I graduated. But Jessica, you have a great career ahead of you, and hopefully someday, you'll get off the sidelines like I am. I've been on the sidelines for 40 years, and now I'm getting involved, and it's great to be involved. And Jessica, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Mike. You're amazing, and I love it. And it's the truth is, I'm a Democrat. You're a Republican, but I like you, and so that gives us hope for everybody. Honestly,
well, Mike's a likable guy. Ask him to tell you about Lyle Alzado.
Actually, they're saying that, Jessica. I want to let you know this. Most of my family is Republicans. Most of my closest friends are Republicans. Well, not only that, my Aunt Lorraine, back in the 80s, back in the 1980s, she always said that the person that she'd always want to be president was Donald Trump. And she always believed that if Trump were to ever run for president, he would win. Sure enough, 2015, he goes down the escalator, and she said he's going to win it. And everyone says, nah, I don't know about that. And she said, oh, no, he's going to win it. And guess what? It's close. And he won it, and she was crying her eyes out. I said, you can say to him, Mr. President. And when he lost in 2020 and she was heartbroken, I said, listen, he may have lost, but you were one of millions who made his dream of becoming president a reality. Even though he's no longer president anymore, you were the reason why he was able to become it, and he'll never forget that, and he'll always appreciate that.
Yes.
And she was very happy that I said that to him. She said, thank you so much, Vincent. That truly meant a lot, because at that time she was also dealing with the divorce between her and my uncle. That was also she was dealing with a lot, and I just was there just to comfort her.
Yeah, my mom has all kinds of Trump stuff. She's got like dolls and everything. She's got her own little Trump shrine, and I'm like, you do you, Mom.
I'll say this. I've never been a Trump fan when it came to political, but I'll say this. I don't think I've seen a Republican. He knows how to
play it, man.
I don't think I've ever seen a Republican outside of since Reagan that has really captured the hearts of so many people. I've never seen a one-term president, since the only one-term president that I would say had this much of an impact on the American public. Honestly, James K. Polk, for what he did for growing the nation. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
He dug deep for that.
Listen, I'm not joking. Listen, I've never seen a president with one term have this much an impact on a body of people. So that's
I have.
Well, I will say John F. Kennedy only had one term.
JFK.
Oh yeah, JFK. Yeah, I almost forgot.
JFK, I would say.
Barack Obama.
Well, he had two terms though.
Barack Obama was that impact will never be felt. I still am Obamacare, and it has given me the best care, the affordable price I could never have gotten. Barack Obama's impact, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a photograph I'll never forget that was on the cover of Black Enterprise. Actually, it was on the cover of an article, and it was all of the African American staffers, not all of them, but a good set of them. Two of them I knew personally, all lined up, but they weren't styling and profiling for the camera or anything. They're working on their cell phones, iPads. They were at work. And what it symbolized was our access to power. In other words, sometimes, I mean, basically from our perspective as Black folks, you're always accustomed to seeing somebody white, and you know somebody white that might have connections to somebody else in Congress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the presidency. And when someone has a connection to someone in the presidency, you suddenly find out about all these connections that are 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9 steps deep. Well, for example, in 2007, there was this guy who wasn't known much at all. He was just getting to be known. He wrote a book called The Green Collar Economy. Well, that guy's name is Van Jones. He wound up working for Barack Obama. So I knew Van before he got the job with Barack. And then he used that job, even though it became controversial because he made some stupid mistakes, I thought. That's another story. But, he became a star, and now Jeff Bezos is giving him $100 million, okay? So Barack Obama's ascendance changed the power trajectory for African Americans in a way that's not clearly understood. It's a matter of us feeling, and Michelle Obama said something that wasn't understood when she said she was proud of America. She didn't mean she didn't like America, but what she was talking about was there was finally this conduit that was activated that had never been there before, all right? That where now you as a Black American had a connection to figure out how to get within the corridors of power of business because the president was Black and you somebody who knew him. And that matters. It's how many times we say it, like relationships. Like I met Michael Daughter through John Pertapapis. Remember that, Mike? Yeah. And Michael had the fantastic Freedom Call. And then we went over to his house to watch the tuck roll game.
One of the most famous
John
Gruden's last game for the Raiders until his second term.
Yeah. It's some relationships. And on that front, relationships are the biggest thing for us. And so I can't think of any single politician that had a bigger impact on America than Obama for that reason. Because Barack, I mean, think about it. Barack and Donald Trump have one thing in common. They attracted a broad cross-section of people. Michael voted for them. I did. Everybody here, right? And everybody else, all right? Mm-hmm. Because they were people, both of them, they talk to the country, all right? They may talk, all right, now, to me, Trump does it from a Machiavellian point of view that I don't trust. And he's already created some bad juju for himself. Barack did it in a way that was just simply saying, how do I put it? It's like all the people that I went to high school with or junior high, and they all elected, this is in the 70s, all right? The king and queen, either the king or the homecoming queen were Black. That was in the 70s. No one in high school had that problem thinking racially back then when I went to high school, okay? At Skyline. We had all kinds of great people that came out. If you watch FX Network, John Landgraf was the chairman for the last 20 years. Now he's working for Disney, all right? He literally created FX. He and I are high school graduates, class of 80 of Skyline. This is America, okay? This is the real America. The real America is we're a tapestry of people who have done different things in life and know all different types of people and are able to get things done, able to feel like they have a connection. And whereas there are some people, like I started the first Star Trek club at Bret Hart, and then we carried the Skyline. I remember we tried to bring a friend of mine who was, African American, more from a more traditional background, if you will. And I remember we were walking, because we always would walk home together. And Mark Dupart said something that to this day struck me. He said, does Russia exist? And I remember saying, what are you talking about? And he said, well, I've never been there. How do I know? But that's the mindset some people have if they don't have the right connections, all right, to get them to understand that there's another world out there beyond their own station.
course.
And that's why Barack's ascendance was so powerful to so many people, and it's everlasting. But again, Barack. But the key corner part of it was that Barack was everybody's friend. Everybody knew him. It was friends of Barack. It was crazy. All right.
You forget the
yeah.
big thing about Barack Obama, that he was a massive geek as well.
Yeah.
And he read comic books and was a big old nerd. Yes, right there, baby.
Yeah.
My husband opened the Star Trek fan club here in Springfield, Oregon, as well. By the way.
The birthplace of it's where The Simpsons was inspired.
It totally is where The Simpsons was inspired.
That's technically, if you're really talking about, people say where is Springfield and The Simpsons.
It's
in Oregon.
In fact, yeah. The Weyerhaeuser paper factory is actually the nuclear power plant, and that's where the smell comes from. And with that bit of trivia, and it does stink. With that bit of trivia, I must away into the dark and feed my family. But thank you guys. This has been amazing. Mike, I still don't believe you're 62. You look like you're 30. Vinny, that makes you a toddler.
Listen, I have more facial hair here than anyone else.
You can't see me. You don't know.
Oh, Jessica, I have to ask you. What do you think of the reception of Halloween Ends?
I love the movie. I love the movie. I wrote a review for it on Fangirl, and
Zennie62, we're waiting for you, honey.
I was on that Fangirl magazine. Hey, come on. But I can totally do. I will totally do a review video and discussion about it because it deserves it. But I absolutely loved it.
Wait for me.
I absolutely loved it.
I've done one movie review so far I saw The Iron Giant several weeks ago. Classic, just because they had the character. Yes, Vin Diesel's highest rated movie, and the reason why I watched it was because the game Multiverses came out and they had the Iron Giant.
I know. Yes. Oh man, that movie makes me cry every time.
Yes, it's.
Hey, Jessica, before you go, could you tell our audience where they can find you? You mentioned Fangirl.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so I have fangirlmag.com is my webzine. I do other stuff online as well. You can totally find me all over the place online. I do stuff as, of course, for Zennie62 Media. I have work on Joe Blow that I do. I write for Horror Hound Magazine, and literally we have 2 Zennies now, which is really weird.
Zennie, you cloned yourself.
He totally did. Oh my god.
We're getting an echo. We're getting an echo, Zennie.
Let me kill it.
There you go. Hey, Jessica, I would love to have you on my show. It's called On the Dot. I'd love to have you on sometime.
Sure.
On the dot. I'd be honored.
You got it. I totally will, man. But yeah, Fangirl Magazine, not Fangirl, Horror Hound Magazine, speaking of Halloween Ends, the next issue that's hitting stands right now across the country, I talked to John Carpenter and David Gordon Green and Andy Manichuk about Halloween Ends. And John Carpenter, you could tell he was completely stoned and having a great time, and as he should be. And we talked about video games and synthesizer music and movies, and he is amazing. So that made my life.
Hey, Jessica, I want you to see this new experiment. It's the first time I've ever done this. It's going to seem like there's 2 of me, but I'm taking the other me in here because Mom's got dinner, so I was going to take us into dinner on my end and leave this guy. I've done this before, right? But it's really nifty that I can actually do this. Okay, so I'm like, oh, wait a minute! I just realized something, Jess. Somebody else is in the backstage now here. Who is this?
Is that your clone again?
Did you clone me? God help the world.
You. That's actually me down there. Okay, I saw. I thought it was somebody else.
Watching too much sci-fi movies.
I know. He's like Orphan Black.
Yes, I'm not watching enough of them. Hold on a second. I'm not watching enough of them. That's the thing. So,
yeah, Jess, considering you're in Oregon, I've always wanted to ask an Oregonian this question: what do you think of the Greater Idaho movement?
Oh my god. Oh, I will tell you something really quickly before I hop off of here. If you have not seen Weird, the Al Yankovic story, You need to watch it because Mike is of an age that he knows who guys like Wolfman Jack is. Wolfman Jack shows up in the Al Yankovic story. Dr. Demento is in the Al Yankovic story.
Yeah, Wolfman.
It's just it is so good. And I had to pause it because I was laughing so hard I hurt myself. So
how is Radcliffe's acting?
Amazing. He's so good.
He's such a great actor.
He's so good. He's so underappreciated. He's more than Harry Potter. But this was just, he is hilarious. He is so funny. So yeah, I know we're supposed to be talking about politics, but Weird Al Yankovic, this completely fake biopic that is the true story of Weird Al is amazing, and there are so many cameos in it. Conan O'Brien.
It's a file. What do you
yes,
mean? But you said real story. So which one is it?
You have to gauge that for yourself, sir.
Hey, listen.
If you believe.
Just like the Polar Express, I guess.
It's true. No, it's got so many good cameos in it. Like there are a ton of people that show up. Conan O'Brien shows up in it. You won't recognize him, but he's there. Weird Al himself plays a different person that's in his life that isn't Weird Al. It's just so good. So definitely check that out. It's on Roku, and it's the only place you can get it. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to do a DVD or Blu-ray release of it, but freaking amazing movie. Can't say enough.
I know that Roku got all the stuff from Quibi when it went on.
Quibi.
Remember that the thing that Jeffrey Katzenberg spent a lot of money in and just went.
The sad thing about Quibi was I think Sam Raimi did an entire TV series for it that no one ever saw.
Yeah, but look on the bright side. At least it lasted longer than CNN Plus.
What are you talking? What's CNN?
Oh, you don't remember CNN?
I'm being facetious. No, I totally remember that failed experiment. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's like I guess you could argue the best thing during Zaslav's administration during Warner Brothers.
Yeah. With that, okay, I really do have to go because I have to go get dinner. All right, guys, thank you so much again, Mike. I will hook up. Let's hook up.
Thank you. We'll hook up, Jessica.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a great night.
And Vinny, you need to go watch Halloween Ends so we can do a dual review video.
Yeah, I got to see the other two movies.
What the heck? What's wrong?
I don't watch a lot of horror, but it's Halloween. It's
on Peacock. Get the free pass for a week and just marathon all three of them.
I will. I saw the Barney documentary. I saw the Barney documentary on there, though. I got to see the other.
Oh, I got to see the Barney documentary.
It's good. It's really, really good. They interviewed the San Diego Chicken in it. They interview this guy that's this massive Barney fan. He has so many Barney.
Oh, that's terrifying. Oh my god!
And I guess the guy that portrayed Barney in the suit is apparently like a tantric sex.
I've heard that. I love you. You.
It gives a whole nother meaning to love and appreciation.
Yeah.
Yikes. I'll never look at Barney the same way again.
I kind of don't want to see it now. You reminded me of that.
I would say see it regardless because it's something, I guess.
It definitely sounds like something. All right, guys, I'm jumping. See you. Good luck tonight, everybody. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Hey, Zenny, your clone isn't speaking. I can't hear you, Zenny. You're on mute.
Okay, how's that? Now can you hear me?
You were on mute before.
Okay, cool. Is there any feedback?
Yeah, we can hear you pretty fine.
But there's no feedback.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's no feedback on the other channel. We can only hear it on the second one.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, because you see that back wall over there?
Yes.
That's to our kitchen. That's where I moved to.
Ah.
Yeah. So now yeah. So we're watching the returns, and we would have liked the Democrats to have done better, but circumstances are pointing in the other direction for the most part. But I do think it has to do with something that Michael was talking about, and that's messaging, right, Michael?
Yeah, I think I think Jessica also talked about the negativity, the
Yeah.
messaging, and you addressed that actually, with Herschel Walker and the Warnock race, down where you are in Georgia. So I just think most Americans are in the middle. I mean they're not far right and not far left, and that's what Barack Obama did. I mean Bill Clinton did it. Well, you can go through the election. John F. Kennedy did it. Uh, Bill Clinton did it. Barack Obama did it. And, you mentioned even Donald Trump did it. Donald Trump did a lot of people. And so you really have to, I think, be positive and talk about issues. I think we're getting to a point because of social media, and there's so many different media venues. Like we're a media venue, which you've created, Zennie62 is a media venue where, perhaps people are going to watch this because this is recorded forever, and people might go back and listen to this.
Connected like this. You're at Zellen headquarters in New York. Vinny is in West Islip. I'm in Fayette County here, with my mom, and we had Jessica was on, who was from Jordan, and they would have Eric and Richard from Oakland later. I mean, this is the CNN of the 21st century, huh?
Absolutely, and so there's just so many ways that you can, gather information so that you can be an informed citizen. So before you go to the polls and when you vote, so and it's just common sense. People want people that are positive, that are optimistic. They want to have hope. That's what it's all about. So as we conclude this election today, as we get more and more returns coming in, hopefully those that are running and plan to run in 2024, hopefully they're going to get a message from the electorate that we want people that care about what affects us. What is the most important thing for me as a resident of whatever congressional district, and you've got to speak to that, and versus continuing to bash the other party. And again, Jessica mentioned this, just inundated with negative, and I saw that knocking on thousands of doors here in New York. You could just feel that people were inundated with negativity, and in order for us to be a great nation, we have to stop that and have civil discourse like we are this evening. We're talking. We're not screaming at each other. We're not interrupting one another. And want to thank you, Zennie, for giving us this wonderful forum on Zennie62 to talk about this historic election this evening.
We're far from done, but you're welcome, Michael. I want to say, though, that what we're doing here right now it reminds me of when I was on the CNN iReport, and I want to try to get CNN to acquire us because they don't have a place online to have this kind of exchange or interaction, right? And the irony is that when CNN bought the original iReport, I was one of the users on it. And then they started inviting me to Atlanta, and they put me on television a couple of times. Mom was there. But I'm thinking now, hey, this company, CNN should acquire this. This was designed to be the CNN of the 21st century. What a better tagline to present to CNN. Huh?
Hey,
What do you think?
I think that'd be good. I mean, let's see what happens. Also, I should mention, history has been made in the state of Maryland, Zennie. History has been made. Wes Moore, welcome. You are the first ever African American governor of Maryland.
Yeah, he kind of looks like me. He's bald. No response. Well, I thought it was.
The faces look a bit different.
Well, it is a little bit. I look better. It was like, just kidding.
Oh, but, I think you look better.
Oh, thank you. We have 40 Democrats in the House, 40 Republicans. Needed to control is 51. 70 Democrats, 122 Republicans.
Not looking good.
No, it's not looking good. I'm sorry. The Senate needed to control is 51. We have 40-40 in the Senate. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah, because right now I'm seeing 122 Republicans are now occupying the House with only 70 Democrats. I understand it's still a bit before we get to the West Coast, but right now they're wiping the floor with them.
Yeah, Fetterman 5.4 now, Oz 42.1.
It's getting closer and closer.
More clean. I have to say though, more clean Cox's clock, 62.5%, 30.4% with 31 in. Forget it. Man.
Listen, unless you're going to get someone who's a much more moderate, more like, on the fence Republican like a Larry Hogan, a Republican is not going to win in Maryland. But I will say this. Some of my favorite governors actually in the entire nation have been Charlie Baker for Massachusetts and Larry Hogan from Maryland, mostly because the main reason as to why is because even though they're Republicans, I was very happy the fact that they were very, very more moderate, and they were able to understand the requests of a lot of their bases while at the same time also being very, very high. I think they had like 85% approval, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and what do you think, Michael?
Well, I remember we had a governor here in New York who's a Republican who I think, garnered support from both sides of the aisle, and that was Nelson Rockefeller.
Oh, Rockefeller was very beloved. I remember that. He was also, before joining me.
Yeah, right.
As Republican Congressman Charles Goodell. Now you know his dad, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Charles Goodell is the only Republican to have ever in Congress voted against the and his son learned bipartisan. Yeah, I know that Roger told me when I first met him. How's Zelen doing, Michael?
Zeldin right now, I'm just looking at the votes that have come in. Let me just give you the numbers. Right now, they've only reported 21% of the votes in. Right now, Hochul is leading, 60% to 30-some% of Zeldin. But again, that's only with 21% of the votes are being accounted for. So it's still early.
Has there been a scenario where he pulled ahead of her?
Pardon me?
Has there been a polling scenario where he was ahead of her?
No, not at this point. I'll give you the exact numbers. This is coming from Reuters.
Okay.
Governor, let me just look here. New York. I just had it. State results. There we go here. It's yeah. Again, it's only about 1 million votes have come in yet from New York, and it's about 21% of those reporting. So it's still early.
I tried to pull a gorilla. Let me try some. His email got back oddly enough. Let me see if I can get him in here.
Here we go. Here's the report. It gets 22% of expected votes counted. Hochul has 67.5%. And right now, Lee Zeldin's at 32.5%. Again, it's only 22% of votes have been counted.
Huh.
I think there's a lot of places right now. I'm looking at the map. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
You see-
Let me see if I can make that.
all the gray, that entire gray area. If you see that gray, that gray area, none of them, they haven't reported yet. It's the blue is obviously
Hochul leading.
for Hochul, and the red is
Zeldin. I can tell you this: Suffolk County, at the very least, is going to go red. There's a outside chance for Nassau, though. I have no confidence that Long Island. And when I say Long Island, I don't mean the entire island. I specifically mean Nassau and Suffolk County, because we always view, as Long Islanders, the rest of like Queens and Brooklyn as just New York City. Nassau and Suffolk is what we usually think of when we think of Nassau, when they think of Long Island. It's the battle between.
Wouldn't you think, Vinny, that because Lee Zeldin resides there in Long Island, that he should be able to do well there?
What's that one time?
I was saying, since Lee Zeldin resides in Long Island, that's where his home is.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he? It's just like I think of Al Gore when he ran for president. He didn't win his own state of Tennessee.
No, he didn't.
Remember that?
Yeah,
I remember that.
Well, I will say it's a different story here, because with Zeldin, there is nothing but Zeldin signs all across Suffolk County. So I have no question he's going to win that county. And again, outside chance he'll win Nassau, because Nassau's gone further and further red as they've gotten older. What's really going to decide is how the cities like Albany, Buffalo, and New York City. Yeah,
there's
they
haven't reported yet, have they?
No, because Nassau is. It's hard for me to really tell, because so right now Staten Island is Zeldin, Manhattan's Hochul, Brooklyn's Hochul, and it looks like that's Queens, but sometimes they raise a little too far up. Right afterwards would be Nassau, a little bit afterwards, and then afterwards Suffolk's the rest of the island.
Okay.
What's going on behind?
Hey, we should take a look at Georgia. Let's see what's going on in Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Georgia. Here's the numbers for Georgia. Can you guys see it?
A little closer. Okay.
Oh, gee, I think that's gonna go to a runoff, because I follow. I don't know if you guys. Let's talk elections. He's this guy named Ethan. He's a student at Harvard. He's been doing this since he was a freshman in high school. He is very, very, very good when it comes to tabulating election results. And he predicted that Georgia will come down to a runoff election in January. And he's been pretty on point with most of his predictions. And I think that's going to be the case here, too.
I think it's December, Vinny. Runoff in December. They're not going to wait. They're not going to wait till January.
They did in 2020 when you had Ossoff and Warnock.
Well, I think that was the pandemic. I think they're going to try to get it done earlier, before the end of the year. I think that's what I've heard.
Senator Warnock has been running warning commercials saying he's got to come out. He comes out with a cake and it's Thanksgiving, and he's at a table, and he basically says, "Let's give thanks, for being together. If we want to be together, we can have a Warnock. We want to sit down at the table at Thanksgiving. Let's get this done so we can enjoy our Thanksgiving." But I think you're absolutely right. It's a perfect storm of events. But if it gets a runoff, I hope that Warnock and the political action committees that are involved in promoting him just communicate his message rather than all the bad stuff, because it hasn't served them well. The strategy just didn't work.
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about earlier. People want to hear positive things about what you're going to do for them. I think they've gotten inundated with negativity. By the way, this U.S. Senate, the Georgia race, we still got 25% needs to report. So it's still, it's very, very close. But that 25%, if it goes one way or the other, if it goes Warnock or Walker, there might not be a runoff, but we'll see.
Oh, by the way, they're looking at Nevada right now. They've got a huge line.
Devotion, Black Adam, Steve. Okay, those are two movies I want to see. Looks like it's right by a movie theater. It's like in a mall they're at right now. It's a long line. That's why you vote early, folks.
First was having more people. The poll can be open for another hour and 15 minutes now. There's 17 counties. Where the 17 you've been told all process votes. None of them report the results
wow.
For a long like you're walking that line.
That's a oh, they're 3 hours behind you.
We're all the results, as you know, and heard from
There's some news out of Arizona. According to Arizona, Maricopa County, that's their main county of Arizona, 99% of the ballots will be counted by Friday.
That's what they're saying here.
85% of people vote early. And they vote
further than that.
Early polls was pushed down or failed as well. So that's stress. We asked I think here in several different ways for making this happen. And the answer was no. This should be as okay.
Right, sir. Is that Mr. James for the board supervisor for next year, sir?
That is, we have some time.
We're getting some bad feedback, guys. We're getting some bad feedback there.
Is that better? Yeah, okay.
My dog has been he was kind of perked up with it.
Oh, really?
Say hi to everyone, Cody.
Sorry to upset.
Cody, say hi. Come on,
Sorry.
Cody, say hi.
His dog got a feedback. Yeah, Georgia, 5% vote in, and basically 1% at 49.1, and more at 40. So it looks like they're heading runoff. It does.
And we got a report. We got Pennsylvania. Fetterman's got 54% of the vote, and Mehmet Oz 43.1%. Only 36% reporting yet, so there's still a long way to go in Pennsylvania. But right now, Fetterman. Yeah.
Walker's also leading Warnock by 0.1% of the votes.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's a runoff. That's going to be got to run a better race. Warnock. One thing Warnock did that I heard about is
By the way, Zennie, you're breaking up pretty bad. I don't know why. There's something with your audio, Zennie.
Really? Might be that I have two of these going at once. Let me try. How's that now?
Sounds a bit better.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, yeah. What happened was I had two mics going at once, and so I muted one. That was what was going on. Sorry about that. But Kemp is ahead of Abras 53% to 49. Let's hear these guys. So
the great state of Georgia. Why don't we pull this up to give you a sense? Where are the counties where Herschel Walker is underperforming Governor Kemp? Pretty much that would be almost everywhere. So what has happened? Number one, Governor Kemp. Let me turn this off and back to the Governor Kemp is overperforming Herschel Walker, where Democrats live, and we're going so wrong. You might say he's getting blown out here. Yes, he is. He's getting blown out here. But margins matter in close races. Look at Brian Kemp with 28% of the vote in Fulton County, the most populous county in the state. County Joe Biden won by 46 points, more than 46 points. Brian Kemp's getting 28%. Herschel Walker's getting 23%, 23%. So that's where, in terms of where the people live in the Democratic area, in a large area, that's one thing. But it's also happening out here. I'm just going to pick a random rural county in Georgia. This is Wilcox County. It's tiny. It's less than 1% of the vote. Look at Herschel Walker getting 74% of the vote there, and Raphael Warnock getting 25%. If you round that up, then you come over here to the governor's race. Brian Kemp getting a point or two higher, and Stacey Abrams lower. So Raphael Warnock is getting both.
Hey, Mike.
It matters. The margin matters. It sure does. Doc, thanks so much. Voting is about to end in 3 more states, including Nevada. Another key battleground that could tip the scale in the fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. We have a key race for you now. It is too early to call the U.S. Senate race in Nevada between Senator Cortez Masto and Mr. Laxalt, Adam Laxalt. It is too early to call. We do not have any information for you there to project. In terms of Utah, between incumbent Republican Senator Mike Lee and Republican Senators, 20 seats out of state. That is what we are going to see the rest of the night, focusing on Republicans to pick up one seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Right now, on the side 40-40, Boris has projected the governors. A trio of projections to bring you in all of them Republican incumbents hanging on, including
Derek.
Of South Dakota, where Democrats have not elected a governor since the 1970s.
Oh, it's Derek.
There, Christy Nome earns another 4 years.
Hey, Michael.
She is someone that potentially
Michael. Derek Sue is in Oakland. He just fired up his live stream, but he has the Utah. So now we have Oakland in. Wow.
Oklahoma. An update now from the state of Vermont. In a state that Joe Biden won by a considerable margin, Republican Governor Phil Scott earns another 4 years. He is the only Republican holding on to statewide office in that state as he defeats
this is cool.
leader Brenda Siegel. A number of key race
He is at he's at Scott's Seafood, De La Fuente campaign headquarters. Early.
Let's get a look at Michigan right now. Gretchen Whitmer, roughly the same place, maybe a slimmer advantage than the last time we checked in on her.
Text him.
36,000 votes ahead for the Democratic incumbent, with 16% of the vote in. An update now, again from Georgia. Brian Kemp there, 247,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams. Notable in this recount, last time around, Kemp only about 50,000 votes. This is a much bigger lead, and as you saw, he added another 1,000 votes to that advantage. 77% of the vote in Georgia. We finished with Wisconsin. The key race alert there, 85,000 votes separating these two candidates.
I'll tell you right now, if Herschel Walker gets into a runoff with Warnock, if I were Herschel, I would call Kerry Lake, who may be the next governor of Arizona, and say, Kerry, I know you're going to declare a state of emergency on your border, but could you come out for a day and campaign, help me here in Georgia? Because Kerry Lake is the new superstar on the block. She's amazing.
Wow. Hey, Mandela Barnes is actually ahead of the incumbent by 51.8 and 48 for the incumbent Johnson for the Senate. That would be a huge win if that maintains.
That would be massive if Mandela Barnes pulls up that upset.
Where is that?
Yeah.
Could you give us a report? Where is that located?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
What
Hey,
is she running? What is she running for? Senate?
Yeah. Hey, Michael, the border issue out here is basically a no issue in Georgia. It's not something that's on anybody's radar screen. The people, because of where we're located geographically.
So you don't see any migration of people coming into Florida for going to Georgia? So they do end up in New York. New York City got a lot of.
That's not on the radar of Georgia voters.
Immigration's not an issue for them. Yep.
Nope. It's geographic because where we are is the Florida-Georgia line.
Yeah, but at the Kerry Lake's you will see she's a superstar. I've never seen, as I said, I've never seen any person handle the media like her since John F. Kennedy. That's what.
I got you. I'm just saying, different subject. Immigration.
She could talk about all the issues. It doesn't have to be just immigration.
No, the immigration is not an issue here. The issue here really is, well, they tend to be. There's a lot of argument about how COVID was handled. Okay, but the reason why I don't think the Senate issue race here is accurate is because Warnock did a lousy job of telling his story. He brought a lot of money to the state. He got an auto plant here through Senate assistance. So why that is not coming out in his message, I think, is the real missing piece, because there are a lot of people out here. I'll tell you, in Fayetteville, I have never seen homeless people in Fayetteville until this year. Okay? This year. So, and then you have an influx of Californians here as well because of the movie industry. All right? So Warnock had this literally handed to him.
Looks like Zennie is frozen in time.
Zennie's frozen, Mike. I actually want to ask you about your own career, Mike. How long did you play professionally for?
Well, Vinny, I often say that the NFL stands for not for long. So I was blessed to have been drafted by the Los Angeles Raiders in 1983. And my teammate, John Elway, he was the first pick of the draft. And I was in the 8th round. I was picked in the 8th round. They don't have 8 rounds today. Back then, they had 12 rounds in the draft. And I was very fortunate. My rookie year, we won the Super Bowl. So that was my 1 year with the Raiders. I tore my knee. And so played 1 year. I have 1 year with the Raiders, and then in a year I went to training camp. Oh, we got a lot of ambient noise there. All right, there we go. Anyway, so I was a professional football player for 3 years, and again, very fortunate. I was to play with the Raiders, be on the team, be on a Super Bowl team. We had Jim Plunkett as our quarterback. We had Marcus Allen as our great running back. We had Cliff Branch. We had Mike Haynes and Lester Hayes and Matt Millen and Howie Long and Lyle Alzado and Greg Townsend and Mike Davis and Frank Hawkins and Greg Pruitt. Ray Guy was our punter.
Rest in peace.
Ray Guy, yep. So anyway, it was a great, and Tom Flores was our coach. And we had some great coaches, and Mr. Davis, Mr. Al Davis, was just the best. So I was lucky. Dan Marino wasn't lucky. Jim Kelly wasn't lucky. Tim Brown wasn't lucky. I mean, these are players. There's a lot of great players that do not have the ring, and that's why Darnold, the defensive lineman. I love when the Rams won the Super Bowl this past year. And Darnold, first thing he did was he went like this with his because it really is being part of a championship team. And, to kind of segue that over to politics, we're all in this together. I mean, we can debate different policy and ideas, and that's what we should talk about. We should focus on ideas, not trash one another and say, this person's a jerk and that person can't do this. We need to focus on the positive. So I'm hoping that Zennie62, you're starting a trend here where we can bring people together that maybe have, vote for different people, but can have civil discourse about where the country's going and what's important to the country. I mean, I'd like to just talk briefly about what causes inflation. Vinny, do you know what causes inflation?
Is it I don't know. I'm gonna ask my dad. Dad, what causes inflation? What causes inflation?
There's too much spending going on, too much government money out there. Too much money in the economy.
He says too much money in the economy.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Here's just kind of my overview, just for the audience and for you that are listening. In 1971, Richard Nixon took us off of the gold standard, which was, prior to that, the dollar was backed by gold. And you ask, well, why did he do that? And from my research, I have accepted that the reason Richard Nixon did that was we need to pay off our debts for the Vietnam War. So we were in a wartime economy in the 60s and early 70s. So he got us off the gold standards. And since 1971, we've been printing what we call fiat currency. Well, in the last 2 years, President Biden and the administration have printed off, I believe, $2 trillion printing. So the more money you print, it devalues the currency. And even though the dollar is strong, that keeps, that fuels inflation. And fiat currencies, and this is something that I think I hope all the listeners take note with, is there's another way to create money, if you will. And it's not through fiat currency, it's through digital gold, and the digital gold is Bitcoin. And I'm predicting that, El Salvador has, the president of El Salvador last year accepted Bitcoin as legal tender. And I think in the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to see other Latin American countries embrace Bitcoin. And it's really important for our audience to understand that Bitcoin is a digital asset and it's separate from what we call the crypto world. I mean, the crypto world is a whole different space. Crypto world is probably similar to the .com boom. You don't know what's going to survive and what's not going to survive. But Bitcoin, I believe, is going to weather the storm. And if you get a chance, all of us should, what we call, listen to what Warren Buffett, how he made his fortune with Berkshire Hathaway, and he invented what we call dollar cost averaging. And my recommendation to anyone that's listening is that you can purchase a fraction of Bitcoin every week or every month. And that's what Warren Buffett did. Back when he started Berkshire Hathaway, he liked Coca-Cola stock. So he bought a little Coca-Cola stock and he kept buying a little bit, probably every month or so. And he never sold it, just kept buying it and holding it. And that became his fortune of Berkshire Hathaway. And he invested in a lot of different companies. Well, you can do that with Bitcoin.
Sorry.
So there you go.
Here's the winner of the Virginia seat. Yay, Abby. Woo. Abby's okay. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, so in any event, for those that are, suffering right now that want to, have something for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren, it's like Bitcoin, I would say, and this comes from Michael Saylor, who's probably one of the most renowned investors in the world of Bitcoin, and is very successful. I didn't realize this until recently. He's the oldest serving CEO of a software company in the entire world. His company's called MicroStrategies. Michael Saylor graduated from MIT, and he's just a real brilliant guy. If you go on YouTube and just type in Michael Saylor and just listen to him talk about Bitcoin. And he said that, and I'll never forget when he said this, Bitcoin, getting into Bitcoin, what he did, which was, I believe, in March of 2020 was when Michael Saylor started to first invest in Bitcoin. And he looks at it like if any of us could have bought Park Avenue real estate in 1850 in Manhattan, and if we had held on to that real estate, that Park Avenue real estate in 1850, and we kept it in, the Zennie Abraham family, or Vinny, your family, if you kept that real estate, or my family, where would you be today? And there's families that did that. They got property, and that's, real estate. Well, Bitcoin is a digital asset or digital gold. And when you start to understand it, I've been tracking it for 12 years. I hope more Americans start to just do a little bit. I personally, I buy $25 of Bitcoin every week, and I don't sell. I just buy it because I believe right now Bitcoin's at about 18, 19,000. I started tracking it when it was $30, and I kicked myself. I didn't do anything, but I started to dollar cost average a couple years ago when Bitcoin was around $6,000. It's now at 18,000. I believe in the next 24 months it'll be at 100,000, and I believe 10 years from now, one Bitcoin might be worth $1 million. So if you think long term, I hope people are listening to this. This is something, because economics is important, and we have to think about future generations, because when you just print money, we're going to experience this hyperinflation that we're seeing right now.
All right. Okay, I'm going to take a stab at that. This is, I think, the main problem in terms of your question, Vinny, regarding what causes inflation, is that we want to look back at previous examples, and then unfortunately, the discussion has been tossed into the sea of left-right conversation.
Right.
But the reality is that this situation is entirely different because, and it still is political, of course, how we responded to the pandemic. And I mean around the world. The shutting off of the ability to go out and purchase something harmed millions of businesses and billions of businesses around the world. It caused what some people refer to as the supply chain disconnection. And what we didn't do is have a government response to it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Way back in May of 2020, I made a calculation based on what would it take to basically match the GDP of 2019. And I determined that it would take $9.8 trillion of government stimulus to return the country to its 2019 performance levels. Now, for those of you keeping score like me, we're only at just about 3 trillion. Okay. And then we stopped. And so we're 6 trillion behind. And the reason simply is because the kind of response to the pandemic we shouldn't have done, but we did, quite literally cut off the legs out of a number of businesses and revealed what we've always lived. We've lived a bricks and mortar economy even in the internet age. And then all of a sudden we were rushing to catch up with that fact using the internet. And as a result, people were late getting shipments. Money wasn't getting there. And now what you see as a response when businesses have shifted over and people have migrated. Think about the migration patterns. They're enormous. You have 80,000 people leaving San Francisco alone because not just the cost of living, but the fact that, look, their jobs were killed. And the government, I personally texted the governor about this. The governor did nothing to immediately respond to that crisis. And yet, on the other hand, the response is, well, just leave the business open, which caused people to get sick or people to say, I don't want to do that because I got kids at home. So neither response was the right one, and it left this gaping economic hole that businesses have started to fill on their own by raising prices, increasing demand. And what we did when we were faced with that problem during World War II was we enacted price controls. And then we smoothed out the impact on the interest rate over the next 6 years so that the United States economy wasn't damaged. This time, we become so politicized, we've forgotten how to do coordinated economic planning so that we can get the money to the businesses and the people that need it, put on the price controls so we don't overheat our economy, and then let it basically flatten out and come back to normal over the next 5 years. We haven't done that. And it's really the fact that this is born simply of the fact that we have become so divided that we cannot come together and realize the solutions we came together with. We were, well, arguably from a population perspective, a smaller nation, but we had a common enemy to respond to, and in World War II. So now we made the common enemy in some cases each other. And you cannot build a country like that, okay? You cannot maintain a country like that. You cannot cause that country's economy to be revived like that. And it's gotten us into trouble. And now we've got economic tightening. What does economic tightening get you around the country? It gets you domestic violence. It gets you higher crime rates by far, all right? And so to show you how off time this was, this came right at the time when progressives were saying defund the police, which to me should have been the slogan should have been just stop harassing black guys. Right?
I think they'll be way more effective.
Right. And that's where I thought we were going, but all of a sudden it was defund. And the timing couldn't have been the worst because they did that right at the onset of the pandemic and the cutting off of money to businesses. And so what happened? At first, for a good 3 weeks, we had low crime rates, high saving rates, right? Everybody inside, everybody was cool. And then the government was sending money. But the minute that slowed down, what happened? The crime rate went up. And what I'm talking about in terms of that dynamic is classic response, economic response, societal response to bad economy, chronicled in books like The Deindustrialization of America in 1979 by Barry Bluestone and Bennett Harrison, when they were chronicling the societal effects of the decline of manufacturing in the United States. And so, which is what led to the development of industrial policy that found its way into a number of places. Oh, this is Elihu. Hold on. Oakland Mayor Elihu Harris. Oakland Mayor. Hey, boss, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Yes, sir. We're still online. What's happening?
Good.
Yeah.
We're about less than an hour before the polls close in Oakland.
Yes.
And hopefully within the next hour and a half, we'll have a good idea as to what's happening, what's trending.
Yeah, we got you. We got Michael Daughter, who's at the Zeldin campaign in New York. We got Vinny Lospinoso on in West Islip, and now we got Derek Sue at Scott's Seafood.
Wow, but you got a good representation of the East to West.
Yeah, we
Atlantic to Pacific.
The CNN of the 21st century. Hey, I'm going to throw you this question, boss, that we've been talking about. What, in your opinion, caused the inflation that we're facing now?
Well, I think it's two things. One is the supply chain. I mean, we're seeing that all over the country. There's certainly issues like the war in Ukraine and its impact on the grain production and shipments. Certainly, there's the indication that the demand has gone up as people are traveling more. They want more gas. With the part of the inflation is caused, quite frankly, by the Fed raising the interest rate. I mean, the cost of housing, the cost of rent, all goes up. They act like there's no connection between that. They didn't just raise the luxury items. They raised the interest on necessities. Mm-hmm. So it costs more business to operate, costs more money to ship because of the gas prices. There's less available because of the supply chain. What do you think is going to happen?
Yep.
And then you have the gasoline companies who just had bozo types of profits because they just took advantage of a rising tide, but it didn't lift all boats to lift to theirs.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Hey, I sent you a link. You want to join us on the live stream?
I got two things going on that I can't do it, but I would do it otherwise. I'd love to be part of it because I always have fun. It's the interaction. You got a good crew looking at very significant issues. I've been trying to figure out what's going on across the country. Obviously you're in Georgia, and there's a lot of interesting things going on there, particularly in the Warnock race. Trying to catch up with that. Trying to figure out whether or not anybody's going to get the 50% necessary to avoid a runoff. There's all kinds of things that are going on. That make it kind of really an interesting night. If not an exciting night. So yeah, I really wish that I could participate. I think that you guys are on top of a very bellwether year in American politics.
Hey, Michael, what's the latest in New York?
Right now, we still are haven't reported. I believe only 30% have reported. Let me get you exact numbers here. I'm going to get you the right. Let's see here. I'm getting exact number for it looks like Chuck Schumer is going to be reelected. And then in the governor race, only 37% have reported. And right now, Kathy Hochul has got 64%, and Lee Zeldin is at 35%. But again, there's only 37% reporting right now.
You think that's going to shrink?
A little bit, but I don't see it doing that much, honestly.
No, I think hopefully.
What happened to the polls?
Michael, he was asking about the polls.
Well, when does the polls close?
No, the polls indicated it was going to be a much closer race for governor. And they said this is going to be a bad year for the Democrats because Kathy Hochul looks like she's going to be in a very competitive race. It doesn't sound that competitive at this point.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's you're right. Actually, it doesn't look competitive right now, but again, only 30%, 37% right now. So we'll see.
Wow.
Yeah.
40 to 37%. I don't think I've ever seen a race.
Well, what hasn't reported, Rochester and Syracuse haven't reported yet. So we'll see.
But Michael, in defense of what he's saying, he's right. The population size of those two cities isn't enough unless there's like a wholesale dump, right? And I don't see that happening. And they're probably another 15% from calling these risks. That's just the way it's looking,
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
I just have to call it, just being clinical, Yeah. What do you think, Elliot?
I think you're right. Again, we don't know where the votes are coming from, but New York is still heavily balanced in the face of urban electorate. And if the urban electorate normally would come in relatively quickly because they don't have to go that far to get the ballot, to collect them, and all the rest. So I would think that 37% is pretty representative of the state. I don't think it's going to. It may shrink, but I don't see how it's going to shrink more than 5-6 points.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Walker's ahead of Warnock, 41.3 to 48.7.
Walker's ahead now?
Huh?
Walker's ahead?
Yeah. I'll tell you what happened, though, as I was explaining before, but I'll say it again. The Herschel took a massive hit right after the debate, but then his campaign people started pumping out wave after wave after wave of these more outrageous commercials regarding his past discretion to his wives and girlfriends. And it was so much that I told my mom. My mom got sick of it, and she's a staunch Democrat. But the point is that they overflooded it by talking about Herschel. And what were we saying earlier, Michael? About, you talk too much about the other guy, and you wind up promoting the other guy. It doesn't matter what you say about him. And I think they reached.
I think it shows, though, it's really about more the thing about character, doing things like issue. Now it's like red versus blue. I don't know if you saw. I mean, as soon as you had it, it's Ezra. I can't remember the report, but he looked at they interviewed 500,000 voters in a poll, over 87 months. We found out, that people are cross-referencing issues. It may be inflation, it could be abortion, it could be gun control, it could be whatever. And if any one of those issues, it tends to take people to the left or the right, given the two choices. They may be somewhere in the middle, but they pick a candidate who is with them on one of those major issues. And that makes it very difficult to have a democracy where you're trying to look at a wide swath of issues that deal with everything from education and jobs to inflation to environment. When you're really talking about single issue voters, that is a danger to democracy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with daughter. We had him and we lost him. Maybe his batteries went out. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And right now it's 81% of the vote. There's no one over 50% at all.
Right. Well, that may be a salvation then for Warnock, and hopefully Herschel Walker's vote was influenced by the vote for the governor, which was fairly significant, and it may have, again, rising tide lifted all boats. The governor may have lifted Herschel over. It may not be there in the runoff if the enthusiasm is not there, and we'll see. We'll see how close it is.
Huge news, guys. I have massive breaking news that just came up on my phone. Welcome to your new governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro.
Right on.
Josh Shapiro is the new governor of Pennsylvania?
And Greg Abbott just won re-election.
Wow.
He was going to win. He was expected to win.
Yeah. Good. Wow. Congrats. Now we got to get the Senate.
What's happening in the Senate race?
Yeah. How's that looking, Vinny?
Okay, so far it means that you have Shapiro replacing Wolf. However, Fetterman and Oz is still very, very close with one another. It feels like for the third straight election, whether it be the Senate race, the president's race, now the governor's race, feels like Beto O'Rourke got the triple crown of defeats. He is now the ultimate perennial candidate of the state of Texas, which it's basically what he's known for at this point. It's a shame, too, for Beto because they're just kind of known for just losing. I mean, politics aside, I do kind of feel for him in that regard. But maybe he'll run for Senate again in 2024 against Cruz, and maybe he pulls through. Maybe fourth time's the charm. I don't know.
Hey, Ella here. I don't know if you can see the live stream, but Derek Sue is set up at Scott's. He's got a nice position right at the screen where Ignacio's going to stand.
Hey, look, I just want to know, does he have a nice spread?
It looks nice from here. Derek's elsewhere. I can't get him to. He might be eating or whatever, but I'm sure they have a nice spread. You know how Scott's is, folks. For those of you who don't know Scott's Seafood, it's at Jack London Square.
Well, again, not surprises, but he didn't say what the Fetterman Oz race was. Did he?
He didn't say what?
What the numbers were in Fetterman and Oz?
Oh, Vinny, you have the Fetterman and Oz numbers there?
Let's see. Let me just see. John Fetterman. Right now, he's John Fetterman. Okay, so right now with a vote total of 53%, Mr. John Fetterman is the lieutenant governor is leading with 50.9% of the votes with over 1.577 million, and then Dr. Mehmet Oz, famous Dr. Oz, 46.8% with over 1.4%. But it's Oz getting closer and closer to Fetterman, getting closer and closer and closer.
Is there a third candidate?
If you want to go with a libertarian candidate, there's Eric Gerhardt, who has 1.3% and just a little over 41,000 votes. And then the Green Party candidate, Richard Weiss, has 0.6% of the votes and only around 17,000.
Or there's no runoff in Pennsylvania, right?
No, I think only in Georgia there's one. I know there's other states, but I don't think Pennsylvania has one.
It's away, so Fetterman may be able to hold on.
He might be able to, but it's only 53% of the vote. There's still way, way more. They got to go through a lot more of the more red areas, which they're going to be a lot more to go through.
Yeah. We don't know where the votes are coming from, urban versus suburban, huh?
Of course. You can tell that the Philadelphia, the Pittsville area, the southeast area of Pennsylvania, a lot of blue and a little bit of Pittsburgh. But if you look more like the suburban areas outside of Pittsburgh, especially, it's all red around there. And the Pennsylvania area, which I call it in the middle, that's actually that's not a joke. That's actually what they call it in the middle. They call it Pennsylvania. It's more red in comparison. So while they tabulate more of those votes, I only expected Oz's number to rise.
Wow.
Hey, Derek.
Well, that'll be an interesting night.
Hey, Derek, can you hear me? Let's see if I can get him to unmute.
Hey, Derek, can you hear us?
Hey, Derek, how's this? Derek.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. We got
There's a lot of people here right now. And the guest of honor, he's over here interviewing. I just saw Ricky Henderson here just a moment ago. I've met several other folks that are in attendance. And we're just...
Can you get him not still over?
And we have Albert Owens, the other write-in mayoral candidate with me.
Hey,
hey, Derek.
Yeah. Say that again. Okay.
He's a
Ignacio is right here. Zennie. This is Zennie.
Hello. I don't need to do anything.
Hey, he was on here too. He was on too. There he is. Wait. Great turn out there.
Yes. No, I can't.
He was on too. You got a question?
Okay, I'm only on earbud here, and we're having some issues with getting one of these to work with Ignacio right now. He can see you.
You want to get on it?
You can speak. If you speak, it'll go right through. So,
hi, how you doing? You have any questions?
Any questions, Zennie?
Yeah, Elihu has a question for you.
Zennie, can you hear us?
Elihu has a question.
You also feel nervous about the turnout.
I guess not.
Elihu wants to be nervous about the turnout.
Oh, are you nervous about the election turnout?
No.
He said no, he's not.
I'm not nervous at all. I think that is I'm ready for the job. He's probably the most qualified, ready person for this job. The top job. I know the city better than anyone.
Oh, I know.
I'm
Hey,
ready for it.
Ignacio. He was asking.
I'm not afraid of making this.
You're nervous about the turnout.
That's the most important thing. Is that I'm not afraid of making this.
Are you nervous about the turnout?
Yeah.
Or
Not at all. Not at all. Really, I think it's going to be a medium turnout. I don't think it's going to be a high turnout or lower. It's going to be in the middle. But I'm ready for the voters' decision.
all right.
Hey, Ignacio.
I'm ready to go to work.
Hey, Ignacio. Your age is an advantage. Your age is an advantage. Don't worry about it.
Zennie says your age is an advantage. Use it.
Absolutely. Age and experience is an advantage. I think the people are ready for the maturity so we can get things done. I'm ready.
Yeah. This is great. Not only that, Ella, you got another question? Hey, Ignacio, Eliu said that you have the range and experience, and a lot of people have the idea of you doing more, and the other candidates don't have your background to be able to accomplish what you've been able to. Works to that effect. That's what Eliu said.
Okay, Eliu Harris says that you have the experience more so than any other candidate in the race.
Definitely is a new candidate that has 21 years of experience actually running the city council in the top issues, especially during the time when the economy was not in very good shape. We had a $100 million deficit in every budget, and we managed to get things done and make things happen. And that's the reason why I'm prepared and I'm ready. Good job.
And also, you ran a good campaign for me. You're above board. You didn't get into the fray. You talked about the problems. Not a lot of people were successful. You did it the right way. Congratulations.
Did it the right way.
I think you and I are going to have to talk to in a more calm way, Zennie.
Yeah.
That I am ready. I can tell the Oakland citizens that I'm probably the most qualified and the most ready guys to go to work.
Unquestionably.
Working mayor.
Unquestionably.
I'm not running to cut ribbons. I'm running to clean this city up and to make the city safe. And I'm very ready to be unpopular because I know that a lot of the decisions that I will make won't be popular, but it will be the right thing to do. So I am ready.
You hear that over here?
Thank you.
Eliu said that you always try to do the right thing. We appreciate that.
Nor do I want to.
Eliu says that you always try to do the right thing, and he appreciates that from you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
very sure we'll continue talking.
Thank
you, sir.
Yeah, we'll come back when the numbers start rolling.
Absolutely. We'll come back.
Let's start voting.
It's going to be late. Remember, we have ranked choice voting, so it's going to be late.
It's going to be a big. Thanks, Ignacio.
You're welcome, sir.
All right. Okay, so we just had a moment with Ignacio, and he's going to make a difference. And he does bring a lot of experience.
Music is all we're going to beat little
going on that Beto would have run a better race. But, and people in Texas, are often, very myopic on things like guns and other energy and other issues. And quite frankly, again, it's just hard to get traction in a year where, inflation and the economy are such an important issue, even though Greg Abbott is nothing about it, he's the governor. You can't blame it all on Biden and the Republican and the federal government. These things are going on at state and local level as well.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked though. Wow, I just thought, it was just a wish for him. I thought Beto would pull it out this time, but you're right.
Yeah, first of all, it's a red state. Pulling it out, no one has done it. So the fact that Beto is a great candidate and a very smart, attractive candidate often is enough when people are voting on an ideological basis.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it myself better. Hey, I saw a lot of people at nachos. I think I saw Becky Taylor there, among other people. It's crowded down there, man.
Yeah, no question.
Noisy.
Hey, Zen, now call me in an hour.
Okay, we got it. See ya. All right. That was former mayor and boss Elihu Harris. Yeah. What do you think, Vinny?
What do I think of what?
Abbott. Let me see what happened with Michael. We lost Michael.
I would say that I'm not shocked that he won re-election. I mean, I would personally say that right now, let's see how it's not going to be much change. I mean, for now until for quite a while, Texas is going to be a red state. If Democrats want to try to break in there, they need to focus more on policies. And honestly, I think they need to stop with the ad hominem feelings.
Yeah.
Because they've been doing that a lot in particular. They're saying, oh, they're evil. They want to kill you. Like, that's asinine. That's ridiculous. If you want to get to the base, you need to make sure your message is spread around and make sure it's much more acceptable to the working class people of Texas. Again, why did Georgia become a purple state as opposed to a more historically red state? Because that is what they did. They talked to constituents who didn't vote before. They advocated them, say how much it was important as your God-given right to vote, and that's how we got Joe Biden winning Georgia.
Yep, that is how we got it.
A small, very, very slim majority, but a majority is a majority, plain and simple.
Yeah. Hey, let's see if we can get Derek. Hey, Derek. Hey, Derek.
Derek can't hear us. It's on mute.
Well, he chose to mute himself. Let me try something here. Let's see here. It's unfortunate when a person mutes themselves. Michael's batteries ran out.
Ooh. Hope you brought a charger with him.
I asked him to come on back. He said, I think he's probably going off to bed. He's an early riser there. Let me see. Let me try something here.
Hope he gives me a follow on Twitter.
He did?
I said I hope he gives me a follow on Twitter.
Oh, ask.
I just gave him a follow. Let's hope he gives me a follow back.
Oh, okay. We tried Derek here. I didn't mean to have a single black, but Hey, Derek, we were trying to get you back on camera. We're trying to get you back on camera.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'll hang up. Oh, cool. Oh, that's great. Uh-oh, I can't hear him now. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Derek, can you hear me?
No, can't hear you at all. Okay, try it again. And make sure you hang up your phone. Sometimes when I call you and you answer it, sometimes it puts it off, I think. Now here he'll be back. What happens sometimes with that, Vinny, is that if I call somebody and they're on mobile, sometimes the sound doesn't switch over like it should. You know? So now it's 10 minutes to closing the polls in California on the West Coast. And surprised we haven't had our friend Dave Compton on. Dave always chimes in. Maybe okay. Derek is reconnecting things. So what's the latest out of New York from right now, Vinny?
Let's see.
Let me see how the
right now 39% of the voting has come in, only 39%. And Hochul's been leading 61.2% with over 1.6 million votes. And Lee Zeldin, it has 38.8% of the vote with a little over 1 million.
That's a wipeout.
Yeah, it's only 39%, but like I can't see Zeldin winning.
I'm not at 39%. I've been alive too long to know what that margin means. That's like that.
Well, I was correct. He is leading both Nassau and Suffolk County, where he's from. But like, yeah, that's great and all, but there's way more counties than just that. And while
at least he's carrying his own counties, that's a good thing. You know,
at least he has his own counties. Hochul's from Buffalo, and you know, so she's able to have that. But okay, big projections. Chuck Grassley is staying in politics for another 6 years. He's been in federal politics since 1959. He's gonna be done with the Senate when he's 94 years old. John Kennedy is staying on in Louisiana. You know, he always talks like this. He almost has his mouth like this after he's done talking. It's just a very specific movement.
I met him at the 2012 Obama, actually 2012 Democratic National Convention. Actually, that wasn't him.
John Kennedy?
No, that wasn't him. That wasn't him. It was another
John Kennedy. It
wasn't him. It wasn't him. Although it might have been him. It was him. It was him. He was there. But the dude was mean. I might have it on video what he said. I don't think he wanted to be talked to.
Just so you know, guys, that's 43 Republicans as well as 40 Democrats in the Senate. The polls close in just a few minutes, and the polls in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Expect that to be where your Democratic strong suits is in Idaho.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the thing. Hey, Vinny, can you retweet our tweet out there?
Sure, no problem.
Jessica did it, and I think you're tagged on there. Thanks. And I'll do it too. Yeah.
No way Newsom's going to be losing this one.
No. Gavin's got this big time. Gavin's big time got this. Let's see how Sisolak is doing, because I have some big news about the A's.
Ooh.
Holding back on, because I'm waiting to clear. Go Gavin. Been waiting to clear out the news here. I thought I was going to just launch it tomorrow.
Ooh, 3 people. Kotek, Drazen, and Johnson for Oregon. So it's a 3-person race.
Jeez. Heck, yeah. Jessica gave us a good rundown on that.
Nice.
I thought all women. How about that?
Nice. I think Kotek would probably win because Oregon is more of a Democratic strong suit. But I wanted to ask her about the Greater Idaho movement. Now, do you know what that is? I'll let you in on it. Okay, the Greater Idaho. What?
No.
Okay, the Greater Idaho movement is.
Oh, hey, Warnock. Hold on. So hold that thought. There's a Warnock update here. They're at his headquarters in Atlanta. Hold on a second.
This is close, man. This is coming down. This is going to be razor thin margins.
And very brief message. There was no declaration of victory. There was no talk about the process. He said he was simply here to win and just to urge patience. So that's what obviously everyone here in Georgia is going to be, is patient for this, because this Senate race has been seesawing back and forth all night long between Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent senator, and of course Herschel Walker, the Republican challenger. Now, just a few thousand votes, about up to 30,000 or so votes separated them. Herschel Walker has the narrow edge, but the Walker campaign tells me they believe that some rural counties, the vote is still out in some rural counties in northern Georgia, where they're fairly optimistic about the election day vote that benefits them. However, the Warnock campaign is still looking at votes here in Atlanta and around the suburbs. They say there is still vote out there for them as well. But Jake, one thing is clear tonight as this moves forward, that Herschel Walker is underperforming Republican Governor Brian Kemp in his reelection effort. He is leading Democrat Stacey Abrams by a wider margin. So clearly, some questions here. And one thing, split ticket voting, we've been wondering all season long if there would be coattails or split ticket voting. Definite split ticket voting.
Yeah, there are a lot of Republicans who do not like Herschel Walker.
That is true. That I think the Libertarian candidate has 2% of the votes. 2% for a third party candidate.
I can use the bathroom right back, Vinny. You want to make some comment? It'll only take me a second. I'll give you the solo layout. There you go.
No worries. I'll be right here.
Tell us what you think about things so far. I'll be right back.
Okay, guys. This is my thoughts. I think Walker and Warnock, this is really like, you know what this, I'm going to give a Georgia football analogy. Think of this as Georgia Bulldogs, Georgia versus Georgia Tech. Two major rivals going at each other for the state of Georgia itself. You have Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker, two names, neither of them were into politics, are the Reverend and the running back up against each other. Walker, I think, should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame personally because he's all-time USFL and NFL combined for total yards. I know that doesn't mean anything for some people, but I still think it's going to be. New York, I voted for Zeldin because I thought that I thought Hochul was going to win anyway, so I might as well just throw it to him. But this doesn't mean anything. Like Hochul, I think, is going to wipe the floor with him. But this is a big information. Wisconsin Senate, neck and neck. Ron Johnson is overtaking Mandel Barnes by a 100th of a percentage. Tiny, tiny, tiny margins. That's what decides elections. The tiniest of margins. Everyone's votes. Okay, only 1,000 more votes. Ron Johnson has more votes than Mandel Barnes by only 1,000 votes. Out of 864,000 compared to 863,000. Like 1,500 people. That tiny of a margin. That's going to decide who's going to be representing the state of Wisconsin. The tiniest of margins. Every single vote makes the difference, more and more. And even though that Herschel Walker may be trailing a little bit in Georgia, I can't say the same for Brian Kemp because it looks like he's going to beat Stacey Abrams in back-to-back Georgian elections. Tony Evers looks like he's going to stay on for another term. North Carolina looks like Bud is going to beat Beasley. Only 90% of the votes, so there's still 10% more.
Hey, Vinny, keep talking.
Yeah, he's wondering, guys. I'm just typing up some reports. Okay, right now the House, 158 Republicans, and then 100 Democrats. So it's only separated by 58. But very, very shortly, in T-minus 1 minute, the polls will close in the West Coast, and we're going to get way more Democrats come in, significantly more. Right now, here's another update. Let's see. Zeldin's getting a little closer. It's 47%, 58.9% for Hochul, and 41.1% for Zeldin, separated by roughly 500,000. Listen, I'm sorry for all the Zeldin supporters out there, but listen, at least he was able to win in his home county. At least he's able to say that, and Nassau County. But I can tell you this: I think New York is going to go further red. It's a little bit, but I think it shows a lot more. Oshkosh, a lot of red over in Oshkosh for Wisconsin. Right now, Ron Johnson has over a percent more than Mandela Barnes. Okay, big news: Alex Padilla is staying as the California senator. So that's another blue seat for the Democrats. They get to keep defeating Mark Musser. Called immediately.
Hey, folks, we just had a meeting with Zach Collins, who works for Alex Padilla. We're part of a group that's suing Bank of America with the whole PPP loan issue, so I'm glad that they're in place.
Yeah, Tammy Duckworth and Mike Crapo also stay. Or is it Crapo? That just sounds kind of like I'm insulting him.
No, not at all.
I'm sorry, Mike Crapo. But hey, listen, you are in the Senate. You get the last laugh in the end.
So yeah, you can't say he crapoed his campaign. So there you go.
You could say he took a crap. You could say he took a crapo on his challengers.
Oh boy. Hey, what did your dad think of all this, Vinny?
My dad is inside, and he wants to see Zeldin win, but he knows the downside. I will say this. Gavin Newsom just won. Wasn't even close. He completely decimated Brian Dahle.
Yeah, it's not even a contest.
Or as I like to call him, Young
Gavin. Woo!
He's just made his Gavin Newsom look like Pat Riley.
Woo-hoo!
J.B. Pritzker stayed on for governor of Illinois.
Woo-hoo! The next president, everybody, Gavin Newsom, right there.
Hey, that'd be something.
Yeah. Hey, Jay Pritzker wins. Yay!
Janet Mills hangs on to the and she stays on as governor of Maine. So all the incumbent Democratic governors are staying in their own respective states. Maine took a little while, but in the end, Idaho, Brad Little is also staying. So all the incumbents stay in place. They're liking what they're seeing.
Yeah. Vinny Las Pinoza in New York, and this is Derek Sue.
Tony Evers is currently over 60,000 ahead of Tim Mitchell's to hold on to the governor's race, 51.2%. Gretchen Whitmer has nearly 100,000 ahead with 33% of the vote, 52.5% compared to Tudor Dixon's 45.9%. Tudor Dixon. That's her actual name.
Yep. I'm actually making this next tweet out. That's mentioning you and Derek.
86% of the vote. Brian Kemp looks to be very inching closer and closer to a second term as governor of Georgia, beating Stacey Abrams again.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, I look at it this way for Stacey. She got more people to vote than Georgia than any other.
Yeah, it's just that I think my mom had the best call.
Than any other.
My mom had the best call on her.
I think my mom had the best call.
And my mom had the best call on her. And basically what my mom was saying was that her commercials weren't speaking to why people should vote for her. And it was, and I this is not going to be a popular thing to say, but I'll just say it. I think Stacey Abrams would have gotten a lot more votes if she had a husband. She, had a nuclear family, and because she has these commercials where she's in the kitchen with her sister and her niece, or with her business partner, with a woman, but there's no man. And this is a state that favors the traditional marriage with kids standard. So it's one thing to run, and you can run on a civil rights perspective campaign, but you got to have more than that. She tried the business. She said she helped small businesses, and she had people on talking about that. But they want to know who you are. And Brian Kemp has a standard traditional family, and that matters down here. I think, and that's the question. There's always questions about that it seemed like people didn't want you to ask Stacey about that.
It doesn't really feel like, it feels like Stacey Abrams. It didn't really seem that there was much pizzazz this time compared to last time. It just feels like, yeah, she's here, but
Well, I think it's because people are used to her, but actually there was a lot more pizzazz this time because of the overall feeling that she can win. And because Brian made a lot of missteps. The abortion issue made it look like she was going to wipe the floor with him. But I think it happened a little too early, and ultimately it was overshadowed by the economy itself. And the minute inflation started kicking up, that's when things changed. I'm telling you, if inflation had not kicked up, all right, if inflation had not kicked up, I think it would have been a different story. I really believe that. But inflation did kick up, but it did, and so it was. But the economy really trumped. It really did trump, and I don't mean that as a pun, but it really trumped concerns about abortion rights or anything else because of inflation. Because inflation was just so outrageously bad, and it disproportionately affects poor people too. But Democrats didn't have a response, and the president didn't turn around and say, "We need to impose price controls. Get this thing under control right now." I mean, look at that house. Look at that sea of red in the middle that John King has. If you're watching CNN,
yeah, I've been watching in the Magic Wall all night.
That's wild, man. And you've got the coastal areas that are canning that way. Crazy, absolutely crazy. All right. So I've got the latest tweet out, Election Day with you. Attached to it, Benny. There you go. Okay. Hey, Derek. Hey, Derek. Let me get him. Hey, Derek. Hey, what's the latest around there? How things? Can you give us a pan?
Me?
Derek's taking us around what it looks like at Scott's right now.
CNN projection.
What is it? You're ahead of me.
Jackie Hassan, New Hampshire, will hold on to her seat in the Senate.
Wow. Hey, nice digs, Derek. It looks pretty cool.
How many people were there, Derek?
Derek's got himself on mute. Hey, Derek, let me unmute him. How many people, Derek?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Right now we have about 200 people here. They just refilled the food service. Right now, there are people just kind of milling around. They're talking with Ignacio. They're also talking with some of the other political folks here that are in attendance. Again, like I said, Ricky Henderson is here, so he's been wandering around and talking with folks.
Hey, Ricky Henderson on?
What's that?
Hey, tell him you're with Zennie62. Get Ricky Henderson on to join us.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look for him.
One other thing, Brian Kemp just beat Stacey Abrams again.
It's official. Brian Kemp defeated Stacey Abrams for the second time.
Zennie, hi.
So, Mom, there you go.
Hi, Zennie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm not.
Let's go.
Hey, Joanna, how you doing?
Hey.
Timmy says hi.
Yeah. Hey, how are you? Who's your friend? Who's your friend?
Says, who's your friend?
Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Singh.
Hey, Mr. Singh, welcome to Zennie's.
Hey, Mr. Singh.
Hi.
Yeah, very good friend.
Hey, Greg.
So we're going to go walk around, see who else we can meet and chat with. There's just a lot of people here. Yeah, there's food that's being served.
Is that Phil Tagami over there, or do you know Phil in this film?
That's who was. I'm not sure. I don't see Phil.
Okay.
I didn't see Phil so far.
I'll text.
But, let's talk over.
Derek, I gotta ask you a question. Hey, I gotta ask you a question. You said it.
Sure.
You said a few weeks ago you didn't see much enthusiasm for Calo Fuente, but it looks like things have changed, huh?
Yeah, it's a good turnout. He has a lot of supporters here, a lot of familiar faces, and also some new faces. A lot of folks that have recognized me from being on with you and speaking with you. So it's been fun. And it's just different. It's been a long time since I've been at an election party, but it's nice seeing some of the old faces that I haven't seen in years, and some faces that I have seen.
Who's that was waving?
Who's that?
Who's that is waving? Somebody was waving.
That looks fun.
This is Zennie62 Media.
Hey.
We're live with Zennie62 Media.
Hey.
What are you doing? What's that, Scott?
This is Scott, and The
Gallagher, you know Ray Gallagher?
food table again is pretty well cleaned out. So we'll have to wait for the next round of food to come out from the kitchen. We have an open bar. I don't drink.
Me neither.
But, there are people that do. but open bar. Folks are enjoying a lot of the different drinks that they're pouring. Also, they have wine here for those that don't want the hard alcohol. They have beer, they have wine, and they can mix a bunch of other different drinks also. But, for those, they can mix you non-alcoholic beverages. I myself, I just make it really simple, right? And that way, I also have to watch them. Getting older, I have issues, diabetes, pre-diabetic, A1C is a big concern these days. It's, as you know, being homeless, there were a lot of food programs and a lot of food and meals that were delivered to us. Unfortunately, those meals are towards a younger group. There's a lot of starches in them, and for a person like myself,
So what time is going to start coming in?
Pre-diabetic, that's almost a death sentence. Because they loaded up with starches, carbs, and then my A1C went from a pre-diabetic number before I started eating at 6.7. I was already pre-diabetic at 6.7 after only 1 year of eating the meals that were being delivered to the homeless. Wow. I jumped to a 7.1. 7.1 in 1 year. Wow. And now I've been on
86%.
And so diet is very important. Wherever you go, just like tonight, there's a lot of food out there on the table. But I've been very diligent, and I only ate fruit, fresh cut fruit. That's all I ate. I didn't eat any pastas, didn't eat salads, nothing. So I kept my diet very simple, and that's why it's very important for housing for seniors. And I hope that Ignacio really addresses this concern, because we have so many seniors that live on the city of Oakland streets. I'm one of those that have recently just left the Oakland streets, but there's still a lot of folks that are still having to force living on the city of Oakland. And now we're in the throes of winter. It's been very cold here in Oakland. It's been dropping down to 42, 43 at night, where you don't even want to keep the pets or plants in. But yet people are forced to live out in this cold. I was one of those who did it for 8 years. And it is, and people say, well, they choose to live that way. That's a lie. Nobody wants to freeze their asses off every night. And at times, and if it's raining and you have a leaky roof on your shelter, it makes it even worse. Now you're dressed in cold, wet clothes that you cannot get rid of. So anybody who says that folks that are living on the streets choose that life, there's something wrong. Nobody wants to choose this, not in their right mind. I know that there are people that do that because they have drug addiction or some other reason why they don't want typical housing. Some of them are avoiding capture. I actually live next door to a very dangerous person. And he ended up being the arsonist that burned my place down. And at one point, he had a full automatic weapon, a full automatic lock that could empty a 30-round clip in 2.5 seconds. And he fired it off next to me on a regular basis. And yet the Oakland Police Department did nothing to stop that until they actually caught him on the street with that gun in his possession. But somehow he made bail on that. This is the kind of criminals that are running around on Oakland that Oakland is not dealing with, and we need to deal with these folks. We cannot be light and easy on them. These are career criminals. This is a person who's shown me a spot in his arm where he had it blown out by a bullet. He was shot by a bullet. You can see where it went in, you can see where it went out, and he was laughing about it. And these are the kind of criminals where you send them to prison or you send them to jail. To them, it's like a timeout that you give your kids. They don't look at it as punishment in any way. They are there, they say, it's just the cost of doing business. And until you change that mindset, nothing's going to change.
Speaking of
Ryan lost.
Yeah, Tim Ryan lost. JD Vance just won. But Tim Ryan told JD Vance to concede.
What?
I'm not joking. CNN just had it on before. I took a picture of it on my phone.
Wait a minute. Is this race really over? Are they just playing games?
Ryan called Vance to concede in Ohio Senate race. Weird because also more news coming out of New York. Right now, 55% of the vote, 59.6% for Hochul, 40.3% for Zeldin. I think it's a done deal. I think Hochul's going to win this. Ron Johnson
has got this. Yeah, she's got this.
Ron Johnson, 51%. Mandela Barnes, 48.8% with a nice 69%. It's close, but I think Ron Johnson's going to pull out with the victory. It's getting closer. Tony Evers, 50.8%. And then Mitchell's is 48.1%.
Hey, Derek, the polls are closed there. Are you guys hooked up to the registrar's site now?
Well, we are all set to start receiving the information. We have the board back there. It's all ready to start getting the information. We got the computer, we got looks like they're getting ready to tie in now. So we should start having some results shortly. Here we go.
Looks like something is up
Okay, they're logging in right now. And here we go. Here's the
Let me expand Derek's. Watch this video. Let me expand Derek's. Here we go. Hey, Derek, read that off because we can't read that. Can you read it for us?
Okay. Right now we have Lauren Taylor with 11,129 votes, 35.74% of the votes right now. Sheng Cao is at 9,135 votes, 29.34% of the vote. Ignacio de la Fuente, 3,981, 12.78% of the vote. Alyssa Victory Villanueva, 1,866, 5.99% of the vote. Trevor Reed, 1,772 votes, 5.69% of the vote. Gregory Hott, 1,198, 3.85%. Seneca Scott, 1,085 votes, 3.48%. Peter Luke, 355 votes, 1.14%. John Riemann, 348 votes, 1.12% of the vote. Tyron Jordan, 270 votes, 0.87%. So those are the current counts right now.
What's the hey Derek? What percentage of the total vote is in? That's right. That's first choice.
Right now, they are reporting 0. This is just the mail-in. This is the mail-in portion that has been counted. Because this is 0 of 99 precincts currently.
It's a long way to go.
So this is a long ways from being over. This is just getting started. These are the official mail-in ballots that have been counted by the Alameda County Registrar of Voters up through today. So now the other votes, the ones that come in today and that were voted on today, are going to start coming in shortly as those votes are tabulated. So we'll stay close to the updates and keep you posted.
Ooh, God, this is actually important. For the 3rd District of Colorado, right now, Adam Frisch is leading Lauren Boebert by nearly 3%.
Come on, beat Lauren.
Going down.
Yeah.
Reading.
Yeah. You got Mark Kelly is winning. Woo! 58% to 39. That's gonna.
Hey.
That's gonna come
Pete
out.
Lou ain't anybody. He's ahead.
Is that Ricky Henderson on you? Hey, Derek,
No, that was Albert Owens. He was sitting there with me.
You get Albert on.
Okay, hang on. Right here, or left ear.
Hey.
Hey, Albert, how you doing?
How you doing?
Outstanding. I'm here with my.
I seen you.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, I seen you.
Yeah.
Everything all right? That's good. That's good.
Hey.
What our show? We're fantastic.
Huh?
You tell us how things going there. How do you like it?
Oh, it's trying to be all right. I really appreciate you taking out the time to let me and to show up. You know, I want to see what at the end result said. I'm going to sign in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's gonna be nice, but it would be really awesome if what's name turned out to be the mayor of Oakland. You know what I'm talking about? If she turned to be the mayor of Oakland. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
Yeah, you can hear.
Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really looking, but it would be amazing. You know what I'm saying? To see me. You know what I'm saying? Becoming mayor as well. Me and Sue go viral. Did you hear that? Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I put the back to Sue, you know. It's an honor and a privilege.
Hey, come get Ricky Henderson over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we want to get Ricky Henderson over.
I could get him.
hope he also ran for mayor of Oakland, by the way.
When you say Ricky Henderson, do you mean that Ricky Henderson?
Yeah, of course.
The Ricky Henderson is here.
Yeah, you didn't know.
Albert's going to go over.
Of course,
and,
I know.
invite,
I just
Ricky
want to make
over.
sure. I just want to double check. I'm a huge baseball fan.
It is
the same Ricky Henderson that Bill James said. If you look at his career, you'd have two Hall of Famers.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Hey,
I was just talking to him. I don't see him at the table. I was going to call him over.
Well, just tell him Zennie is on. He wants to have him on the show. Hey, Derek.
Yeah, okay.
Derek.
Yeah.
Just tell him Zennie is on. Tell him Zennie. Now tell Karina to get him.
Okay. All right. We'll go look for him.
Thank you.
So far, Zennie, I've uploaded my resume to a few places, but so far, no.
Good evening, everyone.
Actually, we're getting started.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call real fast.
We'll talk about
Ignacio. Give a round of applause for
Hey, then let's talk about that.
So we used to have something on the record we haven't seen yet. But these are absolutely. We heard earlier that it'd be delayed from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., but some went over to watch the polls and update.
Yeah, I don't see.
They give some results that you see in front of you. We know that absentee ballots are about 25 to 30% of the actual vote. So if you see the numbers that are here before you, they aren't complete ones. But you came here tonight to celebrate this occasion, and also be with Ignacio as we see this historic move take place. You gotta keep watching because this is not the end. This is not the end. So keep watching this. You might not know flyer next week. Keep your eyes filled and you're ready to party. Ignacio, ¿te la puede?
You came in just in time, Beth.
One thing I was.
Oh no.
This room is here because people that can't visit. And I can tell you, even if those numbers don't look very good for us right now, I can tell you that today we worked so hard and the people in the team. So first, I really want to thank the team. I mean, the people that really have been working so hard in this campaign because they believe. They believe the action in Oakland can be what it should be. And right now, all of us know that Oakland is in trouble. We are in a crisis. We know that.
Who are we listening to, Zennie?
That's Ignacio de la Fuente's party.
Especially people that we get
Yeah.
a long time.
But what's he's done?
Been in Oakland for 51
Yeah.
years, and I can tell you that I seen it good and bad.
And that's Ignacio talking.
I've never seen anything like this, really. Crime has always been a challenge for Oakland. I remember back in the 90s and the thousands, we work and crime was up and down, but nothing like this. Like,
Great to see you, Beth.
senior citizens are attacked on the street when people don't care about breaking into your cars in broad daylight. Today, certainly, working in our office, our volunteers, find an Embarcadero. And this poor woman, I'm not going to mention her name, but working on the phones. And when she came out, her car is broken into, 2 windows. I'm running because I believe that we can do better. And if we get there, we're going to clean up the city. We want to make sure that people are safe and that people feel like they can enjoy the city. That's the reason why I need money. I'm back because I cannot stand what's happening to us in the city. And I think that someone has got to be real, and someone has got to make sure that we understand what's really happening. I can tell you that we already accomplished our first goal of this campaign. Now, every candidate now is for public safety, for more police, for more addresses. Why? Why? Because of us. Because of you. So now everybody's moving. So at least we already accomplished that. We set the tone. This city is not a city that we're going to allow the business to continue happening. So really, I'm grateful. I don't want to give a long speech. I think that we're here tonight to celebrate. The numbers don't look good, but I can tell you
Tomorrow, we're not gonna see real numbers, they're probably 11 or 12. Exactly. We're gonna be home and sleeping. And I really wanna thank you, and especially the team. Isabel, gracias. Adrian, gracias. Marina, welcome. That's Marina. Thank you. Somewhere. Anyway. Actually, this team, EDAM, all the people that have been working in this campaign, is not over yet, but I really want to thank you, and we just enjoy tonight. We're gonna wait for maybe a little bit, but we're not gonna get any results really tonight. And really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, my family, thank you, we thank you, and I can tell you that whatever happens tonight, I'm a little bit different than everybody else. If I'm going to run for office, this is my third time running for mayor. Why? Because I really love this city. And you, for all of us have seen people know, we're still here, and we'll be here. Why? Because I care, because I know that we can improve the city, we can make it better. So whatever happens tonight is just another chapter, but I can tell you that Oakland has got to get out of this hole that we are into. So mayor or not, I'm going to continue working. I'm going to continue working with all of you to make sure that the city is better. So thank you very much for being here tonight. We're going to work with numbers. We're going to know that we're going to do good tonight. I think we really thank you. Gracias a todos por Gracias, 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 and I know that we're gonna make the city better no matter what. So, gracias, gracias, gracias. All right, let's party on. Forget there are great. Let's get the music going again. Thank you.
All right, so we got. Hey, Derek, hold on a second. Hey, Derek, I'm going to check the preliminary numbers here, but it sounds like a concession speech.
No, it wasn't a concession.
I do want to have a friend come up.
It's still early. Significantly behind the leader, which is Lauren Taylor. Lauren Taylor is at 11,129 votes as it starts right now. And Ignacio is just short of 4,000 votes. So there's a significant difference. But then the votes start. It just started. So, like Ignacio said, it's not likely that we're going to see any kind of decision tonight for sure. We'll probably see a decision in the next 24 to 48 hours.
What that means is that the campaign.
You know, I think it's interesting that Scott got so few votes, considering how much internet chatter he started. You know?
Air Force, we dropped the smart bombs.
It's interesting. Oakland politics is very unpredictable. You never know how the city voters are going to swing. Whether somebody,
you know what? I think it's because at the end of the day, he didn't really have the ground game he said he had. You got to have a ground game. He should have a lot more than he did, and he didn't.
I'm so pleased that we were able to have.
I think also it might be handy. He talks with a list. You know that?
These are early results.
And I think it might have been that.
These are the results that occurred for people.
Hey, let me get my Beth. I'm gonna put you on mute. Hey, Beth. How you doing?
Isabel and other people.
Good, good. How are you? Well, I'm a little
knocking on doors,
disappointed to see what's going on in Georgia, but
they could to support the candidacy.
Yeah, let me tell you what's going on. Yeah, well, Warnock.
Walker. I mean, really?
Brian Kemp is the governor. He got reelected. Brian Kemp is the
Yeah,
governor.
Abrams.
He got reelected. Walker
Against Abrams again.
Abrams was speaking. Warnock and Walker are in a dead heat.
Saw that.
Are in a dead heat, and that looks like it's headed to a runoff. What do you say, Vinny?
I'd say that, yep, Ethan from Let's Talk Elections called it. Looks like we're going to see another runoff election for the Senate.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
It's because Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, has 2% of the vote. And because Georgia has a law that says that whoever doesn't get 50% has to go to runoff the top two, that's how it's going to be. And yeah, it is what it is.
Wow.
Yep. That's something else. That's something else, you know.
Yeah.
Walker's leading too, by the way, in case you're curious.
How much? But he's not over 50% yet.
No, he's 49.2%, while Warnock is 48.8%.
Oh,
Like
okay.
a 0.4% difference between the two is very tiny. It's only like 15,000 votes. It's very small.
I can see the mayoral thing. Lauren's way ahead. Yeah, Lauren's way ahead, Derek. I can see that. But I've seen these kind of numbers before, and the question is, how many? You know, if Ignacio's got 3, how many second place votes? The question is where that picks up. You know, second, third, fourth, all that. That's when things start to flip. But, you know, it was way back. I don't think she's doing enough excitement to make a difference. So Lauren will have to pick up. Lauren looks like he's going to be the mayor. Actually, it looks like it's going to.
Masonic, there's around.
All the way up
Wait, hold on a second.
So what else is neck and neck?
Let me put you on. Hey, Beth, I got you on solo layout. Hi, Beth.
She disappeared.
Oh, here she is. I've got you on solo layout. I've got you on solo layout now. Hi. Hi.
Sounds good. Hi.
Yeah, I got you on solo. I'm just catching up. It's great to see you.
You do. Yeah. Yeah, I can't just sit and watch it. I got a bunch to do. I got to get a proposal out tonight. So I just wanted to join and say hi and see how you're
I
doing.
appreciate that. No, you look great. You look fantastic.
Yeah. I had a late meeting today in person with SF Travel. So I was downtown today hearing about, you know, all the marketing and stuff. But yeah, I turned it on. I see Wisconsin is very, very close too. I know that's a big state, and so and Pennsylvania, big swing.
Yeah, and then out here we've got. Let me see the update with Warnock. It's Trump. Abrams just didn't run a great campaign. That's what's been sticking out there all the time. So just just the way it is.
And Nebraska is 50-50. Wow, completely.
Endorsed more than 330 candidates.
Wow. 88% of evangelical Christians voted for Herschel Walker, not Warnock. The candidate who devoted his life to Jesus Christ. That's because evangelical Christians are racist. Okay, they're Republican, so it's like well, not racist in this classic sense. It's kind of funny how this is perturbated, isn't it? But the whole point is, hey, look, that's one of the statistics. 88% of evangelical Christians voted for Herschel Walker, not Reverend Raphael Warnock. But yeah, I know.
So what do you attribute that to?
That they vote party before anything else. That's it. They are active.
Not smart enough to understand.
They're captive. Hold on a second.
Christians are not very.
They're captive. They are captive of the Republican Party. That's why. Well, here's Ricky Henderson. No, that's not Ricky Henderson. Sorry. I thought Derek was going to get Ricky. Anyway, they're captive of the Republican Party. They're captive. That's what's going on. Captive. Hey, Derek's got something to say. Go ahead,
We're
Derek.
going to lock up here because parking, the time is limited, and so we're coming up on 9 o'clock, and the attendant at the parking lot said that we had to get our car before that because we did valet parking here.
Oh, who'd you come with, Rick?
Elbert.
Oh,
Elbert's driving, and I pay for the gas, the parking, and everything. So works out. And he gets to meet a lot of folks here in the Ignacio de la Fuente camp. Yeah. And also, obviously, sports figures and political figures are here. So it's a good exposure for Albert and also for myself.
Yes,
so,
yes, it is. Thank you.
So here's Albert.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys able to get Ricky, by the way?
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
No, looked like Ricky had bailed already.
Yeah.
I think what happened, he just came in, said hi to Ignacio, and grabbed a few things to eat, mingled for about 5 minutes, and then bailed out of here. So I haven't seen him, and neither has Albert. So he's obviously left the building.
Well,
So anyway, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to bail out of here. Obviously, like Ignacio said, the numbers just aren't going to really tabulate to anything tonight, and to expect some wherewithal as to where the elections are sitting tomorrow. About noontime is what he said, to start looking at the big change, a big jump, where the count over tonight is going to be tallied over the night. And
yeah, I think the one thing I did is Ignacio started late.
Yeah, he did.
He
started very late in the campaign. He said he started in February.
That was late. Yeah.
Yeah, that was real late. Because a lot of folks had started a year earlier. Myself, I started 3 years early.
2 years. Yeah, you're 2 years.
So starting late, it is a disadvantage. But then the one thing that Ignacio did have going for him that a lot of folks don't, name recognition. Name recognition is very important in politics.
Yep. Definitely.
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to jump out of here for tonight before we don't get our car back. So, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
This was live from Scott's here in Jack London Square in the Ignacio de la Fuente election party.
Hey,
Thanks for joining us.
Miss Richard, so Richard will be there next, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. So that's what's going on in Oakland. But I'm going to call Richard because it's kind of dying down there.
That was awesome, Zen.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Vinny, what do you think about all this?
I think that, well, it's mostly what I predicted. And I think that, well,
let's see how Nevada governor is doing.
I still think there's way more to go, though. I'm pretty sure a lot of this could be wait until tomorrow or maybe next few days.
Let's see what Nevada governor's race is going. Nevada election results. Hold on a second. 2022 elections. That's the Senate. Let's see here. More results. We have the Senate. I think I'll try governor. Governor. There. Okay, results expected soon. Nothing's coming in yet. Polls closed.
For where, Zen?
Huh?
For where?
Say again?
Which one are you talking about?
The Nevada governor's race.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't see anything from there yet. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm gonna check Twitter. See governor's race. Governor, Nevada. Okay. All right. Polls closing an hour ago. CBS News estimates the race for governor of Nevada is a toss-up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A toss-up.
Awesome.
And Sarah Huckabee Sanders is officially the governor of Arkansas.
CNN projection. Well, that's it, folks. Kathy Hochul just defeated Lee Zeldin.
Yay!
Yay.
Sorry to Michael Daughter. I know Michael was down there. He gave us great election coverage. Beth, Michael was at the Zeldin campaign. Michael Daughter. Yeah, he was on live with us.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was on live with us, and yeah, he's on the advisory.
Governor.
Yeah. But yeah, Hochul. Ellie really told him a long time ago. Remember that, Vinny?
And Tim Walsh just stayed as governor of Minnesota.
And Gavin's been confirmed a while back. Absolutely. Let me see if I can get the. Hey, Beth, what's going on in San Francisco with the races? The supervisor. Have you paid attention? I know you've been really busy. So.
No, not at all. I did my absentee ballot about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Anything, but the good news I just saw: Wisconsin, 1% in for Tony Evers.
Oh.
They were neck about an hour ago. Thing.
I will say this, maybe tomorrow, the day after, we'll be talking a little bit about.
So yeah, I don't know. Zenny, there's anything that major happening other than a bunch of the stuff on the ballot.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There's some PTSD from 2020. We all do. We have 2020 and 2018 about not understanding.
Alex Padilla won easily.
A lot of these states are going back to their DNA.
I'm writing a great night for Zennie62Media as our national live stream coverage.
That is amazing how tight Warnock and Herschel Walker are. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
the elected government.
Beach,
And then the question is, was it actually
Oakland,
here? And the fact that there was so much
New York,
kind of like what Dan was saying up in New York, that it got
Atlanta.
Wow.
I'm writing Oregon.
All right, Dan, we are staying laser focused on this tight center.
Oh, there's also the Los Angeles mayor's race. That's something else too.
Determining control of the U.S. Senate as we wait for more votes to come in.
And
You can see the numbers change on the other side.
Minnie and San Francisco. I'm bragging. Okay, Zennie62 is the CNN of the 21st century. Woohoo!
I may be close to retirement, but I'm as busy as ever.
Election 2022. Oakland. Yeah. All right. Just texted that out of. Just got that out of there. All right. Yeah. Woohoo.
Wow.
Yeah. Looks like Lorraine. Look, yeah, there's a lot going, a lot of stuff coming in here. Martin
Yeah.
Shkreli. Man. Oh.
Wow. Pennsylvania's Senate is really tight.
Oh, it's extremely tight. It's going to come down to the wire.
Governorship in Pennsylvania. Does anybody know?
49.5% for Fetterman and 48.1% for Oz. It's 77% reporting.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So let's see here. I'm going to call up the Alameda County races and see
Wisconsin.
what happened, Beth.
Senate. No, one of that Wisconsin Senate's 5149. I missed the name. Oh boy.
Fox News.
Man, a lot of tight Senate races.
Breaking news update says now almost 12 noon. JD Vance defeats. Okay. It's a pretty good layout Fox has got. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Show it to everybody. It's better than CNN's. Hard to say, but it is what it is. So there it is. There's Fox.
There's gonna be a CNN town hall for Mike Pence in a few days.
Oh joy! Here we go. There are 10 Senate.
Where is he gonna run in 2024?
I don't know, but this reports. If you can see this, it says 10. It reads 10 Senate seats left in play. Fox News Decision Desk projections so far: Democrats to win 9 seats, Republicans to win 16 seats. Yep. There are 149 House seats left to play, left in play.
183 for Republicans, 146 for Democrats. Republicans need 218 to control. Looks like they're very well on their way to take the House.
J.D. Vance defeats longtime Congressman Tim Ryan in pivotal Ohio Senate race. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp defeats Stacey Abrams second time. Kathy
Yeah,
Hope,
Tim Ryan was a member of the House of Representatives for 20 straight years.
Let's see. I'm still. My eyes are focused on the Nevada governor's race. Let's see here. Politics, media, opinion. All right, let's go take. Well, that's Fox. Let's see here.
Let's see, 90% of the votes. Herschel Walker, 49.2%. Raphael Warner, 40.7%. With a little under 20,000 difference between Walker and Warnock.
Wait. Say that percentage again because it came out weird. Say that one
I
more
said
time.
Walker is leading Warnock by 0.5% of the vote.
Say the percentage again, though.
49.2% for Walker and 48.7% for Warnock.
Okay. All right. Now, what's the percentage of the total vote?
That is 5.5% difference between the two, and currently 90% of the votes are in.
Yeah, it's headed for runoff. That's headed for runoff. Let's see here. Senate, let's do governors. Governor election results. Let's see what Nevada's got going.
Arizona, 52% of the votes in. Mark Kelly's leading 57.8%. And then Blake Masters, 39.9%. I think Mark Kelly's going to win this one.
Yeah, Cicely and Lombardo, they have no votes counted yet. So while that's up, I'm going to go over to Alameda County Registrar. While y'all doing that, I'm going to take that off of there, put that on there. See what the Oakland mayoral race looks like. Alameda County Registrar.
One of the great things about these
Let's see here.
Hey Zenny, I have a question for you. Who do you, because the Republicans are likely to take the House, who do you think will be the next speaker?
Wow. That's a very good question.
Will it be Kevin McCarthy? Or do you think it will be someone else?
I don't know why it wouldn't be McCarthy. Do you?
I mean, some people like Matt Gaetz says, "Oh, let's make Trump Speaker of the House." There's no rule saying it has to be someone in part of the House, but it's probably going to be Kevin McCarthy.
Well, the reality is that, hold on a second. Let me let's see here. Okay.
Bob Fetterman, 49.2% of the votes, and Dr. Oz, 48.3% of the vote. So 0.9 difference between the two, with 84% of the votes. Ooh, Arizona governor race. Hobbs is leading Lake 56% to 43%, with 51% of the vote.
Okay. Registration and turnout, federal, state, city. Go down to Oakland. There's mayor, ranked choice voting. Lauren Taylor's got 35.74%. Chang Tao, 29.34%. Oh, shoot. This is 0 of 99%. This is nothing. This is really small. Let me see if what's his name is headed over there. Richard. Hey man, just checking in. Yeah, Derek.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay. Are you firing? Are you got your live stream on?
So that was my question. Am I jumping in where you're on this?
Yeah.
Wherever
Yes.
you got the StreamYard thing, or
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm backstage.
Oh.
On that.
Oh, in that case, wait a minute. Let me. That's Beth. How am I missing you? Hold on a second. Oh. Okay, I just added you. Ah, there you are. Hey, Richard. Hey, everybody. Hey, Richard.
Hey, Richard. First time meeting you finally.
Hi, Richard.
How are you? Oh, you're at Scott's.
I have no audio.
Oh, I can hear you.
Please.
I can hear you. Oh, I can hear you on the phone.
No, I don't want to get that.
Now he's got audio.
Hello, can you hear me
Hey,
now?
how are you? Yeah, loud and
Hey,
clear.
Richard.
Okay.
First time meeting you.
Bluetooth on here, and so I wasn't getting. I couldn't hear anything.
Hey, let me see if I can get Karina to find you here, and say hi. Yeah, right now, let me tell you what the count is, Richard.
And they have
Zero-
it up on the. They have a PowerPoint or whatever sort of thing.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I've got the county results here too.
It's a little loud.
I mean, I've got the county election results here too.
Oh, like the board of supervisors and such.
For the mayor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Lauren's he's at I'm gonna put excuse me for stuttering. Share screen. There's that. It's not coming up here. That's weird. Election results here. See if that comes in. Does that come up in your window? That's strange.
Yeah,
It's not
that's coming up. That's the same screen that they have displayed in the room here.
Let me see if I can zoom in here. Lauren has 11,000 votes, 30. But again, this is like 0 of 99% reported. Ignacio Chang has 9,000. Ignacio has almost 4,000. And Alyssa Victory has 1,800. Treva Reed, 1,700. Greg Hodge, 1,100. Seneca Scott, 1085, which to me is that's considering how much internet chatter he got. That's disappointing. And I think what it means is that he had no get out the vote. Because I would say he says he's got his ground crew, but if you have a ground crew, your ground crew shows a result, you know. And so anyway, Alyssa Victory came in much later than Seneca. She did a little bit better, but Ignacio's, it's hard to tell. This is not much of a vote at all. So when I'm saying this, you can't judge a whole election on less than 1%. 0 of 99% reported. That's what this says. These are just the mailers, you know. So the total voting population is much larger. So let's see here. Yeah, that's what that looks like.
Okay, now the Democrats are gaining ground. 184 Republicans, 155 Democrats. The Republicans have 6 pickups. The Democrats so far have 1 pickup.
Okay. Yeah, Vinny is in New York talking about the House, right, Vinny?
Yes, I'm talking about the House. Your major key race alerts over in New York. Kathy Hochul is staying on as governor of New York, defeating Lee Zeldin.
Oh, hey, Richard.
Yes.
I have some very exclusive Las Vegas baseball news.
I don't like the sound of that.
I'm listening. Oh yeah, I was the one that told you about it.
Yeah. You told him?
No, I told you about the information. How it's more than likely that they're going to be moving to Las Vegas. Even,
No. That's not the information. Because I said that. I said that way before. Here's the information. I'm going to vlog it tomorrow. Okay. The Athletics, along with Legends. You know what Legends is? Legends is the
Yeah.
marketing.
I know Legends.
Along with Legends, and along with a friend of mine who basically was one to inform me. Okay, who's part of the deal. And we talked yesterday about this. And yeah, the Athletics have had preliminary meetings, planning meetings with Tropicana executives for the last 4 months.
Tropicana executives, so like the Rays.
For the last 4 months, Tropicana.
Like the orange juice company, or are you referring to the Rays in particular?
He's never been to
the Tropicana, the Tropicana resort guy.
Yeah,
it's an old timey Las Vegas casino.
Ah, I thought you meant like the orange juice.
No. In fact, we had the guy on here who had a preliminary design for it, Lynn Garcia, last year. Anyway, what was discussed? I mean, this is where all these other reporters get it wrong, because I think someone sent me a link that Mitch Akers of your Journal reported there was no public money. They were saying they were losing any public money. Well, that's not exactly true if you know what is going on. What they will use is tax increment financing. And so what I was told is that what is at the Tropicana, or what was planned to be at the Tropicana, is a design that is a mixed-use development. What does that sound like? It sounds like Howard Terminal. So you have the ballpark in the middle, right? So basically it's the same economics. And then the question was brought up, can this be put on the festival grounds? And the answer was with a little tinkering, okay? So they have a plan. And remember, Dave Cobble told me on my show, they had the artist renditions for this, the drawings for this, ready to present. That was 6 months ago. So I kept waiting. But the bottom line is they've been in conversations with, and these are deal makers. Also, not only was Legends involved, but the gentleman over at Goldman Sachs, Greg Carey, who's done the stadium finances for the NFL, MLB, he was in that meeting too. He's been in that meeting. This has been going on for months. All right. Now, this is news you don't get anywhere else, right?
Nope.
Okay. So
because the media doesn't talk about it. The media doesn't think that stuff's important when reality actually is.
No, you know what it is, Vinny? We're the media. They're not. Because you can't get any information from them. They're quoting each other.
Yep, that's accurate.
So hey, look, they don't like it. That's too bad. The bottom line is, I've done this stuff, so I talk to them. We talk. I put certain people together to help them out. That's the way. Not only that, that's the way news used to be. You know, you have selfish. You knew. Now it's whatever. I don't care. Enough of me. Back to the main point. Because I'm getting sick of my own voice. But the whole point.
I never do. I get used to it.
I was trying to get Ricky Henderson on to get his reaction, and but Richard, you're the A's man around these parts. What's your reaction on this?
I mean, I'm not not an objective observer here. I mean, I'd love to get done here in Oakland.
No such thing.
There's no
such thing as facts. It's only opinions.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I'd love for them to stay here, but I mean, it's moving so slowly. I'm interested that you said you had some news, Vinny, that you were saying that they're probably going to go to Vegas, and I was wondering if that was the remarks made last week by the commissioner, or was it something else?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
his
him.
stuff
He
is.
was,
Yeah, depending on how you take the full context of that, yeah, you can look at it a lot of different ways, but it didn't sound good. There's
Here's how I look at it. I'll tell you how I look at it. I look at what I know has been going on for some time
Mm-hmm.
in Las Vegas and I looked at the confirmation of that told to me by my friend yesterday. And then I look at that, and then look at the Oakland situation where, first of all, the city is already 2.5 years behind. I've said this before in the way it did it, because as the mayor, as Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf admitted to me on my show last year, hey, they don't have the expertise to do redevelopment. She said that. But he didn't call on the right people to do it. Okay, so they lost 2.5 years of what should they have done over that 2.5 years? Good question. They should have set up a project, a public financing authority. They should have set up an infrastructure financing plan, and they should have had their tax increment financing meetings back in 2020 or 2019, and not wait until Major League Baseball started screaming to have them in 2021. Because it wasn't until the commissioner started yapping that Libby said, hey, we got to have these meetings. Remember that, Richard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, was it about April or so?
Right. But see, my point is that alone should tell you that they don't know what they're doing. They're behind schedule, because if they have to hurry up for the commissioner, it means they didn't have a process. Now, get this. The process is laid out in the law.
Right.
The process lays it out for you. It's in black and white.
That was the Skinner thing.
Not even just Skinner. It's enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation, period. Okay? Period.
Because I remember reading all that through one of those things where it was just saying, "Hey, these are your steps," you know, and I feel like they're just ignoring the whole thing.
They are ignoring it because you have consultants that don't know what they're doing. You have people that hired the consultants that are trusting them. The consultants don't want it known that they don't know what they're doing because they're taking money. The city is not comfortable in its collective knowledge beyond me to say, hey, you guys don't know, we need to get somebody else. So then here comes this guy squawking, all right? And then all of a sudden you don't hear any numbers. And you had Lauren saying the same thing again and again and again, which is, well, I saw the numbers, but they're secret. I said, Lauren, you don't have secret numbers. All right, that's illegal. You're gonna do a public financing, and you're gonna tell me you have tax increment financing numbers. You're supposed to share with the taxing agencies because you're taking their money off that 55-acre land, okay? And you're not gonna share it with them.
Right.
And
So
he says this, okay? He says this. And my point is, this isn't a matter of ego. This is a matter of knowledge. The people who've done this stuff right, I'm like the last of a dying breed. Mm-hmm. So the people that are remaining have no idea. They have no clue. Libby is leaving. So guess what? With Libby leaving, you're getting another brain drain of what was there, which wasn't much to begin with. Mm-hmm. So we have to start all over again with a new regime that is even more that unless they call on the people who know, they're not going to call me. I'd be surprised. Okay. I mean, my point is, if they call and they want to pay me, let's serve. All right. But I'm not giving up any for free.
That was going to be my question for you was with a new mayor and some new city council, do you see this changing for the better? Maybe some people getting riding the ships.
No, because none of them know. And look, it's not a new city council. We don't know who's going to get in there. Okay.
Right.
But my point is that let's say if it's Nikki Fortunato Bass, she didn't do much the first time, so I don't see she's going to do anything the second time. And up in the hills between Jan Annie and Nina, regardless of who you get, they're still brand new. And neither one of them are familiar with tax increment financing. And I don't know I think Janani has I keep mispronouncing her name, has a better, I think she might have a better bent toward rigorous study than Nina, but that remains to be seen. When I say rigorous study, we have too many people who in office who are, they have a social media bug and they don't want to absorb a lot of complicated information quickly, and they don't know how to hire people who do. And if you look at Shane Tao's staff, if we're unlucky enough to get her as mayor, she hires people who are more political, who do shady stuff in the background. You're not going to get good policy out of her. Okay. If you do, it'll be lucky. Be lucky. So I mean, my point is that if I'm looking at this and I'm looking at it like Major League Baseball is looking at it, I'm thinking I got a better chance of getting my deal done in Las Vegas than counting on these people in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it is. All right.
Here's a question: Do you think the Rays are in a similar predicament, or do you think they're going to end up staying in
I
Tampa?
am not knowledgeable enough about that situation, except to say what little I hear. There's what the Rays seem to have, and it's their favors. They don't have the complicated society we do. Okay, we don't. They don't. The Rays aren't bugged by people who have their handouts representing these nonprofits. They don't want to say they were getting the money from, and then they turn around and weigh in at the last minute on Howard Terminal. And as much as anything else, they screwed this stuff up too. All right, and the mayor didn't know enough to have a task force to bring everybody in, and so you can quite literally corral them and contain them. Maybe he didn't do that.
Yeah.
All right.
I do think they might stay in Tampa. If not, I feel like they'd probably go to. I think they'd probably go to Nashville because I know that they're trying to get a team. But I think more than likely Nashville would get an expansion team. I know Montreal. They tried to do it there, but I can't see them going to Montreal. I think Montreal would be reserved for like an expansion team. What do you think, Rick?
I don't see any momentum in the middle of the economy where it's expensive to build things. I don't see any momentum anywhere at this point. Lock, stock, and barrel. Go start something new, unless it's going to be paid for.
Yeah.
It's Las Vegas for the Athletics has already started. They started that some time ago. It's not like
the only thing that doesn't make sense, and again, I have to use the Raiders as an example of things that didn't make sense that happened anyways, which was from what I gather from people in Vegas is they don't have the appetite for another team to come through. They want their own thing. They felt like they got their own thing with the Vegas Knights. They felt like they kind of got the short end of the stick with the Raiders, but who weren't even like the top five favorite team in Las Vegas. And then it's an interesting thing because they don't. I'm trying to gather this thought. So if you have a team in an established here in Oakland, would you take them out, put a team in Las Vegas, but now once they figure out Oakland, they want to expand. Now where do you expand to besides Vegas, since Vegas is filled with the A's? Now where do you go? So that's the next question.
I don't understand the question.
Doesn't have.
Hey, Richard, you lost.
Okay. So if you take once MLB has said that once they figure out the situation in Oakland and in Tampa, that they will move to expand. So if you take Oakland out and you put, or I should say the A's, you take the A's out, put them in Las Vegas. Now where is the other expansion team on the West?
No, are you saying that basically Oakland becomes a better candidate for expansion?
Actually, I'm not saying that at all. I'm like, what becomes the next best candidate?
Well, after the A's find their stadium, they'd say the Rays would have to be next. So once they get both of those settled out,
right.
So even if you get the Athletics in Las Vegas, you still got to worry about what's going to go on with the Tampa Bay Rays. If they're going to stay in Tampa, they're going to move out.
Here's my question: why would you be afraid to say that Oakland would be a candidate for expansion?
Well, I'm not saying that they're not, but at the same time, I'm saying, why would you move a team that's already established just to put another team in place of the established team?
Because simple, because of the size of the market. That's why.
Yeah. Exactly.
What I'm saying is, why wouldn't you take a new team and expand them to Las Vegas so that they're going to have to grow a fan base anyways, instead of taking. It doesn't make sense. It seems
make
backwards.
Sense. No, it doesn't. It makes sense if you're the developer.
Oh yeah, totally for them.
Wait. But this is all that matters. It makes sense if you're the developer, and you've been working in Las Vegas, and Oakland has been jacking you around. Right? You don't say, especially if you've got money behind you and you're generating a lot of money. You got Major League Baseball behind you. You don't say, "Oh, gee, I can't disappoint those long-suffering fans in Oakland who you haven't seen much of anyway." All right, and then say, "Well, I'm going to stay here anyway." People don't understand. That's not the way it works.
No, I get your point there. It doesn't make sense to me that you would remove a team from. I think of Houston in a way, because they took the Oilers out of Houston, moved them to Tennessee, and then you put another team back in there, and then you put a new team back in eventually into Houston. But that took some time.
Yeah, we can just use a baseball example too, and also involving the A's. When they were in Kansas City for the number of years, and they moved to Oakland several years later, when the MLB expanded again, they
brought the Royals.
And another example I can use.
Right. But here's the problem with both of those, all right? You guys are you're tossing these examples around as if the internet had no impact. The internet has dramatically changed sports economies.
Yeah.
So that's why Las Vegas is trying to get all these, because at the end of the day, I don't care how you feel about the team. First of all, as Dave Cobble has said on our show 3 times, the market studies favor the A's in Las Vegas. All right, he said that. I can pull that. All right. So if he said that, and not only that, if that wasn't the case, then Dave Cobble would not have been meeting with Greg Carey of Goldman, with the gentleman representing Legends, which is the naming rights organization that was formed by Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, among others. I got to imagine that Construction Sports and Leisure is involved in those meetings, as well as my friend, okay, as well as Billy Bean and others. All right.
Right.
So this is going on for months. They wouldn't be spending that time if they didn't think their next stop was going to be Las Vegas. They're not, twiddling thumbs and stuff.
Right. On the same token, you would ask, would Oakland be a candidate though for an expansion team? And then I'm going to use that logic that if Oakland, if the city is jerking the A's around and stuff, who's to say that the next guy up wants to put that time and effort into Oakland if he's just going to get jacked around too?
That's a good point. That's right.
So let's say Oakland's out of the mix. Then I have to wonder who's next in line, and I would assume that it's a West Coast thing. I mean, Portland maybe.
Portland.
Vancouver's have been thrown around a little bit here and there. I don't know if they have the
Portland already has the plan.
They have I don't know. Do they?
50,000 signatures. Russell Wilson also has a backing in that. There's several.
Yeah. Do the Mariners have a say in that?
No, the Mariners.
As in, as in territory. I mean, they're only 2 hours out of Seattle.
No, they do not have a no, not at all. They would not have a say in the matter because Portland is its own thing, and the Mariners are fine, and they would actually welcome another Pacific Northwest team, whether that's in the AL West or if that's interleague. They'd be fine with either.
I can tell you that from the people that I reached out to in Portland who were over the organization that was going to bring baseball to Portland, told me back then that they already had the land, not quite the financing, but they have the drawings, the conceptual drawings, not the actual ones. Okay.
Right.
So they could easily take that and transfer it someplace else. Now, the noise that is being made about public money, again, it has to be repeated. This is how the public money is going to go. They're going to announce a giant mixed-use combination with base. It's going to be just like Howard Terminal. And more than likely, they'll just basically use tax increment financing all over again. And see, the difference is that tax increment financing takes essentially the new value and creates that tax. Okay? It's not money that was someplace else before. So it's not a hotel tax at all. They're taking advantage of the new stuff that they're building there.
You're talking about Las Vegas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was that or Portland. Still.
No, not Portland doesn't have that model, but Las Vegas does. And that's based on what I was told this week.
Yeah.
there you go.
I just want to
It
ask
doesn't
about-
sound good either way.
Yeah, here's another one.
Oakland screwed it up.
Another one I should mention is Nashville. Nashville, besides Portland, is another candidate that's been actively. I've shown Zennie this too. Nashville Stars, they're a whole group of Black-owned businessmen. They're also helped funded by Justin Timberlake and also the Phillies GM Dave Dombrowski. They've been focusing very much trying to get an expansion team or a relocation team to Nashville, Tennessee, and like those are the
down there.
two. Yeah. Nashville and Portland are the two main ones. And if I were to throw 4 other wild cards, Montreal and Vancouver, if you want to do Canadian teams, and then you get either another team in Texas, probably Austin or San Antonio, and then a team in North Carolina, so like Raleigh or Charlotte. Those are like
Charlotte would probably get something.
Yeah, those are the six cities that I think are likely to get an expansion team. I think 2 of them would get it if they were to extend to 36. Be my guess, but I think more than likely they'll stop at 32 for the time being.
Yeah, as far as I know, everything I've heard is it's just 2 teams. They want to expand and redraw the division.
I think it would be by 4 teams in each division, like the NFL model. It wouldn't be an NHL.
They may from the things that I've seen kicked around. 2 is not enough to somebody would be an odd man out one way or another, and then it'd have to be are they AL or NL, and then which really doesn't matter anymore. I would expect with expansion that they just get rid of the American League National League and they go East-West like the NBA and the NHL pretty much have. It's because you're lopsided one way or another. When I was a kid, like the Chicago White Sox were in the AL West, and now
the Atlanta Braves were in the NL West, which is weird.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense, and unless they brought multiple teams, more than 2, I don't really see like an evenly distributed way to realign without breaking up the AL and the NL.
I thought of some ways like they can maybe do like if they decide to, let's say Nashville and Portland are the 2 options.
Sure.
Like they do that. Could they if they make Portland an American League team, they would make those matches with the Mariners more frequent. But if they want to make that interleague matchup more special, they could do that. Same thing with Nashville. If you make the American League, you can make that an interleague rivalry with the Braves. Those 2 Southerns.
Absolutely.
I think that if you do that, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, well, we're already going to see next season kind of the dissolution, not completely, but it's going to be watered down. Everybody's going to play everybody. Every team will play every team. So that means you're going to have less interleague play to fill in those gaps. On the upside, it makes for some great traveling. If I travel to a lot of games out of town, which sorry, some bang. You know, so it makes for
I always use
cool travel possibilities.
I always use this example. I think of this, I call it the sad Pirates fan analogy. And I know I'm bumping the Pittsburgh Pirates in this. Listen, the history of the last 30 years says that I should do this. Okay, let's say you're a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. Your team is bad almost every single year, but your favorite player is Mike Trout. And Mike Trout doesn't play, he plays in an American League team. So your best bet is that he has to play like every 6 years in, Pittsburgh. But now it's every other year, and every single year they get to play against your favorite player goes to play against your favorite team. Now that's going to really help revenue. So the sad Pirates fan can be happy because at least you're going to see that happen. So thank you for that, Pirates fan. I'm sorry to dump on the Pirates from this analogy, but I got to use something.
But that's and that's everybody. I mean, I always think of those upper, like Milwaukee. I'm like, what a terrible, boring place to be.
But at least they make the playoffs.
Yeah, they have their moments. They're like the A's.
So what do you
they
bet?
Get there, but they don't go far.
Hey, what'd you say, Beth?
I was going to say, if I was going to bet my money on an expansion city, I agree with you guys. I think Nashville is primed. I went to Nashville for the first time back in June for a track meet at Vanderbilt, which my niece competed in. And, I saw the stadium there for the Titans. And then just everything that's going on downtown and the number of people that have moved from the Bay Area that have gone there, I think it's ripe. Like you were saying, it's really ripe for a professional team.
Yeah.
Happening now.
My sister's bailing on Vegas to go to Tennessee. So,
Beth, I want to ask you this: if they would expand, they go from 30 to 32. Besides Nashville, what other city would you go for? Would you go for Portland or Montreal as your 32nd team besides Nashville?
Hey, everybody! Our election talk has turned to talk about the athletics. So,
to stay in the U.S. So I'd probably say Portland over Montreal.
City?
We have any rationale.
No worries, it's fine. Mostly just because I question the Canadian dollar, mostly, and it's a big reason why for the NHL they haven't put it.
Whoops, excuse me. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Hold on a second. Got it.
It's the main reason as to why the NHL.
Why MLB is the only.
I don't know what's going on here with them. Just go ahead. Keep talking.
Are you trying to say, Beth?
No, Beth, are you okay? Beth, are you okay?
I think there's some lag.
And then there's just a little lag.
There's a lag.
Yeah,
okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I was just going to say the only major professional league, right, that has franchises outside of the U.S. is, right, with the Toronto Jays, right,
Mm-hmm.
And NBA.
NHL doesn't.
Hey, everybody, we're having a conversation here with all these folks.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Say hi.
Hey.
And Beth is making a great point. Go ahead, Beth.
Beth, continue.
Beth, go ahead.
No, I haven't really heard that they really are going to be expanding outside the U.S. More and more of the professional teams, but I guess it makes sense. I mean, still North America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the NFL actually has had some discussions internally about expansion beyond North America.
The
Actually,
news that I got yesterday.
yes,
London.
not just London.
And
Potentially
executive.
2 teams in London and potentially 2 teams in Germany. They've been discussing.
Who's the premier stadium financier?
They've been discussing that, like another division, like have 36 teams with 4 of them be in Europe. But it's very preliminary. I think the NFL needs to have at least like 2-3 games in Germany before they can discuss even having a notion of that. But,
If they were smart, they'd go to Mexico City.
Months.
Yeah, or I don't understand why they can't add a team in like Canada or Mexico, but in Europe it seems like crazy.
When I was a kid,
festival grounds.
There was
the way A's brass were, of course, there, but
I guess 57 are different conversations.
Yeah, what were you trying to say, Richard?
Oh, I was saying when I was a kid, my family, my dad's from Toronto, and they were talking about it back in the 80s. I guess it never went anywhere.
The Athletics and the other people in the room.
I know that for the 32nd team, besides Houston, the NFL was thinking about Los Angeles and Toronto, but obviously those were leapfrog over Houston. And obviously the Los Angeles has gotten both the Rams and the Chargers at the expense of St. Louis and San Diego, of course. But now when you see it, what's the demand now for it? I'm not really seeing much. The NFL has discussed about potentially having some games be played in Canada besides those Bills-Toronto's games. Like they've thought about the Seahawks playing a game in Vancouver, maybe a chance that the Vikings could potentially play a game in Winnipeg. There's been some discussions within the league itself, but so far nothing concrete, and we won't know for sure until next year for what happens.
The returns having the what the absentee came in. Lauren was ahead. He has 11,000 votes.
I would say some of these numbers have changed recently.
Marshall has almost 4,000. They're the top 3. That's 0%. That's 0% precinct. Yeah.
Looking at the poll numbers from for the Oakland.
It's gonna be a while.
Changing it.
Let me see what's going on. Hey, Richard, are you in front there?
Yes, sir. They're pulling up from.
Are they still at 0? Are they still at 0%?
Yes. I mean, some of the numbers have changed. Lauren Taylor has 35% of the vote. Shane Powell has 29%. Ignacio Del Fuente is he's at 12%. So,
well,
but it's still
that's the same as before.
Oh, I thought he had. I thought it was slightly less.
This is big news in California, guys. Big news, huge news in California. I need to mention this.
What?
Okay, apparently both Prop 26 and Prop 27 are projected to not pass, meaning that sports betting will remain illegal in the state of California.
What?
Yep, says it right here. Says it right here in the fine print.
Well, I got to tell you, the ads for all this started in August, and so I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe the amount of money that was spent on this, both for and against, and that is just such. I can't even believe that. Anyway.
California's making the bad decisions.
Would have been revenue for the state. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's with the A's, so why not?
Absurd.
Hey, Bally's is building a casino in Chicago on the waterfront. 1.1
California is so liberal. I'm stunned that they would.
Oh, I'm as stunned as you are. Like,
hey, Beth, that's an insult to liberals. It's not liberal, it's stupid.
That's true.
It's crazy. I know, but I mean, the state. I'm just shocked, and I attribute it to some of the ads. It started out really early in August. They had these little old ladies talking about, that they're not going to get the money. And this, I mean, it was like, crazy.
I found them to be very dishonest. and you know,
Oh,
playing people
absolutely.
against the you know, the tribes and against corporate casinos and everybody, you know, it's like, oh, so these guys are the bad guys, and I was like, but nobody really looked at it, you know, closely and saw who was putting these ads out. And, it's like, yeah, of course. I mean, anytime I see an ad, I'm like, well, who's this going to benefit? And of course, some of these things are going to bet. You know, if you take this away, you're going to, if you take away the gaming, you know, or you don't legalize it, I mean, that's going to benefit the tribal casinos, because that means now you're spending money there. And of course, nobody wants competition. If they can, I mean, if you said, hey, what if we could make it so that nobody competes against your business? I would probably be like, yeah, sure, I'm going to get the money, because you know, nobody in the right mind says, yeah, bring it on. Let me have, you know, no competition. I mean, I deal with it in my own business, you know, where it's competition all day. I would love if somebody did something that would, you know, make it so where I was benefited by whatever means, you know, so that I could make more money. But that's the way I saw those ads. Was it made it sound like you were doing something good. What is that?
California, Richard?
I'm in California, yes.
He's a
Okay, so you saw it too.
What's that?
I mean, the amount of money that was spent is absurd. I mean, if I were going to say something, I think all political ads should be banned, or there has to be a limit. $1 million, that's it. Nobody can exceed it. It's gotten so out of hand. If they took 1/4 of it, you know, to help with, you know, low-income housing or, you know, fair housing. I mean, education, it's just beyond, you know, with all these ads that you said are so dishonest. And it's ridiculous.
But you want what's even more crazy? Big news in Georgia. First off, Trump's not going to like this. Brad Raffensperger just got reelected as Attorney General. So,
no surprise there.
No surprise. Also, there's some news in the Senate. News in the Senate. Huge news. Warnock is now leading against Walker. 49.1% for Raphael Warnock, with over 12,000 votes ahead of Herschel Walker, was 48.8%. So a 0.3% difference between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker.
What's the margin that would throw a runoff election?
It would be anywhere that's below 50 that was trigger a runoff. So if it's 49.999, whatever, it would be a runoff. 94% of the vote is in, 6% to go. If no one gets a 50 or above, it's going to a runoff.
Wow.
Wow, that's tight.
Well, also some news out of Pennsylvania.
Where you got it, it just showed on ABC that they were still neck and neck, 49.
Also Pennsylvania. John Fetterman is leading 49.2% over Mehmet Oz, 48.3%, with 88% of the votes already in, and a 48,000 vote difference. So those are two major ones. And 190 Republicans, 166 Democrats. Ron Johnson is currently leading Mandela Barnes, 51.6% of the votes against 48.2% of the vote, with 83% of the vote already in, and 80,000 ahead of the other. Looks like I think Ron Johnson's got this in the bag. It's going to take a little while. And then finally for Arizona, Mark Kelly is 57.2% above the Blake Masters, 40.5 with 53%.
My name is Richard. I'm with Zennie62. And we're doing a live stream.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the races.
Thank you.
Yes, Zennie is your friend.
Hey, who's that? Who's that?
What's your name?
My name is Lisa Cotto. I work on the campaign.
Oh yeah, hey
You
Lisa,
were
get
worried
on,
that
yeah.
you were the
Hey
wrong
Lisa,
people.
thank you.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, who's this?
Ignacio de la Fuente's cat. We're feeling
Hey,
good.
hey Lisa,
Results
don't you
are
have a
early, so
song?
don't you guys let up.
Hold on a
We
second.
got this.
Lisa, aren't you on
Name Lisa?
Instagram? Hold on. Hey, Richard, get her back.
Let's see if we can get to.
Lisa, aren't you on Instagram?
I don't know if you can hear.
Hi guys. I'm
Hi,
sorry.
aren't you on Instagram?
Hi Zennie. Thank you for joining us. We adore you on our campaign. We couldn't
Oh,
have done
thank
this
you.
without you so much. So
Oh,
thank
thank
you so
you.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So sorry I couldn't be here, but
Thank
thank
you.
you so much for everything. We're
Oh,
feeling
hey, thank
positive,
you
we're
all.
good, and we really think that we're gonna come out on top. So let's keep going. Thank you
You
guys
got
so
it.
much.
Hey, aren't you on Instagram? Are you Honey? Are you the one that did the rap, the song on Instagram for
I am
Ignacio?
not. No, so I work with Isabel. Isabel is one of our coworkers. I can bring her over here if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I was putting that song was fantastic. Somebody's got to do something. Yeah, I don't know if you set that up or what. That was like, yeah, it was like, it was
She's a new
bumping.
artist that is from Oakland, and she also does social media with me on the campaign. So we created this interactive way to promote Ignacio by also promoting artists. So thought it was genius. The fact that
It was.
anything towards it. Thank you so much. I
You guys have to do something with that beyond this, I mean, because that was, my thought was we were like a month too late. I just like, yeah, more.
I know we got it late. So the editor got us the stuff very late. And we were saying we needed this a week ago or something, but we're still trying to do stuff with it. So thank you
I
so
wish
much.
I had have known earlier. Oh, I would have gotten you out there faster. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't even know. Oh,
Thank you so much, Zennie. I'll be right back.
yes, ma'am. You got it. Hey, Vinny and Beth, hey, Richard, they
Hey.
made a great kind of a hip hop song for Ignacio.
Oh, wow.
They put on at the last minute. I mean, literally the last minute. Oh,
Wow.
Man. Here's a.
Because I can't hear.
This was back, I think, in like March of 2016, or like the top 3 vote getters in like March 2016 was Trump by 40%, Hillary Clinton by 30%, and D's Nuts by 9%. I'm not even joking. D's Nuts was actually 9% in one poll.
I brought her. Here's our newest artist from West.
Hey.
You guys rock. Let me give you like a solo. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you a solo. Yeah. Wait a minute. That's the wrong. Sorry, Vinny. Hold on a second. I meant to give them the solo. Let me exit solo. Put the solo over here. There they are. Hey, how y'all doing? Yeah. Kick that song. Woo! I loved it. Thank you. Oh, your song is outstanding.
Thank you so much. I wanted you to tell it to her face because she is very supportive of her, and we're really happy. We enjoy working together. So thank you for saying all that. I wanted her to hear it for herself. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's more music.
Brilliant.
Come.
Brilliant. Oh, that was.
Go Ignacio.
Yeah, go Ignacio. Yeah, go Ignacio. That song. You got to do. That's something that's got to get out there beyond this campaign. That's a hit.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know who did the music video. They did a kick butt job.
We filmed a commercial in the music video in one day. And
One day?
Yeah. Freddie Scopes. Shout out Freddie Scopes. Thank
Yeah,
you for
hey.
all the Twitter trolls. Yes, you're amazing, Zennie. We're like so supportive and helpful. Like you helped us get to this point. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Talk very positively about you. We're like, send it to Zennie. He could put it out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, and I think those folks don't pay attention to Twitter. They got just not good folks.
Yeah.
Just not good folks. But the bottom line is that the reality is Ignacio can fix these things, and fortunately, a lot of the people that know how to get financing for stadiums in Oakland and do things, a lot of them are passing on, and what we're left is it's not going to be a good look in the future. I hate to say that, but it's just, we're going to have to do something. But the people who are running for council right now did less than I did working for Elihu as his aide between 1995 and 2001. I came to you in the 8 NFL votes of bringing the Super Bowl to Oakland. Nobody has a resume like that. I can run against anybody, and I don't know how many votes I get. They'll probably piss them off, but the whole point no, you know what? As long as I have Beth on my side, that's the lady on the side over here, and Vinny. I can win.
Vinny.
Yes, Vinny. Go ahead, Vinny.
Okay, first off, before I get into it, NBC just made a big announcement, guys.
Okay.
Huge announcement.
Oh, really?
Your new senator of Pennsylvania is Mr. John Carl Fetterman.
Yay!
Yay!
No, Dr. Oz, sit down.
Yay!
Fetterman won Pennsylvania.
No, Dr. Oz, just sit down.
Yay! We have joy.
Bye, we gotta go see her.
Hey, by the way, hey, this guy, hey, everybody. Hey, Richard, put my camera back on him.
Oh, they left.
No, get him.
They're leaving.
No, get him back.
Hold on,
Get him back.
Come back.
Get him back.
1 second. Oh, pardon me.
And then he does this. Oh, sorry.
Hey, thank you all so much. Thank you. Hey, look. Thank you all so much. You guys rock. Hey, get Richard a girlfriend. He's available.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Hello?
I'll see you.
There you are.
Yeah, I said you guys rock and get Richard a girlfriend. He's available. Richard Hake, right there.
Oh, Richard.
Well, thanks,
All right,
Annie.
we'll work on that.
What am I, chopped liver?
I got a handle.
Richard says he's he's available too. He's in New York.
I like that.
Vinny.
That is so cool for that. All right, see you guys later.
All right.
See you guys.
Bye.
Yeah, Fetterman just won Pennsylvania. Holy.
Oh.
Oh, hallelujah. Yeah.
Hey, Richard, see, that's friends helping friends. See what I'm talking
There you go.
about.
Hey, man, appreciate it.
Also,
Thank
yeah,
you,
if you can,
man.
you guys can tell I kind of changed my outfit wall in the last few
What's
seconds.
the t-shirt say, Vinny?
I mean, it's just got this just a Hershey's milk chocolate bar. Specifically, it's the with almonds because it's either they didn't have any ones for regular, so I just got the one with almonds because it's like I like those old style kind of shirts. To wear it to bed.
I'm making a thumbnail of my announcement because I realize there are people watching this and they might want to steal the news and get out before I put it out there.
I rather like
a thumbnail maker. Pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
Why do you think Dave Cobble hasn't put anything on his Twitter account in like a month and a half?
I'm sorry, I only cut half of that.
I said, why do you think A's president Dave Cobble hasn't put anything on his Twitter account in a month and a half?
Because he knows.
Hey, Beth, my mom says hi.
Hello. Hi, Zenny's mom.
Hey,
what is your mom's name? I don't even. I hate
Mom
to say
says
Zenny's
hi.
mom.
What's your mom's name, Zenny?
Oh, Ms. Yerger. My mom says hi, Beth.
Ms. Yoder?
Tell her hi. Send her a big hug.
Hey, Ms. Yoder.
Over there in the kitchen. Yeah. I'm sorry, Richard, what you were saying? Go ahead.
Well, the reason I don't think he has is because I don't think he has anything good to say right now. He knows it will hit the fan. His inbox will explode again. I try to stay optimistic about Oakland, but I mean, more and more of this is pointing towards Vegas, and maybe there's part of me that says, hey, there's a lot to work on here, and maybe they could make something happen. Who knows? But I don't think him tweeting really does much for him, other than make more enemies. When he started off, it was all great stuff. He was trying to do things that brought fans to the ballpark, and as this has dragged on, it's just become more and more negative. And then there was last year with during the World Series, they're talking about, hey, we're going to have our what was it, the World Series? They had stuff that they were supposed to drop something. Yeah, their Vegas plans.
Yep.
They were going to announce stuff, and then that never happened. And then he's going to nights games, and that pissed off a lot of people. And just all this Vegas talk. I mean, there's nothing good that's going to come out of it with the fans. It's just not going to. So it's better for him just to be quiet. And I don't think it made a lot of friends in city council. I know Rebecca Kaplan wasn't a fan of it. It was. I think it's smart for him just to stay quiet until there's something to actually say, because otherwise it's just bitter trolling. But he doesn't necessarily have anything going on in Oakland. He doesn't necessarily have a deal in place in Las Vegas. Although he may, that may come sooner than later. I mean, those are why I don't think he said anything.
Richard, when you say he doesn't have a deal, what do you think not having a deal means?
I mean, it's they don't have everything. It's not official. Basically, they may have some ideas. I don't know. I don't know what they have. I don't. It could be anything.
They have a drawing we haven't seen, and I've now talked to two people who are. I've talked to two people who know each other, who were in the same meetings, who basically have told me in more detail this week than before what the drawings look like.
Yeah.
The drawings have the ballpark in the middle of mixed-use development, and it's either at the Tropicana or the fairgrounds, festival grounds, but they were talking to Tropicana people. But the plan, with a little tinkering, can be changed to festival grounds if Tropicana doesn't work out.
Is the festival grounds the same place where the shooting happened? Is that the same area?
No,
Okay, no.
That's over.
What's that going on?
Beth's got some.
Somebody's making tea.
Oh, that's some pretty loud.
That was me. Sorry, guys. So sorry.
You can't miss that one. Your tea's ready.
Ooh, that sounds like a loose leaf tea. 1 a.m.
What kind of tea? Hey, Beth, what kind
the
of tea?
tea is pumpkin spice decaf. It's very, very nice.
There's pumpkin spice for tea as well.
Yeah.
Looks like they're clearing out of here.
Well, I do love pumpkin spice, so that probably.
Hey, Richard, is everyone gone?
Yeah, kind of. They're starting to tear it down. They turned the lights up. They just took down the projector screen, and they're packing up the projector. There's only a few people still here.
Let's see if there's an update with the county numbers here.
Okay, right now 190 Republicans and 167 Democrats. 7 pickup on the GOP and 2 on the Dems. Right now, 46 deadlocked for the Senate. Mandela Barnes now trying to gain ground on Ron Johnson.
Nice to meet you.
Rich, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I'm with the.
What's your last name again?
Hey.
What are you with?
Zennie62. We're doing
Senate at this
live
time,
here.
47, 46.
Oh my gosh, Zennie! Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Hey, how are you? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you.
He just left.
Who was that? I was thinking.
I don't know, but he knows who you are.
I don't know. He asked my name, but I don't know if he gave me his.
I'll always get the name. I don't know who that is, but yeah.
Well, I was listening to Vinny, and then he came up, and so I kind of missed that.
190 Republicans in the House, 167 Democrats. It's deadlocked 46 for the Senate. And Tony Evers is gaining ground, And right now, Mandela Barnes is gaining ground for Wisconsin. That's the news right now.
I saw that. Governor of Nevada is looking good.
Yeah, Sisolak.
Too close to call.
He is. Oh, too close. Okay. I got an
Wow.
update of the Alameda County numbers here, right there. So what they look like is Lauren now has 35.43%. Shang Tao 29.7. Ignacio's come up to 4,167 votes. He was at 3,800. 2.2. 99.99% reporting. And then Alyssa Victory has 2,021. Treva Reed has 1,863. Greg Hodge has 1,200. Seneca Scott 1159. Peter Lou 333. John Riemann 367. And Tyron C. Jordan 291. Lauren was at 39%. He came down a little bit. Shang is still at 29%. Ignacio came up a bit. So actually Shang is at, she is at 90. Yeah. So both of them come up with, but here's the thing. Ignacio's numbers are almost twice with Shang's. So he's gaining ground a little bit. As far as Alyssa Victory, she picked up quite a bit of votes. It's a long way to go.
Do you want to? Ignacio is looks. He's here. You want to see if I can get him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool.
See if I can get him in here.
Oh man, Wisconsin.
Ignacio.
Too close to call.
Oh, hold on. He's about to take a picture here.
Okay.
See if I can get him in here in a second here.
The thing about it is that if Ignacio can pick up some, Ignacio's going to have to rely on picking up votes from Lauren and Shang. If we can do that, we'll be alter the race. That depends. We can pick up the majority of second place votes. Then you're looking at.
There we go. Hey, I'm on with Zennie.
Oh, let's do it again. One more photo.
Here's its photo time. Hold on one second.
That's him. Get Sean Sullivan. Hey, Richard, turn around. Go back over there. Get Sean Sullivan over there.
I'm sorry.
Sullivan.
I'm gonna go. He's taking.
No, you're going around and go back toward him. Go back toward him.
They're doing a.
I see that. Go back toward him.
Yay!
Now you got my smiling.
Yeah, okay.
Please, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Zennie.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi, Zennie.
Oh, great. Hey, man, your numbers are getting better.
What's happening, brother?
Your numbers are getting better.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, your numbers are getting better. You're
up in the boat.
You're going up.
Well, we're here. Obviously, we're not doing very well right now, but
no, you're going better. It's getting better. It's getting better.
In a couple hours.
It's getting better. It's getting better. Getting better.
It's getting better.
Yeah. You're getting in the hunt.
Well, you know better, so keep an eye on it and keep me informed.
Yeah. Those second place and third place and fourth place and fifth place votes, that could carry you. But you're going to be getting some stuff from. You're going to get it from Shang. You're going to get it from Lauren. Remember those, okay? So it's not dead yet. All right, not dead yet.
Zennie, you actually you're one of the people that know about Oakland. That's the difference between some of the other news sources. The reality is that you know more about Oakland. So that's the point.
This right here. This right here.
It's all these folks around me. There's Beth.
Hi.
She helped me try to bring the Super Bowl to Oakland. Vinny is one of my bloggers. Richard right there with you, and we're nationwide. We got people in London, Atlanta, Chicago. I mean, we're all over, man. This is my company, and it's a real live company. They have stock in the company. So I'm
part of the advisory board.
62.
Yeah. So
I'm
this
23.
But hey, you know what? I'm proud to. Hey, Ignacio, I'm proud that my company had you guys as our client. We're happy to go to war for you. It's been an honor. I'll let you know that. I'm vocal about it. I don't hide like the Oakland side hides where its money comes from. I don't do that. You know what I mean? So
thank you.
You got it.
Zenny's always been genuine for you, Ignacio. He's always going to fight for you. Don't forget that.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right.
Thank you.
Got it, man. You got it. See ya. Yeah. Thank you. Definitely gonna get you on the advisory board.
Yeah, he had to catch him before he's about to leave.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there was there were a bunch of people in that group, but oh well, that's okay.
Yeah.
You did great. Thank you.
Just hanging out.
Fetterman just
Maryland
made a post
governor, Massachusetts governor looks good.
Woohoo!
Okay, Fetterman just made a post on Twitter. It's official. I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And I won't let you down. Thank you. Short, sweet, simple.
Governor Whitmer is looking good.
Oh, yeah, I think she's definitely going to win at this point.
What about there was a couple people who were up for really, like Lauren Boebert.
Oh, yes. I've been checking her poll. She's been losing, actually. 78% of the polling. Adam Frisch, her Democratic opponent, 51.4% of the vote. Lauren Boebert, 48.6% of the votes. There's a difference of 7,000 votes.
Wow.
So Lauren Boebert might not even make it to re-election. So,
good.
She's got the shortest executive career since that Pope who got poisoned.
It could be worse. You could be Madison Cawthorn. He didn't even win his primary. At least she won her primary.
Wow, looking good.
I'm thinking about taking this truly national. I'm concerned about the future of Oakland. I really am. I just don't.
I hear you, man. It's
know,
sad.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not optimistic.
How can you be?
No, we've gotten rid of a significant number of people and events. At the time when events matter in the economy, we've chased all of our major sports event organizations away. It's stupid. And for what? Stupidity. You know? I mean, there's no other way to put it than that. None. And, you know, it's like, I remember the one thing that I learned in trying to bring the Super Bowl to Oakland is that the Bay Area is really about the individual. It's not about the community. It's not like down here in the South or any place else. You go to California when you're trying to make it for yourself. It's not so much building a stadium or building anything large scale because it's expensive and it just got more expensive. It's going to take a long time to get that cost envelope down. So it's just the future is not looking good, and I don't see unless it, I mean, I know Lauren thinks otherwise, but Lauren is not going to save Major League Baseball from leaving Oakland. I mean, that ain't happening. I wish it would, you know, but he's got to call on the right people. Sorry. But even if he calls on the right people, let me put it this way. Those other folks are so far ahead right now, it's not funny. It is not funny.
And you don't even know it because they don't talk about it.
Well, they do. It's just you got to talk to the right people. You got to ask the right questions because
I mean, it's not in the media. It's not being put out there until now. You know, it's being kept quiet.
Yep.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. But here, not even when they tell people, all right? Like, for example, this whole public money thing. Well, there's no public money used. Public money could take different forms. So if you don't know how to ask the right question, like say, hey, is it possible for example, you ask the right questions, but also you have to understand the people that you're talking to enough to talk it in their language. And the only way to do that is if you've done it. And see, what's so ridiculous about all the other people that are out there doing this is they don't want to talk to me because I'm black. If I were white, like Hal the hot dog guy, they'd be all over me. That's a fact. That's a sad fact, but that's how they are.
Yep. It doesn't shock me.
No, Hal hot dog guy didn't come along until after I put out my spreadsheet on Howard Terminal. And everybody was like, "Ah, he's got a spreadsheet." And then the Chronicle went to this guy and tried to make him. It was quite literally like within 3 weeks of me doing that. And they put Hal out there. I'm thinking, just because he has a PhD in economics doesn't mean he knows enough.
He doesn't have it yet.
Or anything about financing. Nice guy, seems like it, but I don't have any particular interest in people who basically spend their time talking about me on Twitter, but they don't reach out to introduce themselves. So, that's immature stuff, and there's been a lot of that. So that's why I like the way that I do it. But I'm just getting. I want to build this company. And as Elahi was saying, is that this company's focus needs to be nationwide. And not that we take our eye off Oakland or anything, but look at us. Look at us where we got. You're in Oakland, Beth's in San Francisco, Vinny's in New York. I'm here in Fayette County, Georgia, right? This is how it's done. This is how it is done. So I've got we got the model. Whereas Elahi once told me, take those brains and work on yourself, or I'll just modify that to work on the company. Well, I think that's what I've been doing. So, hey Beth.
Yeah.
How's the tea? How's the tea?
Excellent.
Looks good. And Richard, we're keeping Richard safe.
Nice.
We're actually keeping Richard safe by walking him to his car.
I'm just wandering around Jack London at this point.
Oh,
I should probably pay a little bit better attention to my surroundings.
Yeah, pay attention. We don't want you getting robbed on our camera, man.
I'm like, hey, good luck.
Did you know? Good luck. Do you know where you parked?
Oh yeah, I'm in the garage here.
Oh, okay.
I'm not taking my chances on the street again. I've had some particularly bad luck with parking in Oakland the last 6 months or so. So I'm not exactly enthusiastic about driving around anywhere. Well, driving's one thing, parking's the other. I had my car broken into just a block or two away from here.
Oh, geez.
I had my, a couple weeks ago, I had my car broken into at the last A's game. It's like, oh
my God.
I sat here. Yeah, I had my catalytic converter stolen a few months ago. And then I was on, where was I at? I want to say Starry Plow. I don't know. I was at some club in Oakland.
Hey, folks, we got 99% of precincts reported. Lauren got 35.43%. Shang 29.7%. Ignacio 12.82%. So let's see how this shakes out. So yeah, it's between Lauren and Shang. And so the question will be how many votes each one of them gets, and then how many votes Ignacio gets. So at this point, I don't think it looks like Ignacio was going to win. It looks like it depends. Shang will probably get close to Ignacio, but Shang probably get close to Lauren, but I doubt it. I would be surprised if Lauren didn't emerge the winner. So that's where it pans out.
John Fetterman's going to speak. Let's listen to you.
Who's going to speak?
John Fetterman. He has the same face.
Vinny, what are you watching? MSNBC?
I'm watching CNN. Feels weird seeing Chris Wallace on CNN.
NBC on.
Yeah.
Yeah, same here, John Marks. Unless maybe WNBA, but that's about all.
You're gonna get a bunch of low end stuff.
I can't even see the WNBA. I think they go to the Bay Area. I think they go to San Francisco.
I mean, yeah.
Yay.
I don't. Most people don't even have a stomach for it. I don't have high opinion for grabbing low end sports leagues just
I don't either.
just to grab them. I mean, whether it's WNBA or MLS, I mean, it's like it feels like just settling, like, well, we can't get this, so might as well just take whatever we can get.
Yep. No, it just I've never been in a situation where Oakland's been in this shape before.
No.
They just,
So,
Hey, Mom.
guys, tell me more about this guy Fetterman. He's speaking. He's in his hoodie. Kind of looks like he's coming out of the hood. Like, what's his deal?
He's
Well,
an
I'll
old
tell you.
football guy.
Well, I can tell you right now about his history. Unlike Dr. Oz, he actually is from Pennsylvania. He grew up in West Reading, which is in Berks County. He was the mayor of Braddock, which from 2006 to 2019 in Allegheny County, which is in the
Pennsylvania one.
And he's also been lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania since 2019.
I'm there then.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And now he's going to be the next senator, replacing Pat Toomey. He is someone who is a progressive. He advocates for healthcare as a right. He wants criminal justice reform. He will be raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and he's in for legalizing more questionable drugs. So I like this guy. He has a lot of the same ideas that I personally go for.
It's really real to me as I'm watching without the sound.
He always has been. His memes online are wonderful too. If anyone has seen John Fetterman's memes on Twitter, chef's kiss. They are wonderful.
Now I got to look. I'm gonna go because I'm gonna go underground here to get my car. But if you guys are still here when I get home, I can get out of the rain here. I'm gonna jump back on.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long will that be so I can time it out?
Probably about 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll be here until late night. I'll be here until every vote's counted. Every vote, every county, every state.
There we go. I'm trying to find the ranked choice updates. I can't. Oakland hasn't come up yet. Let me see. City council. Yeah, they haven't posted any results yet.
He's tall. His son is taller than his wife, and he is 2 heads taller than his wife. Someone's saying hello to you.
To me?
His kids.
You, Richard. Someone honked the horn.
Oh, yes. Oh no, somebody was leaving.
You at the valet?
I don't know if you want to. I mean, it's whatever's
I
going
know
on.
where-
It's a little turnaround. I'm at the entrance to the garage right now.
Yeah, you're at. It's across from what used to be TGI Fridays.
I believe so. That's what that was.
Yeah, across. I know where you're at.
Right,
Yeah.
right there is the
Waterfront.
hotel.
Yeah, waterfront.
This is backwards.
I don't know. I know waterfront. I know it's like the back of my hand. Yeah, if you turn the other way, Everett and Jones is 2 blocks in the other direction.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I know where you're at.
Oh, all right. Starting to rain now.
How's the
All
weather?
right, guys. It's raining. It's starting to get a little heavier now.
The city is crying. The city is crying for its future.
Hopefully, it's washing some of the dirt away. It's been dirty, and there's nobody's doing anything about it. It's I don't know what we do here, but I'm not optimistic. All right, guys.
All right, man. Hey, listen, hey, man.
off.
Thank you, man. Great job. Great
got it.
job.
See you.
Yeah. We'll see you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania. And standing up for our democracy.
I'm going to go in with Mom and take you all with me.
No worries. I'm not leaving.
I'm just going to pick all this up. And
I got to say, I like Fetterman. I was.
I do too, Vinny. Yeah.
I also liked him before his speech. I'll show you some of his memes. Like remember back when Dr. Oz says, "I'm going to get some crew today," and he says, "Look what it says: veggie tray, veggie tray." Make it look like he was very elitist and pretentious. And he was also someone who brought in like other like members from New Jersey. Said, "Hey, I don't know, like John Bon Jovi or whatever. Tell him how such a great member of New Jersey Dr. Oz is." He was hilarious. Wonderful memes, like just wonderful. But yeah, but Oz was more moderate compared to Fetterman. But I still probably would have voted for Fetterman. %80 of the vote. Ron Johnson's 50.7%. Mandela Barnes is 49.1%. Right now, 47 for Democrats and 46 for Republicans. That's the one pickup. That's a big win for Democrats.
That's a big pickup. Absolutely.
And now you won't have people debating whether or not Joe Manchin is the real president after all.
I'm a little concerned about Wisconsin, man. That's so close with everything. Even the governor, I mean, that's tight. 50%, Mitchell's 48. I mean, well,
So
close to 51, but and Nevada too. Well, no. She looks like
the gap with Frisch and Boebert's getting wider apart. 79% voting. And this is going to be very, very close to the very end.
Which one?
Boebert.
Which?
That is the third House seat in Colorado. Lauren Boebert. Remember, she came in the same time as Madison Cawthorn and the Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
I'm just moving.
Yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously won the election.
Jesus, Oregon governor is really tight.
Oh, no,
wow.
Yeah, it's like three. It's three choices, and the Republican is like 0.3%. You have the independent candidate, Betsy Johnson. She has 9% right now.
But there's a fundamental humanity to the guy, and there was a kind of cruelty to.
And I'm wearing a Pennsylvania shirt right here.
Wow, that is something
in some ways,
else.
he was as revealed by that debate as Fetterman.
Wow.
But I must say, just
I'm so glad he won because she knows was right for people to do this. He didn't free him right.
No.
This is the insurance policy.
But he made a good speech tonight.
Right now, that could go either way. They're counting votes
mistreated.
in
I hate
Georgia
it.
right now. That could go either way. Obviously, if Republicans were to win both, they would take.
Well, it's official. Tony Evers is going in for another term as the governor of Wisconsin, defeating Tim Nichols.
It is official? Yeah.
Yep. Tony Evers.
Yeah.
Staying put in Wisconsin.
I'll be right back. I'll be right
There we
back.
go. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arizona, there's barely been any traction. I understand this issue in Maricopa County, but goddamn, like, man, there's like no movement at all in Arizona.
Katie Hobbs is leading the unrepentant election denier.
Well, Nevada's been having some issues too.
Oh yeah,
I hear.
there's Arizona.
Like both Arizona and Nevada, there's been like no movement.
Look at Nevada now. Steve Sisolak, a very vulnerable
Good.
Democratic.
Katie Hobbs,
Gretchen-
governor, thankfully.
Gretchen Whitmer, she's still there.
The sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, 44% of the vote in the state of Nevada. Let's get another look at Michigan. We've been building this lead.
And Laura Kelly, she's holding on 87% against Derek Schmidt. It's 49.6%, so
Of the vote in the state of
very, very narrow. Is you watching MSNBC, Beth?
That's the reddest state.
On CNN after you told me. I
Yeah,
put
we was well been
CNN
watching
on.
CNN.
Laura Kelly, 22,000 votes.
Okay, let's see what
A
John
little
King
delayed
says.
from you. Yeah.
No worries, it's fine.
87% of the vote in Kansas.
Tight with Kansas, governor.
All right, thanks so much, Boris. And we're taking a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate because right now, 50 Democrats are leading, including one pickup in a Republican seat. John Fetterman, the lieutenant governor, is about to become the U.S. senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That used to be a Republican seat. That's a pickup. 49 Republicans in the lead, 0 pickups in Democratic seats. So I guess the big questions we have right now are Georgia and Nevada. Is that right?
Right, and we're still looking at Arizona, but if you just want to do the math when we start the day, it was
Those three. I'm sorry, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
It was 50-50 when we started the day. The vice president breaks the tie, which makes that so huge. So now that's 51 essentially. If you start, 51, and looking at the map right now, and so the Democrats can afford to lose one of theirs, if you will, now, and still have a 50-50 Senate. They're not. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but I'm just saying if you could lose one of the ones you still have. This one, Senator Warnock's still ahead. We're up to 95%. Welcome to Georgia, 20,990 votes. Incredibly close here as we watch this one come out. And at the moment, this would be a runoff. No matter who ends up on top, you have to have 50%, plus one vote to get a majority tonight. We'll watch as that one plays out. But Democrats at the moment leading in Georgia. Let's look at Wisconsin. Still outstanding here, 88% of the vote. This one here, I was just asking because we know the Republican candidate for governor has conceded. Called Governor Evers and conceded the race. So the Democratic governor, you come here, is winning this race. A very close race. Very close race. But 72,000 votes, 72,000.
We just projected that Evers.
Yeah, Evers will win. So you see, Senator Johnson has a lead here. Think about the swing. A Democratic governor in a very competitive state, leading by 72,694 votes. That's a Democratic governor. And then you come to your Republican incumbent senator with a smaller lead, but in the lead. That tells you a lot of ticket splitting happening across.
Big news just happened, Beth. Gretchen Whitmer just won.
What?
Gretchen Whitmer just won.
So you look at the big.
Won re-election.
Wait, who just won?
Gretchen Whitmer. The Associated Press just reported that Gretchen Whitmer just won.
Range there. Are there enough votes out to get there? The math gets dicey, but if you look
At this time, there weren't people out trying to kidnap her.
Closer to 90%. Before you make any calls, just want to check the other big area. Democratic area in the state is here, Dane County, Madison College area, 93% there. So some votes still to come in, but a smaller pool of votes there.
Mandela Barnes, by the way, outperforming Biden.
Yeah.
Yes, Mandela Barnes running a strong race, as is Ron Johnson in a very competitive state. So you're looking here now at the moment, Republicans holding Wisconsin. We'll see if it stands up. Republicans held Ohio. Republicans held North Carolina among the competitive seats. So here we go.
Big news just happened, Zennie. Gretchen Whitmer just won re-election.
Who did?
Gretchen Whitmer.
Wow.
They simply did not. Actually, let me come back.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Pretty close, but she won.
The election, she was getting a huge challenge. She was the lady that tried to kidnap.
Thank goodness.
Because of inflation, gas prices are higher as you go.
They made it official.
It's just crazy to just think that there are a group of people, crazy people, trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Like, it's just absurd. This happened. This was a plan.
Arapahoe County.
It's insanity. And I will say this. I didn't make a vlog on this because it was breaking news. The fact that there were people trying to spread conspiracy theories immediately after Paul Pelosi was nearly killed is disgusting.
Yeah,
horrible. I don't care where you stand politically. That man was.
I was just going to mention that to you, Vinny.
They clearly don't trust Republicans. you're seeing.
You're absolutely right.
Some of these states.
Right.
I mean, Paul Pelosi, yeah, obviously he
absolutely
got
right.
arrested
Should
with
right.
DUI, but
Should.
to say that that this creepy person
So what?
that was obsessed with QAnon conspiracy theories and was listening to, like, you know, Alex Jones podcast 24/7, you're telling me that he was a secret lover of Paul Pelosi? No, Paul Pelosi was in his underwear because he was coming out of the bed. That's not why. Like,
right.
he's like 82 years old. He almost died. He was beaten multiple times with a hammer on his head. Like,
The Democratic plus.
Now I feel sorry for his family, including Christine.
So lucky that he called.
Right. Most likely that's disproportionately early votes.
Right.
And then Pima County again.
thankfully, he's okay. And I know you own Twitter and all, Elon, but why the hell are you spreading these conspiracy theories? I thought you wanted to be neutral.
One of the states.
Shame. It's just a shame, dude. Like, that's bad.
Democratic Senator. Right. This.
I agree, Vinny.
She was.
It's absolutely repulsive.
Oh. Especially as, like, this was a website that claimed that Michelle Obama was actually a man. And you're telling me that this is a place that's for possible information?
This is what matters.
Yeah, I'll bring that up.
York County is 74% of the state population.
I don't want to be reminded.
My
of that.
Twitter feed is now. Yeah, like, my Twitter feed ever since Elon took over has been getting way more, like, popular conspiracy. Like, how is this? What? There's definitely an obvious correlation here.
Hey, anybody looking at Nevada governor?
Yes, I have been watching it. Cortez Masto, 44% of the votes right now. Yeah, 44% of the votes right in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And we'll have
hope
to see
so.
what happens. We're still waiting for more votes to come in Arizona and Nevada. And of course, we're waiting for more votes to come in from Georgia. And we're hearing the Democratic Senator, Reverend Raphael Warnock, may speak in Georgia imminently about his close race. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy.
How many more votes do they have to count for Georgia?
Boy, that place
Way
is
he could
crowded.
win
Look at that.
tonight, or no? It's runoff.
It's going to go to runoff regardless. Unless someone gets 50% or more, it's going to go to runoff. It got a 49.99%. It'll still go to a runoff.
Yeah.
No favor for a runoff. Warnock or
Well, Warnock would be.
you guys have any thoughts?
It would really depend.
I think Warnock would be the favorite because, actually, it's going to sound weird. He has to actually now sing for his Semper about what he's done, and they have figured out the attack ads aren't working. The attack ads are what got, in my opinion, Walker as high as he did, pissed people off. Now you have to shift gears. Now you have to talk about your record. He's got a good record. So I think from that he would emerge the victor. Now the flip side, since I feel like I've been wrong in my old age, is
Don't say that to yourself, Zenny.
well, it's true though. I mean, I've got a kind of a fingertip feel for how things change, and I thought lately I kind of missed the mark, and mainly it's because, just had a lot of things on my mind. But the whole point is, I think, with respect to Warnock, the flip side of it is that Herschel Walker and his people will feel emboldened that their candidate, which is expected to do poorly, did this.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't do as well as Brian Kemp, there are a lot of reasons for that. But the bottom line is, this is a situation where it's 2-2, where they were running against each other. Well, they had the third. Actually, that's the other thing. The Libertarian is out. So
He hardly got any votes.
he got. I must say he only got any. But I'm wondering if he wasn't in, how things would have shifted. Libertarians tend to be. That's a coin flip. You either be Democrat or Republican. I don't know.
I do agree with you that they're probably emboldened now. Yeah.
Oh, my personal opinion, it's really going to come down to who has the amount of seats currently. Because let's say, for instance, the Democratic Party has 50. lot of Republicans are not going to be really emboldened to go out there because they already know that 50 for the Democrats would mean they already have a majority, a simple majority because of the tiebreaker. But if it's 49 compared to 50, that's when it gets more interesting. That's going to cause a lot of demand for both sides to really push for it. But I think even then it might still go to Warnock because afterwards, like I think a big reason why Warnock and Ossoff won against Loeffler and Ducey is because Trump and the other Republicans were saying the election was rigged, it was stolen, this, that, and I think that actually led to a lot of Republicans not really trusting the process. So I think, regardless of what happens, I think Warnock's got this in the bag, unless. So I think Georgia's going to matter a lot, and I think rely on Brad Raffensperger again, and I wouldn't be shocked if whether it's Lindsey Graham or someone is going to try to shill for Trump or whatever, and that's going to get dicey because there's already reports saying that he's already laying the groundwork to challenge the election results in Pennsylvania. So,
oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah, well, Nikki beat Harold. I figured that one. Nikki Fortunato Bass.
Yeah, Grisha went where we already knew.
That's District 2. So Harold Lowe lost that one. He started too late. He got 40% of the vote. She almost got 60%, though. District 4. Well, Janani is the victor. Congratulations to her, 64.8%. Yeah, she won outright. Great for her. City Council, Kevin Jenkins won. Nancy Seiboth third. Congratulations to Kevin Jenkins.
Okay, California will make sure they have the constitutional right to abortion. Okay, that's good. Guarantee constitutional right to abortion. Michigan is also, yes, abortion. Vermont, yes, abortion. Kentucky, it's very close. 51% say no at the moment, but 48% say yes. So it's very, very deadlocked in Kentucky in terms of the abortion. Also, another one, I can't even believe this was an actual question. Should slavery be banned? This is an actual one in Memphis. Slavery has officially been banned as a punishment in Tennessee. What? Slavery has officially been banned as punishment in Tennessee. There was what the hell? There was a punishment choice in Memphis, in Tennessee, in which you could be a slave. Why was this a thing in the first place? Slavery, I thought, was illegal. Okay.
That sounds nuts.
Right. This amendment would change the current language in Article 1, Section 33 of the Tennessee Constitution, which says slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a person who has been duly convicted of a crime, are prohibited in this state. What the hell? The amendment would delete this current language and replace it with the following language: slavery and involuntary servitude are forever prohibited. Nothing in this section shall prohibit the inmate from working with the inmate in fully convinced of it. Why was this a thing in the first place? Zenny, I'm at a loss for words. There was actually they actually, and do you know what's even worse? 20% said no to this. 20% said no to this. They wanted to keep it. 20% said no. They wanted to.
Yep.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just can't. It just. I don't know. Sonny, do you have anything to say? Because I got nothing.
It's that's crazy. Let's see. Oh, let's see.
And where they have
What the heck is this?
the blue states, but also in some red states, those have gone through.
projects that Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii, the Democrat, will be reelected, defeating Republican Bob McDermott. Let's bring
48 for Democrats, 47 for Republicans, 5 seats remain.
Democrats, there's 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats have 48 of them, including a pickup in a Republican seat in Pennsylvania. Republicans have 47. In order for Republicans to wrest control of the U.S. Senate from the Democrats, they now need to win 2 net Democratic seats. 2 net Democratic seats. Casey Hunt, we go to you now with more on the battle for the Senate.
Well, Jake, we can walk through what the possibilities are for Republicans right now and what they aren't. Let's start in Georgia, where Raphael Warnock is still barely ahead of Herschel Walker, the Republican. So this is one where, again, if this holds, we're looking at 4 more weeks of fighting. This could, of course, go either way under those kinds of circumstances. It could all come down to the race here, depending on what happens on the rest of the map. 96% of the vote in there. And let's look at what else is out. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, the incumbent, sitting at 50.7. This has been pretty steady here as the vote has continued to roll in, that this margin is about the same. Mandela Barnes at 49.1%. We obviously have called the Wisconsin governor's race for the Democrat, but Ron Johnson is on a different path right now with 80% of the vote in there. Let's check in on Nevada, where, of course, Democrats have been pessimistic, or at least they were at the beginning of the night, but obviously their optimism has increased as results have rolled in through the evening. Catherine Cortez Masto currently at 53.3% to the Republican. Adam Laxalt, 44%. We have 53% of the vote in here in Nevada. A lot of questions about whether it's mail or how that's all coming in. We're going to have to go to John King and David Chowing for some of those answers. So let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly sitting comfortably ahead of the Republican Blake Masters at 57.2% to Blake Masters 40.5%. If this kind of lead can hold, Democrats can hold there. We're looking at that trio of races, Nevada and
Hold on a second.
Georgia.
I'm just going to put this on for just for 1 second and do this. Major congratulations to Kevin Jenkins, who is Oakland District 6 next city council member. Well, District 6 now has had 3 city council members in 3 terms. Desley Brooks, Lauren Taylor for 1 term, and now we have Kevin Jenkins. Hopefully, Lauren will be mayor, and he can help Kevin out in revitalizing Central East Oakland and East Oakland. Subscribe to Zennie62 and bookmark OaklandNewsNowBlog.com.
Do you think the one guy's gonna make it?
It looks like Lauren's far ahead, just far enough ahead to do it. You know,
As this night gets later and later.
All right, Casey, we're tracking the Senate races that are still undecided, including those nail biters in Georgia and Wisconsin. The battle for control of the U.S. Senate is still too early to call. Our coverage continues after this.
These used cars look the same, but how can you tell which one's the better deal?
Bring in Dad from Sarasota.
Myself.
Hey, Dad.
I wanted to say goodbye. I'm going to sign off.
Okay, hold on a second.
I got
Wait
to
a
work on
second.
this.
Wait,
But let's say, show me.
wait, Beth? Hold on a second. Okay. You want to say bye? No? Okay. See ya. Thanks, Beth.
I can't believe you guys are still up so late. You're unbelievable.
No
I'm gonna
problem.
Check in with Chris. I want to see this guy in Milwaukee, Barnes
okay.
headquarters.
Yeah, Mandela Barnes. I've been waiting for that. I'll be here until the entire election's done. Like
Richard will be back on with us soon, I think.
I ain't sleeping.
You take it easy.
Okay.
Thanks.
Love
See you,
you.
Beth.
Guys. All right. I might join you back. All right. See ya.
No worries.
See you, bye.
I'm still gonna be here. I'm just getting some food prepared. That's all I'm doing. See you, Beth.
Yeah,
Election
coffee,
junkies.
food. All right, bye.
Election junkies we are.
Yep. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, Bill Beck, he's late every night.
Ooh.
And I'm moving around slow. I'm going to bed. I didn't do anything today. I'm gonna get my dishwasher started. Get to the turn my dishwasher on.
I'm writing, folks. Kevin Jenkins is the new Oakland City Council District 6 representative. Yeah, well, it's, yeah, well, he started late. And, but I'm just looking for these ranked choice numbers because they haven't come through yet. I'm looking for the rank choice voting numbers. They haven't come through yet. They have the precincts done, but they don't have ranked choice done. They said ranked choice with accumulated results will be posted at the end of election night. Unofficial results. Yeah. Hey everybody, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. Let's see here. RCV. Ranked choice voting report for round 1 combines the accumulated totals of first choice rankings as well as second or third choice. Transferred to the first choice rankings. Selections on the first choice rankings were skipped. Mayor. RCV results. Mayor. Still not posted. Okay. So they're still not posted, folks. We're waiting for them, but they're not posted. Let's see here. One person who didn't need them was Kevin Jenkins. He won it outright. He has a landslide mandate.
Some Republicans in the last week have been saying 30 seats. We are not. We are not at that goal. 219, 216.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome.
And the Republicans clearly are getting close.
Welcome.
In terms of the called races, they're getting close. This is what we were talking about here in the races that are still uncalled. When the Democrats leading in more conservative seats, you would say that's good for the Democrats. It is good for the Democrats. It's not good enough to prevent the House majority. We're not done yet. But as where we stand right now, it looks like the Republicans are on a path to get a majority. So I just want to step back again.
I have my misgivings that now that he is the person, now he is in place, got to give him our support and backing. Talking about new Oakland District 6 council member Kevin Jenkins, because he's going to need all the support and prayers for that area. It's going to be a rough ride.
Very rough ride.
Yeah. Help the brother out. Help the brother out. As I say. All right. Got here. Let's see here. So what else is going on in New York? Your governor is officially your governor, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that I hope she fixes some of the crime. I hope she makes Penn Station better. I hope she gets the new stadium done in Buffalo.
Scratching it out against a January 6th participant who lied about military service. Good candidate beats bad candidate.
Thank
here in Ohio. So you just come back
Thank
out. You can keep going through these races. Let's go out to Colorado right now. The Democratic governor wins big.
I do worry this, Zennie. If the House flips red, does that mean they're going to stop the January 6th committee?
Many of you may have heard of
Will they actually cancel that?
Controversial pro-Trump member of the House Republican Conference. Only at 83%. There's a ways to go here. There's room for her to catch up.
Talking about Colorado.
To beat the Democrats on their heels, and here you have a Republican incumbent.
But just for people to understand, this is a district that is R+8.
Right.
R+8, and right now, look, she still might pull it out. But the fact that it's so competitive says there's something going on here that certainly Kevin McCarthy, who, by the way, we expect to come live at any moment, but certainly Kevin McCarthy did not see coming at all.
Right, and so testing with some House Republicans and Republican consultants more who work with House consultants, and you're looking at this again. Lauren Boebert has time and room with 83%. She may still pull this out, but the conversation, sarcastic conversation among Republicans right now is if you're going to have a 5 or 6 seat majority, would you rather have 5 and not her? Because she's one of the agitators, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Lauren Boeberts, the members of the Freedom Caucus, the people who, if Kevin McCarthy has a very narrow majority, are going to be on the phone with Donald Trump all the time. What do you want us
I'm
to
watching
tell
the
and so that's
listening to CNN right now.
With a 10, 15, 20 seat majority has a lead, has some room, has some maneuverability. McCarthy with a very small majority like that, it'll be a really interesting Washington. And Jake, especially if you take this, it's not a final number.
A lot of Republicans don't subscribe to McCarthy. They subscribe to Trump.
It looks like
No.
there's still
And Trump is their leader, no matter what.
It looks like the Republicans get a relatively narrow majority, and then you come here and you're looking at a map where Mitch McConnell right now, if he hasn't gone to bed, is having one more fine Kentucky bourbon. Because once again, he has looked at a map and said, I have a chance to be the majority leader, and it's still possible, but that is not.
But I also know Mitch McConnell is saying Donald Trump, Bush nominees in states that we could have won, and those nominees, whether Mehmet Oz or others,
lost. Yeah, they lost. Jed Tapper made a good point.
We'll bring that to you.
She was saying that the candidates that Trump pushed that didn't get the backing of McConnell lost. And so that blew it. He actually wounded, I guess the point that he's making, the point he's making is actually wounded the party's chances as opposed to if he had outright gotten that backing from the party without any interruption. Or
apparently the reason why he even endorsed Mehmet Oz was because Sean Hannity told him to do it. That really backfired. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it wasn't a bad bet because
no, I don't think it was.
Dr. Oz has got a lot of name recognition.
He won the nomination. That's still pretty big in itself, and he almost won too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it wasn't a bad bet. But hey, look, somebody wins and somebody loses.
That's how it goes.
Oh no, I mean, I'm saying it wasn't a bad bet. I'm just saying that Oz almost won, Mom. Like him or not, he almost won. So
Yeah, that was scary.
That's all I'm saying. So it's
I do not like him.
yeah.
Oprah, I know, endorsed Fetterman.
That was and see, wasn't Oprah the man that it wasn't Oprah the one that
literally made Dr. Oz what he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was getting at. Yeah, that's a big deal.
Oz is one of these people that will do anything for money.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
Dr. Oz. Boy.
Maybe the Democrats will learn some sense and maybe
Now I'm not too sure about Trump's re-election chances. I'm not too sure about it now because I think,
I was never sure about it.
Now, if he runs and if there's the indictment that comes out, I think a lot of the steam with Trump has lessened, and I think DeSantis might be the guy for the Republicans. But I have a question for you, Zennie.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think will be the nominee for the Democrats come 2024? Do you think it'll be Biden, or do you think it'll be someone else? Biden?
Mom's somebody else.
What about you, Zennie?
I can't get there. I can't see how that happens. I really can't.
They got 2 years to get somebody else, and they want some good people. J.T. Abrams, believe me or not, it would be a good candidate if you start working on it now. He made a speech that wouldn't put tonight.
You know, you can tell sometimes. I just put this Maze video up, and so Muhammad. Okay, I addressed. You remember what I said about the public money, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, well, Muhammad clearly didn't even listen. He writes, I read the big issue with the A's move to Vegas is funding. Vegas doesn't want to give anywhere close to what the A's and what are asking for to help to build a new stadium. Last location discussed was a property near Circus. And he didn't even watch the video.
He obviously didn't.
He just saw that's where I wrote. I said, watch and listen to my video. All the answers are there. I hate people who, I don't hate them, but I hate when people do that.
You and me both, Zennie. You and me both.
It's like, golly, take the time to at least watch the video and then ask a question. I think they actually think I'm stupid enough not to figure I didn't watch the video. Man, oh man. Well, I can't say anything bad because he's a loyal viewer. You know, sometimes some people get lazy like that, but I don't like it. Yeah.
Speaking now in Washington, D.C.,
Oh,
Kevin McCarthy.
Here's Kevin McCarthy with a smile on his face.
I want to thank the millions of supporters across this country. You know, 2 years ago when I became leader, Republicans had less than 200 seats in the House. That cycle, we picked up 14 seats when every single person said that would be impossible. If you believe in freedom, hard work, and the American dream, these results prove that there is a place for you in the Republican Party. Now tonight, we built upon those gains 2 years ago, and it is clear that we are going to take the House back. In New York, we defeated the Democrat campaign chairman, Sean Patrick Maloney, which will be the first time in over 40 years the BCCC chair lost his re-election. Not only that, but on Long Island, Anthony Diaz-Presidio won a seat that Joe Biden carried by 17 points. We are on the verge of historic gains in New York. In Florida, we gained 4 seats alone. We are poised to sweep the entire state of Iowa.
Yeah, but it's also Iowa.
The southern border, from Monica De La Cruz to Virginia Beach, of Jim Kiggin to Detroit with John James and to Houston with Wesley Hunt, we are expanding this party. Now let me tell you, you're out late. But when you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority. The American people are ready for a majority.
Kevin McCarthy.
All for a new direction that will put America back on track. Republicans are ready. It's a new direction.
Yeah, you're right, Mom. The progressives screwed it up. Mom's right. I'm sorry. Progressives screwed it up. Yep.
A new direction
Yeah.
for a nation that is safe, where communities are protected, law enforcement is respected, and criminals are prosecuted. A new direction towards a future that's built on freedom, where children come first and are taught to dream. And a new direction towards a government that is accountable, where government works for you instead of against you.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans will work with anyone who's willing to deliver this and Americans have demanded. But there's no time to waste. Our work begins now. Let's get America back on track. Thank you, God bless, and good night.
All right, that is House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy speaking in Washington, D.C., really putting a good face on tonight. Thought that they'd have many more gains than they did, but he's touting gains, he says, in New York, the D.C. Chair, Sean Patrick Maloney, saying that they have historic wins in New York, Florida, and in Iowa as well, saying that they're going to take back the House, and that by tomorrow or coming soon, that Nancy Pelosi, the current Speaker of the House, he believes will be in the minority. But clearly, as I turn to John Berman here, who is at the Magic Wall, he is like a coach trying to put a good face on basically what they thought would be a good win and getting ahead of himself.
So two important things. Number one, he's ahead of himself. Yeah. We have not projected yet that Republicans will take control. Number two, if they do, then they might. Right. It is by much smaller of a margin than Kevin McCarthy.
They're still counting the first choice votes in Oakland.
Is where Republicans are currently ahead. You can see, yes, this would give them control of the U.S. House of Representatives, but barely, Don, just by a few seats. This is where the races that we've called. Among the races that we called, they hold a bigger lead. But again, there are still a lot of races out there. And if you look at the competitive seats, these are the seats that CNN with Inside Elections considers to be either toss-ups or tilting one way. Republicans need to win 30 of these to take control. Right now, they're ahead or called at only 33. So again, 30 is their magic number. They're at 33, so barely where they need to be. And I want to also just point out a few other things he said where he's ahead of himself. Let's go to New York. He said, for instance, well, first of all, New York, there are 10 competitive seats, right? You can see Republicans do lead in 8 of these seats, Democrats in 2. This would be a very disappointing night for Democrats in the state of New York. 2 years ago, within these boundaries, Democrats would have held 8 of these seats, Republicans just 2. So you can see why Republicans feel good about New York. He particularly pointed out the district held by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chair Sean Patrick Maloney. He is trailing in his race right now. We have not called this race. There's still a fair amount of votes left to be counted there, including in the most Democratic county.
You following that, Vinny?
I'm watching the whole thing.
Of the vote.
I like.
Are you following that race?
I've been following Maloney's race pretty tightly. It's only 96%, and it's a very narrow margin. It's only by just like 3,000.
Again, why Democrats might feel better about certain things. Let's look at Michigan right now. Again, there are 4 competitive seats here. Democrats lead in 2, Republicans lead in 2. 2 years ago, this would have been 3-1. So let's actually focus in on one of these races that we have been watching. This is Alyssa Slotkin's district. Actually, this is a disappointment for Democrats if this holds. This is a district that Democrats fought very hard for. Liz Cheney actually went out to Michigan and campaigned for Alyssa Slotkin. You can see that she's trailing right now. Let's see where the remaining vote might be. Lansing, which is a highly Democratic area, only 68%. This is a county where Democrats hold a wide margin. So there is vote to be made up by Alyssa Slotkin there. But right now she is trailing. We can look at some other states on the map here. Pennsylvania. What's interesting about Pennsylvania is that we've called the Senate race there for John Fetterman already. In the House, you can see 4 competitive districts, Democrats leading in all 4. 2 years ago, they only would have led in 3. One of these districts right here, we'll look up here, is a district held
this is awful.
Incumbent Matt.
The turnout,
the
total turnout was, this got to be a record low.
For midterm?
For Oakland, for the county.
Oh, jeez.
This is like, man, oh man, the election results in turnout, 552%, turnout 16,684. That's 1.9% percentage of the total. That's election day reporting. Vote by mail was just 15.02%.
Pat Ryan just won the New York 18th district.
They didn't vote anywhere. Pat, what? Hold on a second, Vinny. I'm just still talking about Oakland. What'd you say, Mom?
I said they didn't vote in Oakland, huh?
Basically, no. This is because this is the whole county and Oakland's part of it. So this is crazily low. Hold on a second, Vinny. I just gotta prove this because the votes cast. That was awful. Basically, nobody ran and nobody turned out to really vote.
They had too many
We had more before. I think we had 14.
The way they voted, that's stupid.
Well,
You
that's
change that whole fucking thing and make it like every other state.
well, that's what a lot of people are saying. They don't like ranked choice voting.
I mean, who introduced that kind of first choice, second choice, all that? Who did that?
Well, it's done in a number of places in Europe. The reason why you do it is because you're trying to take the impact, supposedly, of big money out of the race and equalize it. But it doesn't necessarily always work that way.
Don't do nothing.
No, they don't.
I mean, stupid. I mean, they don't get the right people doing it that way.
No. Well, we haven't gotten the right people in quite a while. Vinny, what were you saying now?
I was going to say that Pat Ryan just won the 18th district in New York.
Huh.
Yes, I said Pat Ryan. I wasn't talking about the one that rhymes with that. Listen, that's another video, and I already mentioned him quite enough.
We're getting a Senate update from CNN saying House and Senate control still hang in the balance.
But Republicans, even though they may not have the bigger majority as they ultimately have, will still have subpoena power and the ability to set the agenda.
Yeah, so everybody stand by, fasten your seatbelts, as they say. Manu Raju at Washington at the House Minority Leaders.
Oh, well, hold on a second. I'll be right back.
So let's slow things
Just got to
down
turn on
and
this
get
machine.
caught
Hold
up
on.
here.
Guys, just so you know,
Hold that thought. It will take me a second to do this.
Just too close to call right now. But now I want to take a look at where we stand. This is the balance of power in the House of Representatives. At this hour, control of the House is still in question. The party with at least 218 seats will be in the majority. There it is up on your screen right there. Republicans leading with about 193 seats. They need to win 21 of the competitive seats to gain control. Democrats on the defense with 170 seats at this hour. Now the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Over on the Senate side, the chamber still hangs in the balance. Okay, so let's look at the Senate seats here. Republicans still hoping to gain control. At this moment, all eyes are on 3 Senate races: Wisconsin, Nevada, Georgia. There are still no projections in these states. Of course, there's one in Pennsylvania, as we saw, John Fetterman. In Nevada, Senator Catherine Cortez.
How did democracy lose?
More
How did democracy lose, John Marks?
of the vote. Let's take you to Wisconsin now. Democrat Mandela Barnes. He is trailing Republican Senator
All right.
Johnson by about 40,000
Okay,
votes.
I was going to say this.
It's a really close one that everyone is watching.
Warnock, Walker, neck and neck. That's probably going to go running.
Yeah.
Senator Warnock locked in a very tight race.
Wow.
And you can see there.
Well, now Warnock is ahead.
14,000 votes. Will someone come out victorious tonight?
Wow.
Here's another fun fact. Biden is doing better in his midterm election compared to Obama in 2010.
There is a huge Democratic win.
But to be fair, I think it's also because of how polarized people are.
Won the race,
I think it's also just because of how polarized people are compared to how they were back in 2010.
Covering, and after Oprah Winfrey, there's major support behind him. Check this out.
Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up.
I like this guy.
We held the line.
I told you, he's really genuine. He's always been.
We were going to turn these red counties blue.
And he's a great at memes.
To do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Back now with John. John, we've taken you around the United States, and you're going to give us some of that. Also, let's talk about what's happening in Georgia in just a bit. You saw Pennsylvania there. Big win for Democrats.
Let's talk about what this all means for the U.S. Senate. The number you're seeing on the screen now is where Democrats are currently ahead. In terms of the races that have already been called, they hold 48 seats. Republicans hold 47. The remaining seats that we're watching very closely: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Let me just quickly take you through all these states to see where we are right now. In Nevada, we only have 62% in. Catherine Cortez Masto, the incumbent Democrat there, is holding on to a small lead, but we need to wait for more vote to come in.
Hey, guy,
In
John Marks, how
Arizona,
you doing?
the incumbent Mark
Hey,
Keller
John.
holding the lead there. It looks big, but again, this is largely the early vote that's come in so far. We know that in the presidential race 2 years ago, Donald Trump actually narrowed that lead as the days went on. Joe Biden ultimately did win, but we're going to wait and see for more
For voting of the day, the Republicans usually have the advantage.
They have same-day voting. They tend to have an advantage. That's usually the early vote that we've seen at this point in Arizona. In Wisconsin right now, the incumbent Ron Johnson is up on Mandela Barnes. We have not projected a winner in this race, but let me finish here on Georgia and stay here for a little bit. The key number you need to look at now, Raphael Warnock, the incumbent Democrat, is leading but he is underneath the key number of 50%. If neither of these candidates gets to 50%, there will be a runoff in Georgia in December. And right now, they're closer to each other than they are to 50.
John, it's 50. It's not 50 plus. It's 50.
It's 50 plus one
Plus
vote.
one vote.
Yes. So sorry, I left out that one
Yes,
vote.
yes, yes.
But it's 50 plus one. So he's got to really pad that lead if he's going to avoid a runoff. Let me take a look.
Can you consider him a?
He's a third candidate in the race. He's got
Spoiler.
2% of the vote. If he were not there, you can imagine someone would be over 50. He didn't really play a major role in the campaign in general, other than to be that 2% this morning that may be causing this to go to a runoff. Where is the vote? Okay, 96% reporting. So it doesn't feel like there's a lot left. But of that 4%, right, of that tiny little bit that's remaining, the bigger the circle, the more vote that's out there. The bigger the blue, the more vote that we think is out there. You can see there are bigger, bluer circles left here. There are more red circles, right? But the blue ones are bigger. And let me just circle this here so you remember where that is.
Want some cough
And
medicine?
I'll take this down. And then you're left here primarily around the Atlanta area, where we know there's a lot of Democratic votes. Fulton County, Raphael Warnock's got a huge lead, almost 50 points, 95% in. Doesn't feel like there's a lot left, but it could add up. Cobb County, who's actually only 88% in. Again, Raphael Warnock leads by 16 points. He's outperforming what Joe Biden did in that county. Biden won by 14. Warnock is up by about 15, a little bit more. He's outperforming there. Still a little bit of vote there. Let's go to DeKalb, also a very important county. 91% in. A lot, but there's still some vote to come in there. This is a district. He's up by, 70% also, outperforming Joe Biden. Biden won this district by 67. So you can see here in Georgia, Raphael Warnock might be able to expand his lead a little bit. Can he get to 50? That might be a little bit harder. So this could go into overtime. And depending on what happens, right? Depending on what happens in these other races, if Wisconsin goes red, all of a sudden this number for Republicans gets to 48. If Republicans manage to win Nevada, for instance, they get to 49. And then all of a sudden, Georgia, it could all come down to the runoff. Democrats would need to win that runoff done in December in order to maintain control.
We may not know until sort of the
We
first
may
of
not
the
know.
year.
We may not know until December.
Just days. This is weeks before we will know. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that, John Berger. We'll get back to John in just a little bit. So that's where the outstanding votes. Let's go inside of the votes, the outstanding votes, especially in Georgia. Victor Blackwell is at the voter desk with more information. Hi, Victor.
All right, let's pick up where you just left off with John. That question about if there will be a runoff December 6th in the Senate race. We're just getting this in from Gabe Sterling. He runs the operations day-to-day for the Secretary of State's office there in Georgia. Tweeted while you were speaking with John Berman, while county officials are still doing the detailed work on counting the votes, we feel it is safe to say there will be a runoff for the U.S. Senate here in Georgia, slated for December 6th. That's a prediction from Gabe Sterling, looking at the numbers there coming in from across the state. Now, let's look at what's still out there. 154 of the 159 counties there in Georgia have completed their counts. If we're looking at a precinct number of the total 2,723 precincts, we've got 2,711 that are complete. So we've got the numbers there. As we look at turnout overall for this, we've got nearly 4 million. Exactly. I'm updating the website from the Secretary of State's office while we're talking here. 3,922,847 ballots cast. Turnout about 56.4%. If we look at the pre-election number of how many votes were cast before Election Day, that 2.5 million, that means that almost 65% of the votes overall were cast before Election Day as it relates to any questions of voter integrity questions or issues with the count. Things are moving very smoothly there. But the headline here, the prediction from the Secretary of State's office, Don, is that there will be this runoff December 6th for that Senate race. Looks a lot like it did after the 2020 election.
Yeah, and that is, at this point, Victor, that is a prediction. We have not called that for sure. That is just a prediction. Thank you, Victor Blackwell. We'll get back to Victor in just a moment. He's standing by with news all over the country. We have reporters, correspondents standing by all over the country, including CNN's Nadia Romero standing by in Georgia. Nadia, hello to you. What are the campaigns saying?
Hey, let me interrupt you.
at this
Bad
hour?
Times wanted to ask you a question if I could. Just
Did
I read this right? Rebecca's losing?
And Walkers are very optimistic about their chances and likely seeing that this could go to a runoff election here in the state of Georgia. Still, though, too close to call right now, and that's to be expected if we look at our recent poll numbers leading up to Election Day. But if we remember back to when the Republican Party first gave the nod to Herschel Walker, many people questioned if he stood a fighting chance.
But I thought that time it might have been late.
Between the two start to narrow bit by bit as
You
the
think
months
maybe
went
it was
on,
for something
partly
else?
Probably because
Like,
of some
you
of the
know.
spending that was done. If you look at the top spending in those Senate races, the Georgia race at number 2, only second behind Pennsylvania's Senate race. And then there were scandals after scandal after scandal in this race that really muddled up that campaign trail. And so I went to Rome, Georgia, which is about 2 hours outside of Atlanta, in the same district that is represented by Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a MAGA supporter, an election denier. And I spoke with Walker supporters in her district. They were clear. They said to me, we don't believe that he potentially paid women in his past to have abortions. One woman told me that
Have you seen the right choice? Because the right choices are coming through for me.
Another person told me that
The right choice
even if he
readout. It's
did
not
do
coming
that,
through for
that
me.
he was sorry, he was a changed man. And
Okay,
then
that's
some
why.
people
So it's
were
not
pretty
me.
frank,
Okay.
pretty clear, saying that they just wanted to vote for the person with the R next to their name because they wanted the Republicans to regain control of the Senate. And that's why we saw those numbers, the margin between
Yeah,
those
I
two
noticed
candidates
that.
really start to
At least I
close
got a late
through early
start.
voting, and now today, leading through Election Day, and then I guess for the morning after
No,
now, 2 a.m.
you know, she
I
made a
want you to
big
hear
mistake.
from both
I don't
of
know
the
who talked her
candidates
into
as they
that.
spoke with their supporters.
Yeah, she moved
I'm like Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
I don't come to lose. If you can hang in there a little bit longer. Just hang in there a little bit longer. Because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's got to get better.
We are not sure if this journey is over tonight or if there's still a little work yet to do.
Hey,
but
did,
here's what we do know.
Is
We
there
know
you
that
see a
when
way
they're
where
finished
National can come back?
counting the votes from today's election,
He's at 4,000
we're
votes. I
going
mean, in
to
terms
have
of right
received
choice.
more votes than my opponent.
I know. I'm just thinking mathematically.
So,
That's all.
Don, this could lead to a runoff election. That's exactly what we saw 2 years ago after 2020, and that's something that Raphael Warnock was able to win last time around. Don?
All right, thank you very much, Nadia, there in Atlanta.
Oh,
Georgia.
that's so he got more than
So
3%.
at this hour, we're standing by.
Oh,
the latest information on
you
the
know,
campaign. The votes are still being.
I had I did. That's something I'm happy to do. Not a problem. Because no, you know why? You know, I tell you why I bought the Kool-Aid. I thought he actually had the ground game. He said, he talks a bigger game than he does. He spends most of his time on Twitter.
Who said that?
Yeah, you're right. I should have.
Good money away when you bought those classes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Exam started just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59. Can't beat this either. All right, I'll give you that one. And apparently that. 2 pairs and a free exam starting at just $79.95.
No, Lisa's only problem was she started really late.
Somebody signed this kid.
Yeah. Well.
Happy holiday.
Right. That's true.
Spend less time making drinks and more time making memories.
I wonder how I would have done if I ran. I said, I wonder how I would have done if I ran. Oh yeah, 2 years. Yeah, that's right. I'm in the.
$10 Black Friday deal now.
Only at partition.com/deal.
Let's be real. Your ears are gross. Yeah, you heard me right. And let me guess, you're cleaning them with these. You need to be using Whoosh.
No.
Trust me. No one wants to tell you how gross your ears look.
Yeah.
The triple stream safely clears dirt and wax buildup. But all you really need to know, it feels incredible.
Yeah.
Whoosh by Black Wolf.
Yeah.
Get 15% off and free shipping at trywhoosh.com.
Oh, by miles.
When it comes to our growth.
I mean, by miles.
Shop or a new location without the right people in place. I couldn't keep up until I found ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps us get out there quickly and get us qualified candidates quickly. It gives us applicants that match what I was looking for. I've hired for every role, entry-level technicians, service advisors, store managers. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter, rated the #1.
Hey, Zenny, I have to go. It's getting kind of late for me.
Okay, man. Hold on a second. Hey, Vinny, thanks a lot for joining. And there's more coming, so don't.
No worries. And still searching, still saying the resume. So far, not luck. But if there's anything you see, Zenny, hey, listen, I'm always here.
You got it. I got more from you from our next client, so don't worry.
Thank you, Zenny.
Thanks, yeah. Right, yeah.
What about managing gains and losses?
So, folks, that was Vinny. He signed off. Richard Hake may come back, but we are winding down. We've gone on 6 hours and 35 minutes. Sorry, Elliot, go ahead. Go ahead.
Learn more about personalized indexing at Schwab today.
Good morning, everyone.
You said what? You had me on what? Oh, you did.
Do you think it's a messaging I have to ask you?
Well, I always think you have to talk about the economy. That's the number one concern that you're hearing from voters.
By far, pocketbook collection. 60% of Americans
Really?
right now.
That might have been. I'm gonna take a guess that. Let's see. Did you watch the thing at any time? Wow.
Well, everyone down here, it is election night in America. And this is covered here. We're going to start.
Folks, what I'm laughing about is.
First up in Wisconsin, that's where incumbent Republican
That's hilarious.
Ron Johnson.
Elliot Harris is telling me that he heard my voice on his phone. He was on the show once, but he didn't watch the show, so he had no reason to have it open.
50.7%,
Live streaming.
49.1%. Del Barnes at 49.1%. Ron Johnson with 50.7%. Let's take it to Nevada that you see right here as well. Catherine Cortez Mastro with 50.9%. Adam Laxalt.
That might explain this mean email I got from somebody. I'm wondering if it was when I put out. Did you see my my last second email today?
Counted. So let's go over to Mr. John Burns here at the Magic Wall. So, John, take us inside of this battle for the Senate where we are.
So it's really interesting. Victor, our friend Victor, who's sitting generally not far from us, just told us that Gabe Sterling, who works in the Secretary.
Yeah, from what you're telling me, I did. I think it has something to do with the mailer that I sent to you.
The 4 races you see on yellow on the map right now are the races that we have not called in the U.S. Senate. Remember, Democrats need to get to 50 to maintain control because Kamala Harris, the vice president, will break a tie. Republicans need to get to 51 if they want to control. So let's see what happens if things go a certain way here.
Wow.
All right, we can play a little game. In Wisconsin, you just showed Ron
Thank
Johnson.
you. I appreciate that.
That gets Republicans to 49. You have 3 races left here. In Nevada, you just had the Democratic incumbent, Catherine Cortez Masto, ahead, but let's say that the Republicans aren't able to win.
I appreciate that was the king of all media was
right.
Howard Stern.
Becomes crucial.
Howard Stern.
Democratic, then this runoff here determines whether or not Democrats maintain control. If Republicans were to win this, that would mean the runoff wouldn't matter. If Democrats were to control or win both in Arizona and Nevada, it means the runoff would not matter in terms of control. So we just don't know yet whether or not the Georgia runoff.
Hey, boss, we're headed to a runoff in Georgia. No, I'm not going. I'm just saying. Things they were talking. It's like, wow.
States that are outstanding. The Georgia, you've taken this here. Where are the outstanding votes in these two very crucial states?
Get back here. It's going to take a second to reload this map here. We'll go out and we'll take a look at Arizona right now. You see 56% reporting The most important county by far is Maricopa County. It
Wow.
makes up 61% of the population.
And Lake is losing.
Only
Lake is losing the
56%
Hogs.
of the vote in. This is actually
Lake is losing
a pretty tight county.
the
Joe
Hogs
Biden
in
won this
Arizona.
district by
I say,
2.2%.
yeah.
You can see Mark
Good.
Kelly, the Democrat, has a big lead here. But again, it's which vote has been counted so far that matters the most, and we don't have clear visibility on that just yet.
Very important.
56%. It's not nearly enough to know. Nevada,
So
you
is-
have 63%.
Is Lauren the clear
in.
winner?
The county that matters most in Nevada is Clark County, which makes up 73% of the vote. It is by far the biggest county. Right now, Catherine Cortez Masto has a lead of, say,
So you think Shank is
7
still
or 8
win?
points there. This is a 9-point Democratic district for Joe Biden. So she's actually underperforming Joe Biden here.
No, she had nothing to
of the
give
vote
him.
in. But you can see in these other
I mean,
counties,
she had nothing
their
to give
counties
him. It
where we
was
have
like
virtually nothing in. Now, look, this is not a big county.
that was a
like
bad
in
bet for
years
Lauren
ago,
to do.
presidential race. You're
He was
dealing
better off doing it
you know,
with Ignacio.
25,000 votes, but those votes add up. When you start getting up these huge leads, this is a Republican plus 40 district in this county. We have no votes in
Okay,
Union
yeah,
County. This
that's
is a
right,
Republican
that's right.
plus 77 district. Lander, Republican
No,
plus 61.
because she's got a
Again,
smaller
they're
base.
not giant counties, but those numbers can add up. The swing county typically in Nevada
Mhm.
is Washoe County. We only have 43% of the vote here.
Right.
Catherine Cortez Masto has a slim
Right.
lead there. Again, Joe
Right.
Biden led there by more than 4.
Right. That I'm
She's up
thinking
by
more
3.
because he's got
So
more.
it's the type of vote that might end up mattering most
He's got more to
in Nevada
give.
and Arizona. What's left to count?
And I'm
We'll try to find
thinking that-
All right, John Berman said. But John, speaking of Nevada, why don't we head over to Gary Tuckman, who is actually in Nevada, to check in on him.
Oh, he did
Gary
well in the
Tuckman,
hills.
good
I just know
evening,
that.
sir. They're still counting ballots. It looks
Mhm.
pretty quiet where you are. It doesn't mean that they're not counting and doing
Oh, I
their work
got you.
behind the scenes.
That's
Well, how do you
exactly
think
right.
that?
It does look quiet behind me, and there were dozens of workers processing the votes here in Clark County, Nevada. Alluding to what John was just talking about.
Do you
he
think
just
she
pointed
did?
This out. Clark County, this
Yeah.
county, this is one of 17 counties in the state. This is the home of Las Vegas. More than 70% of Nevadans live in
It's
this
mixed,
county.
right.
Washoe, which John
Yeah,
was just
yeah.
mentioning, has about 20%. So between those two counties, 90% of Nevadans live. So these votes.
But did you
are
see how bad the
critically
turnout
important.
was
So a lot
overall?
of counties haven't
Ooh,
reported yet.
15%.
But altogether, those 15 counties comprise less than 10% of the vote. So these are the two key counties. So we are at the election center. in
Where are you
Clark
getting that
County.
from? I'm looking at the
short time
county
ago, there were
numbers. That's why I
dozens of
said
workers
that.
out here processing the votes. They have gone home for the night. They're coming back early in the morning. But back in the corner there, that secret corner, it's not really a secret, but we have to
Okay.
stay far away from it. That's the tabulation center. And right now, workers
Right.
are there tabulating the votes that came in today. Now, you may think it sounds like things have been kind of slow here because the polls have been closed for 4.5 hours.
They haven't
These
posted.
workers are working very well. It's not slow. There's a tradition here in Nevada, in this relatively small state. I mean, it's not small anymore. It's 3.1 million people. Just to give you an idea, which is pretty amazing. After World War II, there were 150,000 people who lived in this state. This state has
I hope
increased
Lauren
by
gets it.
20 times since World War II. It's increased. It's doubled in the last 25 years. So the population.
No, I didn't even
is
check on
growing.
that at
It's
all.
a small
What?
state mentality. And they have a tradition here. They wait
I'm
for
checking on it
all
right now.
17 counties to process their votes before they put it on the state list. So that
Let's see
slows
here.
it down a little bit. Also, what slowed it
Russo.
down today is when you come to Vegas, you're expecting great weather, sun, and maybe a little
see
chilly. It may be very hot in the summer, but it's usually sunny. You're in the desert.
Looking
Torrential
for
rain
it
today
now.
and winds, tropical storm force winds. And then in Reno, Washoe County
Okay.
in the north, it was snowing today. So the
A
weather
minute
was very
ago,
bad. Nevertheless,
Laura
we're
J.
being told by
Nelson
officials here in Nevada,
of
and people
who's
really
reported at
turn
the
out
LA
big numbers.
Times
The key, though, is the mail-in ballot.
wrote that Karen Bass has a lead of 977 votes of Rick Caruso after this latest batch
Gary
of
Tuckman,
votes.
Las Vegas, Clark County election
Yeah.
headquarters. Election
She's
headquarters
at,
in New York, where we are right now for CNN.
Yeah, it's
So,
192.
Caitlin, hello to you. A lot of narratives being,
Wow.
were,
Yeah,
being reported in this
192,259
election, and now it's time to talk to people who have been talking about those
versus
narratives.
191,282.
Certainly surprising. Some upending a lot of those expectations. So to
yeah.
talk about that, let's bring in pollster and
Wow.
communications strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, thanks for so much for joining us in these early hours, election morning. Which we have now
That's
turned
tragic,
into.
man. Yeah, that
Let's
bad
talk
of
about
turnout
the Senate,
overall.
because
That's
I think it has not met the expectations.
talk about
that
democracy,
Republicans had
right?
going into election night. It has surprised even some Democrats.
Yeah, you gotta
that I've been
vote, though.
Speaking with throughout the evening.
Like I
What
said,
are
you can't win if you don't
watching as
play.
We're trying to determine who is actually going to have control of the Senate when all of this is over.
The question is whether the candidates.
Hey, when you got time for a
on
follow
both
up?
sides of the
We got
aisle
time for
were
a
the best
follow up.
candidates that could have been nominated,
Show.
could have been chosen.
I said, when do you have time for a show
I
follow
think
up?
that you're going to see within the next
Okay.
24 hours a real
Tomorrow
examination.
Okay.
What happened in Arizona? What
Okay. All right,
happened
man.
in New Hampshire?
I see.
What happened in a number of these
That
states
was-
where Republicans
that was
had
Elliott.
tremendous opportunities and they did not follow through on them.
All right, folks, it is 2:32 here.
Places where Republicans
And
were
not much
poised
new to
do
report.
better
We've
than
got
they did. And I'd agree with you. The
incumbent
level of
council member
surprise,
District
the
2
level
retains her
of,
seat.
disappointment.
Harold Lowe started
It's still
too late.
It feels like it's a reasonably good night for Republicans, but
we've
it's
got
nothing like they expected. And
District
they're
4
gonna
has a
start
new
doing
council
an
member,
analysis
Johnny
of,
Rockman-John.
was it the
Congratulations.
candidate, was it the party, or was it the message
And
that really didn't achieve
we
their
have-
objectives?
Yeah, of course, the big question.
We're not sure
is
the
the Trump
mayor's
factor
race, but
and all
Elliott
of
has
that,
expected to
especially,
change.
not
We
even just
expect
in
Norton
Ohio,
to be
where
the next
JD
mayor of
Vance didn't
Oakland.
win, but the fact that Republicans had to put so much effort into that
Something
race
else.
to pull off that victory.
So,
I also want to ask you though,
Rebecca
about
Kaplan
what we're
is
seeing happening
losing
in the House, because you saw Kevin McCarthy came out
in the
it
supervisor's
took him a
race to
little bit
Lena
where he
Tan.
came out at the Republican headquarters in
That's-
Washington tonight to
That's
talk
shocking.
about
But
what he believes
the way
is
that
going
she
to be
did
a
it,
Republican
it's because the way she
control
did it.
of the House. But it does make a difference how
Subscribe to
big of a
Zennie62 and
margin
bookmark
he has,
oaklandnewsnowblog.com. We'll see you.
Absolutely. The bigger the margin, the easier it is for him to govern.